it's maybe aliens, it's maybe not aliens, you know, but like everyone kind of thinks it's aliens. In the fucking trailer, in that like shitty like Cinemark one, it shows the UFO, like that just shows it. It's this giant silver UFO.
But I felt like you got, even though it wasn't explicitly like implied, you got that from the first trailer that, you know, they're looking up and all that shit.
But I didn't want to see like the UFO. Like,
I don't want to know about
No, because it's not. You guys are thinking too small about this.
the horse.
It's about horses.
What if it's meta?
What do you mean meta?
Like, what if that's the twist?
That's not about aliens at all.
Yeah.
That's funny as fuck.
That makes sense, though.
It would make sense, right? All right, it's live, by the way.
Good.
I get more in that.
Beautiful.
So this is Screen Tongue 30 Part 2, PTA Part 2, talking about Punch Drunk Love, There Will Be Blood, and The Master. So who wants to take it from there?
Should we start with?
Yeah.
Can we talk about movies?
That's what I was gonna say. Let's start.
Do you guys like Us?
No.
No, I like That's Get what I Out was gonna way say. more than Let's start.
Yeah.
But that
Do you guys
also,
like
the first
Us?
time I saw Us, it was just like.
no.
No, I like
That's
Get
what I
Out
was
way
gonna say.
more
That's
than
like
Us.
they-
Like,
like,
but that
that's
also,
what
the
I'm
first
saying,
time I
bro.
saw Us, I've said this
it was
before,
just
and I'll
like-
probably say
I
like
like
Get
Get
Out
Out
way
way
more
more
than
than
Us.
Us.
Movie there because
But
they had
that
exclusive
also-
screenings there. But fuck AMC Town Square. Like, you know, on my life, I fucking hate that place sometimes. They annoy the shit out of me. But at the same time, I've had a whole bunch of great experiences there. But this is one where it wasn't, because I went there and one. I mean, these are all minor things. These, honestly, I'm just complaining at this point. I'm bitching around, but I'll keep it short then. They didn't close the curtains in, so you saw the big screen, but it was just, you know, it just looked awkward. I'm like, okay, whatever. And then the sound was supremely fucked up. Like, it literally, like, the sound was fucked up. It was probably like 10 decibels, like, softer than what it usually is, and it sounded like it had like a low pass. Like, it was muffled. Like, the sound was muffled. And so, like, especially for a movie like that, where part of it is just like more of like the experience of it, it was fucked. But then on top of that, it was just like, you know, it just Us wasn't. It just it shouldn't have been Get Out, but you know, you go in with these expectations, and I don't know if it just really delivered. I haven't seen it since, and I don't know if I'll see it again, but I'm excited for Nope.
I haven't seen Us yet, but I remember thinking the trailer was pretty interesting. And I saw Get Out. How would you compare those two?
Nah,
Like,
see-
I saw Get Out, and should I be excited to see Us or no?
Get Out is just a great film, but like, it's just it's hard to start that way, you know, your career.
Don't use Get Out as like a basis for
Yeah,
us.
that's the worst way to go into it.
Really?
Yeah, I watched it. I've seen it twice. I saw it once in the theaters with my mom. I saw it once at home because my aunt bought the Blu-ray.
Mm-hmm.
And so I watched it the first time, and I honestly felt like I said afterward. My mom was like, "How'd you like it?" I said, I hate Jordan Peele." Like, fuck
Wow,
Jordan Peele, bro.
you don't like his skits?
No, Jordan Peele is great. Jordan Peele is not. Or at least Us wasn't. I didn't like Us the first time I saw it because I was like, "Fuck you, Jordan Peele."
Wow.
Because it was like
Jesus.
Us was like you understood like the commentary, or no, Get Out was like you understood the commentary. Us was like you get it.
No, see, like that Us, it just like it was commentary first to like film second. It
Yeah.
felt so. It was just
Mhm.
like you didn't feel like you were able to like digest it because like they didn't have like the fucking lube or like the ketchup of a good story. You know what I mean?
Do you think maybe he learned from? I mean, do you think maybe he might be approaching Nope differently?
Well, I mean, you know, it's every film is its own thing. You know, and especially that's the thing I feel like about any career in filmmaking, whether it be acting, directing, writing, or anything like that. People will only regard you as like whatever your most recent project is, right?
Mhm.
You might be you might be an okay director, but if your last one was shit, you know, you're gonna be in the doghouse for a little bit in terms of like
gotta
how
prove
people
it.
see, and you gotta prove yourself. So like, you know, that's why I'm going into Nope. Honestly, more excited than if the last two were good, because the last two were good. You know that it's just gonna be, you know, just like I'm excited, but now it's like, all right, now I can look at this more just like. I feel like even more objectively, just like film history, because like now I'm at the point where it's like, you know, I feel, I don't know how to say it, but I feel confident in saying within, you know, the next 10 years we'll be making movies, and it's like, all right, well, you know, if we're making movies in the next 10 years, we're probably gonna like at least come across this fucking guy or whatever shit, you know what I mean? So let's see what's going on out there, you know? And so that's where it's like, all right, it's almost like an athlete or something. You just want to see how things are. And so I'm excited because if he proves himself, it's like, hey, that's good for movies. And if he doesn't, it's like, hey, just an open pocket to fill. So there's that to it. But at the same time, I got my theory. So I just got to test my theory. Why'd you bring that up, Elijah, though?
Us?
Yeah.
I was just curious what you guys thought about Us.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I've seen Get Out and Us. I've seen both of them only once. When Get Out came out, like, people really, really liked it. They were
You won
talking
an
about it all
Oscar.
the time. I think I was like, it was 2017.
Yep.
I was like sophomore in high school. Yeah, and it won like screenplay Oscar,
Best original screenplay.
which
yeah.
like, yeah, I'd worked on Key and Peele, but he's never like, he didn't write like a feature before.
It's his
or
first
anything
feature. It was his
That's
first
like
feature.
very, very
Mhm.
crazy. I feel like Get Out's like a little overrated.
I haven't
Like-
seen it. I haven't seen it in years, but I've been like actually so excited to watch it for like almost like a year now. I just haven't like given the time to it, but
People were like it came out and everyone's like, this movie's crazy. Like you're not gonna like, you're not ready for this movie. And I think I saw it on DVD, and maybe it would have been better if I saw it in theaters. But then it was like, it's okay. I don't know.
well, you know, you're all hyped up for it. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
Everyone went into that and they didn't know what it was, and now it's basically been spoiled. You know, it's like it's literally become a part of pop culture. And once something has like basically like been like cannibalized in that way, it really is hard to think of it objectively because now it's just tied to that moment in time, right? It's like, oh, Get Out, yeah, you know.
It's have you seen Get Out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you know what the twist was?
So that's the thing. It seemed like a movie that was gonna have like a twist or something, and then the twist is basically like, they're using like the black people's, like a white person's going into a black person's body, right?
Yeah.
Through like hypnotism or some shit.
But it's also about like toxic liberals, where it's like these people who like say they love, you know, black people. He would have voted for
Yeah.
Obama a
Yeah.
third term and shit like that. To me, honestly, that was the part that was more resonant than like the fucking like the race stuff, because like that's the thing where I low-key feel that way, where it's like a lot of people who are super left wing are just as like judgmental or whatever than as anyone else. So it's like, no, that's what you got to be worried about. There's no good side to anything, you know. You just whatever. But
It's worth checking out again.
what have you guys been watching? What you recently watched?
My friend Mikey came over, and we watched a Psycho Gorman. That movie was like surprisingly kind of fun. I really appreciated the practical effects in that. Like all the costumes and stuff for all the demons and whatnot are very like Power Rangers esque. I don't know if you've heard of The Void, but apparently the guy who directed it made that movie, which is like
really?
it's like a really like not cheap, but it's definitely it feel like this movie and that movie definitely feel like more like TV movies than anything else.
It's like Lovecraft horror.
It's like Lovecraft type of stuff.
Is the Void the one with like the tentacle practical
Oh,
effects and
yeah.
shit?
Yeah, it's got some of that.
It's like the thing, kind of.
Yeah, and then it takes place in like a hospital too.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like the fact that it's all in that one location is pretty cool. But this one was definitely more like, I wouldn't say it's like a great movie. I'm pretty sure it'd have been better if I was like stoned or something. But there's some funny moments in it. Like there's some moments. There's one moment particularly. Have you guys ever watched like Freddie W videos?
Mm-mm.
He's like he made this
Freddie
one.
Wong?
Freddie Wong, yeah. Freddie Wong.
Oh,
Freddie
yeah.
Okay, I know
They did
Freddie
in high
Wong.
He made there's like a few parts that feel like that, and then there's other parts where it's like, oh, like of course a millennial would do this. But and then it stars like two children as like the main actors, and they feel like just like Disney like child actors. It's like very Disney feeling the way that they act and stuff. It was fun, but I think it was more so just better to be watching it with somebody than to like actually like care about giving a shit about that movie. I watched another thing recently. What about you guys?
I saw Elvis.
Oh, you did?
Fuck
my
Elvis.
mom saw that the other
Fuck
day.
Elvis.
Did she enjoy it?
Yeah, she said it was like big, like it was. Just,
It's very big, yeah.
what did you think about it?
I had a good time with it. Like, I don't want to catch on to the hating Baz Luhrmann train.
Oh, is that what's happening?
I know he didn't like it.
I hate Baz Luhrmann, bro.
Have you seen everything?
Like everything from him. I've seen Romeo plus Juliet. I've seen Moulin Rouge. I've seen.
Malin.
How else do you say it?
Mulan.
But there's an I, not an A.
Mulan.
So is Mulan.
Mulan.
Mulan, like the Disney movie.
So it should be spelled like Mulan,
Yeah,
if we're gonna say it like that.
that's what I thought. So Moulin Rouge. I saw The Great Gatsby when I was a kid because my mom really liked The Great Gatsby, and I've seen Elvis. So is that all of his movies, or is there some?
Australia.
Oh, Australia.
With Hugh Jackman and Nicole Kidman. I haven't
Romeo
seen
and
that one.
Juliet.
I saw Romeo and Juliet in high school.
Yeah, we watched it in high school after
I-
like reading the play. And
We
stuff.
watched the '60s one.
Oh
Yeah, we saw
they,
that one
They
too.
showed us 3 of them. That's
What-
it.
What was the third one?
There's another one from like it's like black and white.
Oh.
It's like silent.
Okay.
But
Do you like Romeo and Juliet?
Romeo plus Juliet?
Yes.
No.
No.
I despise everything that he's made. Like they feel like what like Times Square would Town Square. No, wait. What's the one in New York?
Times Square.
Times Square. It feels like what Times Square would be like walking through it.
His movies.
His movies are
Yeah.
like going through the Moulin Rouge. Because isn't the
Literally,
Moulin
yeah.
Rouge supposed to be like the weird, crazy circus thing,
Mhm.
sort of?
It feels like walking through something that's really busy and there's just a bunch of shit coming at you, but you just want to get to the end.
We watched like the first like 15 minutes of Moulin Rouge like a few weeks ago, and it was just like, it's so weird. It's so weird.
He doesn't know how to edit, bro.
We were over here, and Elijah and John and I were just playing instruments, and Mikey was here, and we were just like all drinking, and then there was like a bunch of people here, and we were just I was telling him about Moulin Rouge, and like just the first 15 minutes, man, it'll blow your fucking head.
That's
And
what
we're
Mikey
just-
said.
That's what I was telling them,
Oh.
and Kate was talking about it too. And it was just like, it was so hype about, like, it was just a big discussion. I'm like, we got to watch the first 15 minutes. And so we go on the couch and we throw it on. And it's just like nonstop, just like raping you is like the best way to
Bro.
describe it.
Like Indiana Jones 4, South Park style.
Kind of, yeah. It's like raping you, but also like putting a kaleidoscope in front of your eyes almost. It's just like, there's just like so much shit going on.
So, what was your experience with Elvis, Elijah?
It was pretty nice. I know like my grandpa had like, I actually went through like some old CDs my grandpa had, and he had a bunch of like Elvis stuff, like all sorts of stuff, like from the beginning to like when he was doing like the Christmas specials. And I saw that, and I know Busha likes Elvis. Busha saw Elvis twice actually.
What?
Yeah, she saw him in.
Oh, I thought you meant the movie.
No, yeah.
There's still time.
Huh?
There's still time.
She saw him in like Ohio, and then when he was at Las Vegas. So I thought it'd be a cool movie to see. Or I wanted to see it for like the Elvis. It's like you're going to see 2 different movies. Like you can go there to see an Elvis movie, and then you can go there for like a Baz Luhrmann thing. And it's like the beginning of Elvis is kind of like Moulin Rouge, where there's just like he does this thing where there's like 3 different screens going on at the same time. There's like a comic book section.
Yo.
It's like animated. The characters are so like. It makes me think of like what he tells the actors. That's like because everything is so huge, so like exaggerated, and it's like, I'm not gonna lie, it's like entertaining. You can't like watch his movie and not be like entertained by it, even if you don't like it. It's like at least you can like laugh at it or something.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's like. There's definitely like an enormous amount of work put into it because they get like a shit ton of footage, and like even the CGI stuff. I don't know how they do all that, but like at the beginning of it, they're at the International Hotel, and there's just these like weird like camera movements where they're going through like the letters of like the hotel and stuff like that. Really flashy. I mean, overall, if you're going to it for like an Elvis movie, I think it's pretty good. Elvis's life started to get kind of tough near.
Wait, didn't he have like a whole bunch of underage girlfriends and shit?
Not
They
in
don't-
the movie.
Not in the movie, but in real life. So like, his wife was like Priscilla or something.
Yeah.
So in the movie, they just make it seem like he meets a girl.
Yeah, he meets her
and-
during war.
Yeah, they like get along, but in real life, he met her when she was like 14.
Yo.
So they don't really talk about that part.
Blunton said
Brandon,
Elvis was a banger.
you saw Elvis? Yeah.
How does the part play in the movie when he goes to like the black church and then?
Exactly
It's
the
very
trailer.
funny. It's like, yeah. Like, I didn't know it was Robert Johnson, but he's like watching Robert Johnson play the guitar, and then like there's like a tent, and they run along like these like these wooden
Pieces of
Did you see
wood
it?
pieces.
Yeah, I saw it.
And then like he sneaks into the church, and there's like all these black people singing, and then they like start praising him because he's going like shaking and shit.
Yeah. And then he starts moving towards the center of the crowd, and then his friends are trying to pull him back, and the priest is like slaps their hand and goes like, "No,
The
power-
spirit's in him.
the spirit's in him." And they throw him into the middle. He's like,
Oh my goodness.
That's a good way to
can't
describe
believe
it.
it.
Like Omega Wild Rip.
It was
The guy from Waves is in it, right?
Yeah, he plays BB King, which is kind of like
yeah.
BB King was like a big dude. Wow. So
Yeah.
maybe
They-
like BB King was thinner when he was younger. That was one
he
thing.
Kinda was.
They made it like everyone in the movie looks like a better looking version of the real life person.
That makes sense.
They look like at least for the dude they got for Elvis is like a pretty boy version of that.
Austin
He's like-
Butler. He's in
yeah.
Once Upon a Time in
He
Hollywood.
plays
Oh,
Tex
wow.
Watson. The stuff about Austin Butler is pretty interesting about like how he got the role and stuff. Have you guys heard anything about?
Mm-mm. It's interesting that he's working again though. Like it's like because he was a Disney Channel star. He was in Hannah
Yeah.
Montana.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I
That's
just know
interesting.
the call he got from Baz Luhrmann of how like when he told him like, "Oh, you got the part." That's the
So-
only
so
part.
what's the
What he
story?
did.
I think the basic thing was like he wanted to try out for it, and something happened where like his mom died or something, and he like sang one of the Elvis songs. He sang like "Love Me Tender," but like he sang it like towards his mom instead of like a love interest or something like that. And Baz Luhrmann saw the video and couldn't tell if he was like auditioning or like crying or something like that, like having like a mental breakdown or something. And then like Austin Butler's life kind of paralleled like Elvis's.
Oh, the fact that he dated Vanessa Hudgens and
Stuff like.
It's-
I guess he's like six. I read on the IMDb trivia that he's like a 16th cousin, like twice removed. He's like a cousin of Elvis, like 16 times removed.
What? That's still kind of that's funny. That's a crazy coincidence.
They show some footage of Elvis in there near the end, and you can just tell though, like Elvis's face was like
Fatter.
rounder.
Oh, rounder.
Yeah.
And like everyone in there is kind of, I don't know, just like
Barbified.
the prettiest version of that person that you could make it. Which, I mean, it's a Baz Luhrmann movie, so.
You guys see stills from the set of the Barbie movie with
Yo.
Ryan Gosling and Margot Robbie,
Yeah.
I am excited.
directed by Greta Gerwig.
Written by Noah Baumbach and Greta
Yeah.
Gerwig.
What's that going to be like?
We'll see. We'll fucking
I
see.
thought-
I'm excited though too. To be honest, like I'm gonna see it.
Very colorful.
Like
It looks like it.
after making Lady Bird and then Little Women, this is like the last movie I thought this woman would make.
I know.
And-
Going from like Frances Ha or something like that, like
Yeah.
that type
For real.
of like kind of like comedic vibe in a way. Like it almost looks like it's gonna be like a Baz Luhrmann type of thing with like how like explosive it is.
I was gonna say, have you guys seen Greenberg?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With
With
what's
Ben
his Ben
Stiller.
Stiller.
Ben
I
Stiller.
haven't seen that
Yeah.
one.
So
That's where he met Margot or what's his name? Greta Gerwig. What?
yeah. So that's where he like met Greta Gerwig, and that's where they started, like I guess going out or whatever.
He was in the process of getting a divorce from Jennifer Jason Leigh at the time.
Yo,
Oh.
and it's weird because in it there's just a part, and I just don't like saying this, but I don't like knowing about this. I know what Greta Gerwig's boobs look like. That's it.
Thanks for letting us know.
But like it's like multiple times in the movie, and I just like Noah, man, what the fuck? But Elvis.
Well, I want to save as much time as possible for the PTA movies, so I'm gonna just go quick through my letterbox. Since the last time we recorded, I watched Crimes of the Future. You guys seen it yet?
I've seen it
I
twice.
want to. You saw it twice.
I've seen it twice in theaters.
But then I started thinking about it, and I was like, maybe. But at the same time, and okay, I've watched the Adam Sandler movie Hustle, the basketball movie. better than I thought. It actually was shot really well. I watched Father Stu, the Mark Wahlberg movie with about the boxer who becomes a priest. That movie's lame as fuck. I watched Death Proof. I finally watched Death Proof.
For the first time?
Yeah, for the first time.
Oh shit!
So that was actually really a fun watch. I watched Lenny Cook, the Safdie brothers basketball documentary. Great documentary. Probably not as good as Hoop Dreams, but solid. Like in terms of basketball documentaries, definitely towards the top. It's just a great film. I watched Hunger, the Steve McQueen movie.
Oh, I love Hunger.
Great film.
Hunger's so good.
I watched Delicatessen, this French movie from the 90s. It was because on the Criterion Collection they had like a section of Sundance from like 1991, 1992.
Yeah.
Whenever the year that Reservoir Dogs came out, but they were saying that was just a big year for independent film in general. So I watched that one.
It has the pig on the cover.
Yep, yeah. Super. I really like the opening of the movie. I watched Rocky 3 just to get motivation to start working out again. Honestly, Rocky 3 and Rocky 4 are my favorite Rocky movies. It's just like it's so over the top, but in the best way possible. And he's fucking jacked as shit. It makes you want to start working out. I swear to God. Anyway, I watched The Celebration, the Thomas Vinterberg movie.
Did you get the Criterion?
No, I watched it on the channel. I love that movie. That movie's awesome. That movie's fucking awesome. It kind of is. It was like the first movie that kind of like started the Dogma 95 movement. And Thomas Vinterberg, he just seems like a cool guy. I really like just the interviews I've seen from him because he talks a lot too about like that was his first film, and he says how that might have been like the worst like choice ever in his career because you had all this praise and all this shit for your first film, but it's also like you're doing it in this very unconventional style, Dogma 95 style, that like literally you have the world's your oyster. And he says that he spent the next 10 years like driving his career into the ground, but then he started like making movies a whole different way after that. But it was shot by Anthony Dodd Mantle, who also did Antichrist, and he works with what's his name,
Danny Boyle.
Danny Boyle a lot. And there's a lot of cool stuff in the movie. I honestly was so surprised at how visually interesting the movie was because they do a lot of cool. You've seen it.
Yeah.
He also shot Julian Donkey Boy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I saw this movie called The Scary of 61st, which I might recommend for the podcast. So I won't say too much about it. It's a movie. And then I saw The Pleasure of Being Robbed, which is Josh Safdie's first film. And like I already told them, have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
All I'll say is that I was actually so surprised at the simplicity of the film. Like it was like so like it made sense it was his first feature, but it was just I don't know if I was going in expecting more, but it's the word I would use to describe it is simple, and not in a bad way, but it's it's just a simple movie. It's like barely 70 minutes. And then I watched the new Top Gun movie with my dad.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
That was fun.
Yeah. Tom Cruise, it's just he actually is. He's kind of like a walking miracle, regardless of the Scientology shit and all that. Like he's almost 60, and he's in great shape, and he makes the movies he makes. I mean, I love the Mission Impossible movies, like, but besides that, his movies are almost like dad movies or whatever. It's just like, just a badass boomer.
Ben Shapiro really likes Tom Cruise.
That makes sense.
And he really liked Top Gun like a lot.
Oh, that makes total sense.
Have you seen the like Quentin Tarantino thing with Top Gun?
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Wow.
yeah.
My dad sent that to me actually.
I haven't seen the original Top Gun, but like is there like
Bro, it's so gay.
It's
so
exactly
gay.
what Tarantino
It's so gay.
described it
Like
as.
literally, I saw it last year in theaters actually on acid, and it was gay as shit.
I saw it as a kid, and even back then, I knew there was something wrong.
Because it's not even just like in their performances, but in the whole aesthetic. Literally, they're dripping sweat, like they're fucking
All the
glazed
time.
24/7 in the
fucking
movie,
time.
and it's just so sensual. It's like this is like, it feels weird,
that's so like on IMDb like the new Top Gun it's like really like highly rated. It's like 8.6.
Everyone I talk to, they like the movie, and
then it's like the original one's like a 7, and it's just weird how like. Because I know, like, movie comes out, like, I remember, like, when Joker came out and shit and, like, it got, like, a bunch of good ratings. It happens with, like, the Marvel movies, but... So this one really is, like, pretty,
okay,
pretty
so
good.
that's what I'd say about it, though. It's, like, it's so basic. Like, it's, like, by the numbers. It's really just playing on nostalgia. But it's not, like, like they're serving you like cold food straight out of the fridge. They at least had the decency to put it in the microwave to warm it up and make sure it's like, palatable. And so I'd say like, it's an easy and a fun watch. And I do appreciate the way they edited the dogfight scenes because it's edited super like fast and kind of like, high energy.
Really kinetic.
Yeah, super kinetic, but like, I never felt like lost or out of place, especially in terms of the geography of how the planes are doing. They do a really good job at like conveying like, you know, kind of like the stakes, while also just like what it's like to have to make a split-second decision, you know, going 200 miles an hour while someone's shooting a missile at you, right? That's crazy. That really is genuinely a crazy situation to be in. But besides that, the movie is like, it's like super playing to nostalgia, and so it made sense to me. Like everyone liked it though, is because it's like it literally just is like just playing off the beats of like the like, there's literal flashbacks to the first movie.
Literally. So, do you remember the part in Joker when like you realize that his girlfriend wasn't actually his girlfriend and keeps like showing like scenes of them together?
You see, they actually
together?
weren't together.
Yeah, it's like that, but with the original Top Gun. So like he'll see Miles Teller and it'll just cut back to the original Top Gun and it'll be like because Miles Teller is like his partner's first
Goose's son.
Goose's son from the first.
What's his name though? What's his name?
It's
It's
Duck.
like what?
Duck? Is it?
It's another bird. It's another bird.
I want to say
It's not duck though. It's like something a little bit more tough, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
Fuck. But no, it's just so funny too, because it'll show Goose from the first movie, and then it'll cut back to like sad boomer Tom Cruise like.
It's like do you remember the trailers for Cars 3?
Bro, the trailer for Cars 3. I really can't. You guys saw the trailer for Cars 3?
I don't remember.
It was a big thing where it was like literally the opening was like black and you just heard like a car like crash and it was Lightning McQueen's body just like falling through the screen.
Yeah, bro, but it was literally like it was dramatic. Like it was like a heart like part dun, 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 and like
that's what the scenes of him looking at fucking Miles Teller looked like.
oh my goodness.
Like but
I will say too, the third act does get a little goofy because like there's a part where like it could have actually been like if they like committed to like what they did, but then like there's this whole thing, you know, because it's at the end of the day it's a Tom Cruise movie and he's got to save the day.
he's got to win.
He's got to win, and so like there's this whole thing that feels like really like I don't know, but at the same time, what did you expect? What did you guys expect going in this fucking movie?
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I'll say about that. I got a lot on the watch list though. What were you gonna say, Elwood?
Oh, I was just gonna go through when you were done. I was gonna go.
I'm
through
done.
my
I'm
watch.
done. I'm
Okay.
done.
Okay, go for it.
All
Go
right,
for it.
I have something to talk about Top Gun, so I'll wait till the end. So, June, I watched Crimes of the Future twice, the 3rd and 5th of June. Dang. Once with Jalen, once with my friend Hannah because she was moving to Texas. I enjoyed it the first time, and the second time I also enjoyed it. I understand it's not for everybody, but there's a lot of interesting stuff in it that I feel like it would be kind of a shame if we dismissed it all the way. Does that make sense?
No, like I said, the more I thought about it, the more I appreciate it. It's just like I don't want to watch it again, but
Yeah.
like I actually like really appreciate what he was going for. It's just like I don't know. You could talk about the movie forever.
Yeah, it's interesting. Definitely, if he made this is his second time making this movie. If he made it a third time, I bet he would really knock it out of the park.
Is there anything you can watch it on right now?
Maybe for like $20 on Amazon Prime, you know, with the
It's not probably DVD in
it's
like
not-
2 months or so.
Yeah,
2
probably.
months. Yeah.
And then I saw M. Butterfly by Cronenberg, and a forgotten film from Cronenberg, not a sci-fi, not a horror, a drama, a World War II drama about who the fuck's the dude who plays Scar in Lion King?
Jeremy Irons.
Jeremy Irons, yeah, he's Alfred in the Batman vs Superman movies.
he also is in the remake of Lolita.
Yeah, he is. He's really pedophilic.
He's in Dead Ringers.
Yeah, that's also.
He's
Cronenberg,
pretty good.
yeah. When he actually won his Oscar, he said, "Thank you, Cronenberg. I love you." Not for Dead Ringers, for another movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, M. Butterfly, really good. Jalen's review was not funny. Cried. It was actually. I never thought Cronenberg could make like a serious drama. Like I know he made one recently about what the fuck's his name? The dude Penis Envy.
What did you just say?
Psychedelic dude
Penis Envy. The dude.
Wait,
The mushroom
what
dude?
did you just say?
from like the 60s.
No, I think it's before that. It's what the fuck's his name? The dude that's fuck. He's like the dude that like the three psyches of the mind bullshit. What the fuck's his name?
Not Aldous Huxley.
The what? Well, check the chat. I feel like someone said it.
Oh shit.
Who's in the chat?
Freud? Is it Freud?
Freud.
Yeah, Freud.
He made a movie about Sigmund Freud.
Whoa.
Where Michael Fassbender.
That was Jalen, by the way.
Yeah, that's
She
what I
said
thought.
Freud. Sigmund Freud! Exclamation point. Cronenberg sucks him off all the fucking time.
Yeah. he
And
really
Brandon
likes-
also said Hustle was good. Glad they're expanding on a more serious career. Fuck yeah, to the Rocky movies. Top Gun was so immersive and genuine.
But yeah, M Butterfly really,
Brandon said that.
really good for no reason. I didn't expect it from him.
Mm.
Then I rewatched Woman on the Verge of a Nervous Breakdown. It is my 4th time watching it this year.
Is it good?
I like it. It's not like the best movie ever made, but I watched it with my grandma and she liked it a lot.
Should I watch it?
Yeah, you should watch it. It's a good movie to learn Spanish too, because it's really simple. it's like almost like a telenovela, like
Mm-hmm.
it's like really simple, like really basic comedy. Like but it's obviously it's really nice to look at because it's Pedro Almodovar.
What's like a really good movie to learn Spanish too besides that one?
Besides that one,
Yeah.
Y tu mamá también.
You spell that out for me.
Why?
You never seen
Face-
Y tu mama también?
It's Alfonso Cuarón. That's the dude who made Roma,
Oh, it's the guy who made Roma?
Gravity. I have it.
But
I
Y
just
tu mama
bought it.
también, that's my favorite from him.
Oh, okay.
It's his best by far.
Yeah, I was gonna
um,
I didn't like
Gravity.
Gravity or Roma too much.
He made
Nah, it's
Children
way
of Men.
different. It's way
Yeah.
different.
Alright.
And he made what the fuck? Harry Potter 3.
Yeah, he made it. He made Prisoner of Azkaban
That one's pretty cool.
after Y tu mama también.
Which is it's really weird because like I was reading the book in the Criterion I bought, which
Yeah.
was I went to Barnes and Noble. I bought the Criterion for it.
Whoa.
And in the book it says like he moved to Hollywood, and he made a movie here in Spanish though, but it's from Hollywood. And then he went back to Mexico to make Y tu mamá también.
Oh, wow.
And then as soon as he was done, he just went back to Hollywood.
What the fuck?
I guess
And the rest is history.
It's weird too because Roma on Criterion's website isn't listed as a Mexican film. It's listed as a United States film. But I don't know why. Because it's Netflix, yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird though. It's literally Mexico City. But anyway,
Do
and
you
then-
have Woman on a Verge of a Nervous Breakdown?
Yes.
Can I borrow it?
Yes.
I want to see
I
it
asked
too.
for-
I want
can
to
I
see
borrow
it
it?
too. Wait, can I borrow it?
Can we just next screen time? Can we just watch it?
That's not for 2 weeks, bro. I don't have 2 weeks to watch
Oh
Woman on a
my
Nervous fucking Breakdown. I'm about to get on a fucking nervous breakdown.
Why'd you give me Cruising? It's like about.
Because you
Gay
really wanted to
people.
watch Cruising.
I never said anything
We
like
were
that.
literally here talking about The Exorcist and then walking out.
And
of
then
the-
you gave me this movie called Pixote, and there's like little boys getting like raped and shit in it.
I showed my friends that movie because I told them like Donkey is kind of like Peugeot. And then
Do they watch movies?
not really, not like too much, but they've seen like if I give them like my login to because I get the download codes or whatever.
Whoa.
I give it to them and they'll watch like Parasite or they'll watch like this or that, whatever I have.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll enjoy movies if I show them to them. But when I showed them Peugeot, they told me to turn it off after the rape scene.
Wow.
They hated that shit. They were like, bro, this is not funny. Turn it off.
It's not supposed to be funny.
My
It's
friends,
not.
It's not.
my
It's
friends
not a
didn't
comedy.
say anything. They just sat in silence as we watched Irreversible.
Did they really?
Yeah.
What
Or
was that-
actually,
what was
at
that
the
like?
rape, no, at the rape scene though, like I felt bad at that point, so I did fast forward. But maybe
You
that
fast forward?
maybe that was worse because I was like playing at like 200 speed.
Because the rape scene's like several minutes long.
it's a
No,
4
it's
minutes
really
long
it's
scene.
pretty long.
It
And
feels
so,
long.
but at that point though, like they were already like they're holding their forehead and shit.
Did they like not? Did they have any idea about what the movie was about?
No, nothing. I was like, you guys want to watch something fucked up? And I was like, I was like, I haven't seen this yet either, but I think this will be a good one for us to experience together.
We gotta have like. If we ever had like that warehouse, we were screening movies. We'd have to have like Irreversible Friday every Friday.
Irreversible Friday? Damn, I don't know what kind of people we're gonna be attracting.
You have to play it twice. You have to play it the original version, and then there's a version where it's edited like in order.
Imagine screening
the no
Irreversible
way
for a bunch
cut.
of homeless people. That'd be brutal.
That's like.
Just no Fridays.
No Fridays.
Like
Nope
with
Fridays.
Climax with Climax, Irreversible, Enter the Void, like
Mhm.
just playing after each other.
Mm.
There's Free Smoke Tuesdays, Lost Highway Thursdays,
Mhm.
Irreversible Fridays.
What else do we got? Subway
Screen Time
Surfer
Sundays.
Saturdays. But anyway, watch Whatever Happened to Baby Jane in theaters.
Mm.
Oh, where was
it? AMC.
I watched that at Orleans. It's a Fathom Events thing.
Okay.
And it's like the start of the genre of like somebody getting kidnapped, and then they're trying to escape, and it's like definitely cool for what it did, but it's not that good of a movie like now. Does that make sense?
It's like a 60s movie.
It's a 60s
Yeah.
movie. It's very much like a 60s movie.
Black and white.
Yeah, it's black and white. It's kind of boring, but it was cool to watch it, to experience it. It was like Misery, but with two women. And then I watched. Jalen showed me the short film called Kick Heart, and it's about a boxer from Japan. Or no, he's a wrestler from Japan, but he's really into BDSM, and so he fights a woman wrestler, and she like just dominates him, and he's just really enjoying it. But he has to win to get money for his orphanage that he came from.
So it's like a grindhouse Nacho Libre.
Yeah, basically, and it's the dude. Did you guys have you ever heard of the anime Devilman Crybaby?
Yeah.
Same dude.
What?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
shit.
free on Vimeo if whenever you want to
Same
watch
dude?
it.
Oh fuck.
Vimeo?
What?
Wait, is it?
Vimeo.
It's live action.
No, it's all
animated?
animated.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it like the same sort of style animation?
Yeah, it's a little more colorful. It's all like pink. And
Okay, yeah.
really
His style
pink
animation's
and
really unique.
Yeah, it's a different kind of animation from Japan. It's cool.
Mhm.
And then I watched Austin Powers 2 at Snappy's.
That's no, Goldfinger's the third one, right?
That's The Spy Who Shagged
Spy
Me.
Shagged Me. Yeah.
It was cool. Like I've seen it before. I was really obsessed with the Austin Powers movies in middle school.
I would go to my grandma's house, and when she didn't know what to do with us, she would just put on like every Austin Powers movie. So they were fun movies.
And then I watched Lightyear.
You did?
Yeah,
I heard it's like super lame.
it's really lame. Like,
You paid for that?
no, my mom.
Okay.
Because my mom's like, she'll invite everyone, like my whole family go see like Disney movies. So I'm like, if everyone's gonna go, I'm gonna go.
But they have David Bowie in the trailer. It can't be a
Not
bad
in the movie though. Not in the movie.
What?
Yeah.
Dude, that's fucked up.
like PTA.
Um,
Like editing his trailers.
I saw.
We'll get there.
I saw Keke Palmer's in the movie. Keke Palmer's also gonna be in Nope.
And she's also from True Jackson VP.
True Jackson VP is the greatest Nick teen show ever. Teen
Can't
Nick
believe
show.
you said that.
What the fuck else?
No,
is
I
there?
just can't believe you just said those words. Like that's really funny that you just you made that declaration right now. Like, it's not like I
it was-
disagree, but I don't agree. I didn't have an opinion. Now I know your opinion about it, bro. This guy. One time we gave him a ride home. Joseph was in the car too, I think. You know, like and Deja was there too, and fucking he's geeking out about iCarly, like for real.
iCarly was great.
I like iCarly too.
But this guy was like talking about it on his own accord. Like we didn't even bring it up.
What the fuck? No,
I thought. Like,
who's your favorite iCarly character? Actually, what's your favorite episode?
My favorite episode is the one where they have to, where Spencer buys a replica of a spaceship from Galaxy
Oh yeah,
Wars,
that one's cool.
and then they give
Yeah.
it to Neville as a car, and then he fucking crashes it and dies. That's a great episode. I kind of just said it because I thought someone would riff off of it, but then
Mhm.
no one did, so I just kept going until someone would,
Yeah.
and then no one did.
Have you ever had a spaghetti taco?
I've always thought about
Me
it.
too. It's like that might be good, kind of.
But anyway,
Dan Schneider though. I don't know about that guy.
so Keke Palmer's in Lightyear, and I just realized I just don't like Keke Palmer. I don't like her in the Nope trailer. I don't like her in Lightyear because she just plays Keke Palmer by herself. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
She's like Jim Carrey.
She's the new VP.
She's the new VP. And then I watched Asparagus. I think you saw.
Oh,
this
I
too.
love Asparagus. I like
Yeah.
that. I forget the name of the artist, but she's super cool.
Susan Pitt.
Yeah, Susan Pitt. She's like an animator. Her and her husband, I think, actually would work
Mhm.
together. But her stuff from the 70s, she still makes stuff to this day, but her stuff from the 70s is super cool.
It's really interesting the way she mixes different animation styles. Like she'll have a scene where it's like stop motion in the forefront and then traditional hand drawn animation in like the background. It's really really cool.
Have you seen? It's more recent. It's called El Doctor.
No, it's the only one I've seen from her.
You should check that one out if you like that one.
Is it on Criterion Channel?
They were all on there for a bit. I'm not sure if they still all are all on there, just because it was like a feature thing,
Mhm.
and those feature things kind of,
Yeah, they get
after
switched out.
yeah. But yeah, if her work, I think I did like a marathon through like most of her stuff, so I like her. And there's a documentary on there too about her, which is cool. She
Her
lives
n-
in Mexico now.
What's her name?
Susan Pitt.
Okay.
Or
Not,
Suzanne, I think maybe.
not
Because
related.
there's an E at the end, right?
no, no.
Oh, okay, no, Susan. Sorry.
Susan. It was really cool. Jalen also thought it was really cool. That's where I got the foundation from. It's at the end of it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, and I was like, oh sure, are they still around? And he's like, yeah, we're still around. We still give money out.
that's cool.
Yeah. And then I watched The Thing because it was in theaters.
Mm.
The Thing looks so good. The Thing. Okay, I'm sorry, Elijah. Halloween is great, but Halloween doesn't deserve like the amount of like culture that it has. Does that make sense? As its own movie, like it's a really good movie, but I just
Bro, look at him. Look at his veins are popping out.
like I've seen a few. I also saw Escape from New York right after The Thing.
Did you really?
Yeah, and I've just realized that he makes really like significant movies and culture, but they just don't. The culture is better than the movies.
Yeah.
But The Thing is the one time that I've seen from him that the movie was just way better than I thought he could make.
The Thing is creepy as hell.
The Thing is
fucking-
The Thing blew my mind when
Fucking
I saw it for the
scary.
first time.
It still scares.
What's
me.
what's like the creepiest like creature in it for you?
It's probably the part when like they do the dissection on the dude.
Oh, and then
He's
Yeah.
like the defibrillator.
Yeah.
That one.
the part with the dogs when like he's trying to
The
eat the
dogs.
dog and they have to
Yeah.
like it sprays with acid and shit. That shit scares me.
That one. I like the dog one. The fucking when his head grows like the spider legs.
Ooh.
That shit's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, literally, it goes really hard, but like the rest of his films don't. Like it's so like interesting how good this movie is. Like it shouldn't be his movie. How good it is.
Maybe it broke his spirit though because it was just a failure.
Yeah, it was. It was a really big. He had to make Starman right after.
Because it came out the same weekend as Blade Runner and E.T. or like within the same month or something like that.
But Blade Runner didn't make money either.
No,
So
but I'm
just
just saying that,
ET.
you know, just at that time, it
E.T.
was so saturated.
Mhm. Yeah, like it was literally like they did a 4K restoration on it. That shit's beautiful, like gorgeous, like drop dead. Like it made me happy. It made me happy to see it in theaters. I'm sorry I didn't invite you guys.
Yeah, what the
For
fuck,
real,
bro? I'm just
bro.
kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah, that's strike
To be
two
fair,
right there.
Though, to be fair, every theater was sold out. They had to do
Wow.
another day.
That's not fair though.
For real.
You probably knew about it. You got your ticket already, didn't you?
Yeah, what the fuck? What? I'm just kidding. Keep going. Keep going. What other movies you watch?
But no, The Thing's just so good. The
Yeah.
Thing is so absurdly good.
What do you guys think of the remake they did recently?
Oh, the 2009 one.
Interesting story though, because I guess they really wanted to do practical effects and all that, and then they basically just like fucking put the CG over all the practical shit that they did in there.
Technically, it's a prequel.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Mary Elizabeth
It's
Winstead
okay.
is in it,
Yeah.
and Javier Bardem, right, or somebody.
No, the dude that's in like one of the NCIS shows. The dude with the blonde hair.
I don't fucking know that.
I liked some of the effects. I liked some of the effects in that
And
one.
the new one, I haven't seen it.
It was fun. It was more like I felt like it was more violent.
Mhm.
Yeah, it definitely was.
Yeah. I'd watch it again. Some people acted like it was like really dog shit, but
Mm.
I
It's
didn't
just
feel
because
that way
they're
about it.
you know they're putting the first one on such a
Yeah.
pedestal. That would be a good double feature if we ever wanted.
I would do that. Yeah.
It's.
Would you watch it? How would you watch them? First one.
I'd
Well,
do
you-
John Carpenter then the prequel.
Yeah.
Well, no. Then you gotta watch the It Came from Outer Space. That's the thing remaking that.
Hey, that's a good Screen Tongue episode right
Yeah.
there.
That would be really cool. That'd be really cool. And then Halloween. Because
Yeah, you got the original, and then you got the Rob Zombie, and then you got the new one, David Gordon Green.
He wasn't even thinking about that.
I was gonna say because It Came from Outer Space is in Halloween too. The little kids are watching. And
But
John Carpenter directed it.
The Thing.
And Halloween.
Some argue that's his best movie.
Some
Halloween.
argue would say The
Yeah.
Thing is his best.
Not
movie.
Christine?
Christine scared the shit out of me as a
Really?
as a child. The part when the fucking car like just corners people, I had nightmares about it. Like just walking home from school and just being ran over.
That almost happened to me once.
Actually,
When I was like 4 or 5, I was in the McDonald's, and remember back in the day at the McDonald's playground, they had the Nintendo 64 you could play.
oh,
Oh.
I never
Look,
had that.
look it up, look it up. Like McDonald's Nintendo 64. It was crazy. Like
I had one.
I was going there like, what? You can play you can play video games there. And so I was just playing games, and I was in the corner at the McDonald's, and bro, this dude, I don't fucking know how, because it was like, you know how like they have the drive-through goes around.
Yeah.
So like the road part that it was around, it was like the exit. So to even come in, but I was in the corner, and the dude ran into the corner, And I remember like the bricks and all that shit got up.
What?
My mom freaked out and all that. I mean, nothing happened to me, but it was just like,
Was that in
bro.
Vegas?
Yeah, this was right here at my house on Washington and Buffalo,
looked
right
like-
across the street from Trader Joe's.
It looked like
What?
that.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like.
Yes. Yeah. It looked exactly like that. You could play like I played Tony Hawk. I played
that's
I played
dope.
the Phantom Menace on there. I played.
Crazy.
It was just, but obviously it was just like it was hella dirty, like everything at McDonald's.
Yeah.
But it was just like it was just that was a whole era. You know what I mean?
Looks like a liminal space.
For
I
bro.
never had the N64, but I remember when I was a kid, one of them had iPads,
Wait.
like to the wall, and like you could play the monkey balloon game.
How old are you?
Oh yeah, for real. Are you,
How
are you
old are
like
you,
are you
Owen?
like 8?
I like Bloons Tower Defense.
Oh, you're talking about BTD?
Yeah.
Bro, oh no, cause there's Bloons Tower Defense. But you never play Bloons. Where it's just a monkey. You gotta pop the balloons.
Oh, that shit was dope.
I don't know
That was a
if I
fun
did
game.
that.
Bro.
I always play Bloons Tower Defense 3.
Me too.
I like the blue map.
Man,
Which map did you use?
we should get 5 and play multiplayer.
That is crazy. Did you ever get a super monkey?
Of course. I even got, with the plasma beam. Remember the plasma beam, bro? Bro, the plasma. Bro, that's the thing though in Bloons Tower Defense. Like, at a certain point, I figured out the technique so I can make it to the end. And then, yeah, you really would get to like level like 100 where like literally everything's maxed out. And it's like, but then the levels kept on getting harder and harder. So then it became a part where it wasn't even about you had to level up your monkeys and shit.
Mhm.
You had to be strategic in where you placed your monkeys. That was.
You would have to like at the beginning you can put like the road spikes there and you'll get a few
I
of
always
them.
put the road spikes at the end. That
And
was my last
you
resort.
need to have like you start having to use like the monkey glue and the road spikes.
I use monkey glue in the beginning, road spikes at the end. Oh, did you ever play 4 where they had like the monkey god temple and all that shit?
What like
No, that's the thing.
was that something you could buy?
No, it was like part of the game. It was like the next evolution beyond Super Monkey. Super Monkey became like, there's bro, 4 and 5 are actually crazy. There is so many in 5, you get a helicopter, there's a monkey, there's an engineer monkey that creates machines around it. It's fucking like the Avengers of Bloons Tower Defense, man. It's awesome.
there was always that one that would cost like a bunch, like the monkey beacon. But the monkey beacon.
Bro, I fucking hated the monkey
no,
beacons.
the monkey beacon like sucked because it would like cost a lot, but it didn't actually kill any. But then it's because like you
had
gotta get the monkey beacon because like everything in that radius will get like
Crazy,
Yeah.
Because all the super monkeys fly around and shit. You're like, oh shit. But nah, man, that's funny. Bloons Tower Defense, that really was my game. I
You
played
guys
that.
were like Balloon Tower Defense stands,
Bro,
bro.
for real. I was low key during the pandemic. I started playing it again.
For real?
Yeah.
It was fun. I think I only played it in school, so I only played it for like an hour each time I played it. I never
Bro.
got that far into it. Like,
You guys ever-
what were the different colors of balloons as they get harder?
Okay,
and harder?
so you gotta go in order: red,
Red,
blue,
green,
green, yellow.
Yellows were fast.
Yeah, yellows were the
Yellows
fast
fast.
ones.
Green.
Then I think it had to be white or black.
I think black and then white.
Black, white. Then the lead balloons.
The lead ones could only be killed with like fire.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't there a rainbow one somewhere in there?
Yeah.
Then there's the MOAB.
Yeah, the Moab thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but then there are rainbow ones. There's camo balloons that certain ones couldn't. You had to get the sniper.
I only got as far as the camo ones, and that was it. Is there anything past that?
There's like rugged ones that like are like brown. The brown.
The
ones.
wooden ones. There's wooden
Yeah.
ones. There's wooden ones. But then in 4 and 5, there's different tiers of the MOAB. Like there's the blue one, there's a red one, and then there's the green one. I took care of all that shit though. All right. You seen anything, Norby?
These past few weeks, not too much. We watched the entirety of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Not a movie, but
Nice.
fucking good show. Good
The
like
movie's
kids.
really good too.
What's
Favorite
that?
episode?
Favorite episode? Oh fuck, bro! It's honestly hard. Like rewatching it, it's really well paced. A little bit too fast, but it's like a kids show at the same time. But it's like really good. Adults and kids could watch it easily.
I watched the whole thing in during the pandemic actually. Yeah,
Mhm.
when it first got on Netflix. My favorite episode is the Uncle Iroh one.
Yeah.
When his son dies, he plays the song.
Oh, that's the that one is it's like a that
one's
one
so sad.
made me fucking cry,
Yeah,
bro.
me
It's straight up. I was like, it's so he sings it earlier on too, like to like some random kid, like all happy like and shit. It's like, oh, that's dope. But like I already seen the episode as
Bruh.
a kid, so I'm like, it's sad. I was crying. I cried like 3 times watching Avatar. It
For
was
real?
it's an effective show.
It's
for
a
sure.
great show. It honestly is. It's a great show.
Mm-hmm. Like I remember I was talking to some random college UNLV kids, and they're just talking about like what's the best kids show, and they're like talking. They're going through like all the classic
Jackson.
Ed, Edd and
True
Eddie,
Jackson
fucking like Ben 10, Foster's Home, Kids Next Door, SpongeBob, Johnny Taz. Johnny Taz. Have you seen like the memes where it's just like all the sound effects?
No.
It shows like there's one edit showing like all the whip sound effects. Like whoosh, whoosh. They have like 100 per episode. It's funny. But in the end, they just said Avatar was the best show. I was like, yeah, it kind of beats. It's a good show.
I wasn't allowed to watch it as a kid.
That's crazy.
What?
I wasn't allowed to watch that or Harry Potter.
That makes sense.
Why?
My grandma's like witchcraft.
I guess so. And then Kate showed me Girl Interrupted.
That's
Watch
a
that
good
for the first
movie.
time.
James Mangold.
Mm-hmm. That was fun. It was a fun movie. There was another one I watched. I fucking forget what it was though. Recently, not a whole lot of movies. Mostly just like passing time with like shows, just like binge watching stuff. I wish I watched more movies.
What shows though?
Avatar, and we watched Avatar pretty quick though, and then a lot of South Park,
Nice.
which is nice because like that was like returning to my roots almost, and it was just good to like return to like where our humor came from. It was fun. It's fun. It makes me want to watch the movie again. I really enjoyed the movie.
You showed us the berries. Where are the berries?
Oh, the member berries. That's more recent. That's more
Member?
recent.
that's
Member
like-
berries?
Remember Star
season-
Wars?
Member stuff.
Remember Chewbacca? I remember. It's funny.
I rewatched some scenes from Possessor.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, the acting in Possessor is really good from
Andrea Rosenberg.
the dude that like plays her. The dude, because you know how they have to like go into the body.
Oh, he's in It Comes at Night.
Yeah. His performance is really cool in that movie.
He's a good actor. I feel
Yeah.
like I wonder why he hasn't taken off more. Like, I don't know. I don't know what he's been in.
Good performance movie. Really cool performance movie. Sean Bean's a real dick in that movie.
I mean, he gets it. He gets what he deserves. in that movie.
gets it.
You guys mind if I read off that chat real quick?
Oh,
There's
please
quite,
do.
Quite a few things. All right, starting with Blunton. What the fuck? BDSM wrestling? Question mark.
No, because that's theirs. That's theirs. I'm
Uh,
just gonna put it right here.
let's see. Gibby's actor is a real one. Have you guys seen Gibby's like his
I don't know
YouTube
the
channel?
name, but yeah,
Sad World?
Sad
Yeah.
World.
His editing is like crazy. Really like Sam
He's
Hyde. Like
bald.
he is bald.
Yeah.
now.
It's crazy.
Nick is watching. What's up, Nick?
Nick Candelaria?
No, fucking
we need a drummer.
I fucking wish Nick Candelaria was around. He was a cool guy. Have you met Nick Candelaria?
Keeps on hitting me up to take photos. I gotta take him
For
up on
real?
it. Bro, he almost bought. Or I'll talk about that after the podcast.
He's like with some new band right now that's like has some pretty popular singer.
Not Sage.
I don't think so. It's no, he was with this band before called like Zephyr or some shit like that. Zephyr, and now he's like with a different band. I think. I don't know. But no, this is the Nick who visited from Indiana.
Oh, long hair.
Long hair, yeah. Brandon said, yeah, the dog is super memorable for me from The Thing. Jalen said they did another day because they showed the first showing in the wrong aspect
Oh
ratio.
yeah, the thing.
Oh, the thing. Oh, okay.
Probably AMC Town Square. I'm telling you.
Probably.
Supposedly they streamed it and it fucking crashed halfway through.
That blows. It's
Yeah.
what a shit show. Brandon said McDonald's were beasting with their retro setup. Balloons is based. Get helicopters on your cursor and beast on those balloons. Yes, the helicopter monkeys are so good. Balloons stream when.
Remember they
It's
got
a good idea.
the spy planes too and shit. They had all types.
Mhm.
Bro, I would do that stream.
That'd be fun. We should do that.
I'd be so down.
Uncle Iroh. ... Oh my god. Yeah, the emotional tree scene. Yeah. There's one meme of it where it's just like he's talking to Zuko about getting bitches and shit. It's like this whole like ghetto ass like fucking version of it. It's funny.
All right. Well, are we?
I think
Everything, everywhere, all at once.
Oh yeah, it's good. Good movie. Good film. Check it out. I feel like most people have seen that movie. It seemed to
Yeah,
be
I
caught
think
caught
it was
on with
pretty-
like with lames.
It was cool.
That movie's pretty insane.
You know, the thing about it though, I feel about the movie is it almost like it definitely is a breath of fresh air as a new movie in theaters, but it definitely is pulling like it has like clear influences and shit
Yeah.
like that. Like I was actually surprised at how much of the movie took place. Have you seen it?
I haven't yet. No,
Alright,
unfortunately.
I won't talk too much about
Okay,
it then. You guys ready for PDL?
One small thing.
Oh, wait.
I didn't appreciate the one car Y segments of everything everywhere all at once. That's it.
That one was the one to me. That
It
felt
doesn't
like,
need to be there.
Yeah, like it was just just too obvious for no reason. But then there were other references, like I like the 2001 reference.
There was a lot in that movie.
Everything.
I forget some of it.
Everything's in that movie. Like literally everything.
All at once.
All at once.
It does have some pretty funny parts.
I saw it with Kareem.
Oh.
I actually just took Kareem, talked to him today, so hopefully we'll be meeting.
I miss
sometime soon.
Kareem.
Me too. Last time I feel bad because Kate was talking about the last time we saw him.
You subjected him to some devil shit.
We made him watch What Is a Bug, and he was like, "What is wrong with you guys? Like, why do you guys do this?"
What's your director?
Yeah, he's like,
He said.
"Why do you guys do things the way you do?" And we were just talking to him about it for like half an hour or an hour, and then he left.
He's old.
And then Kate was all like, Kate was all like, he told a few jokes and nobody laughed at his jokes, and then he left. I was like, damn.
Nah, he's cool.
We gotta have him back.
Shout out to Kareem, you
Yeah.
know.
I love Kareem.
Hopefully he's working. Apparently he's transferring to UNLV, so
He showed us Cooley High.
Cooley High.
Cooley High's great.
Cooley High's cool.
All right.
So Punch Drunk Love.
Punch Drunk Love.
Punch Drunk Love.
Started off, Morgan.
I started off.
Started off.
Start this shit
Start it
off.
off.
You seen this one before?
No, I watched like the beginning of it at 2 a.m. But I fell asleep. But watched it this time and it took me by surprise for sure. Like it wasn't at all like it feels like a PTA movie, but it feels definitely like I wouldn't even say like a step up, but it definitely feels like an evolution.
To me, it's like so left field than Magnolia
Yeah.
or like anything he was doing in the 90s.
I think especially the type of humor that's in it, and also just the fact that it's starring like Adam Sandler. I don't know. It's just there's a lot of the movie that I'm still like kind of. I guess still thinking about. So, okay, for sure. Would you mind closing that door, by the way? Gracias. Whoa, what's that?
Whoa.
What is that? Oh my God.
It's the pamphlet.
The Criterion.
What do you guys think about the colored sequences? Like the sequences, all the different.
Trey Edward Schultz stole that for Waves.
Oh, did he really?
I mean, you know, it makes sense,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Wait, let's talk about
I
our.
was.
Yeah, for initial reactions.
How
How many times have you
I-
seen this movie live?
I think 4 times.
Okay.
I think I've seen it 4
Good
times.
amount. Good amount.
I like, yeah. I got into like PTA movies after I graduated high school. I saw The Master. The Master was the first one that got me in there, and that was like a bad one to watch, kind of. I think
As the first one, yeah.
Yeah, the only other thing I'd seen from him really was like scenes from like There Will Be Blood. So I saw like The Master, and then I saw this one, and it was just like I didn't appreciate it as much. I just like didn't appreciate it as much. But I forget when I watched it like the second or third time or whatever. But once I got the Criterion, I started watching it a little bit more, and like every time I see it, I enjoy it. I got like really sick near my birthday, and I was like kind of feeling shitty, so I put on Punch Drunk Love. It's fun. It's fun. I don't think it's my favorite from him, but you can just like sit down. It's very lighthearted, very relaxed. I feel like it's still also kind of like not too much, but still kind of shot a little bit the way like Boogie Nights or like Magnolia might be. You can tell he's just kind of like having fun. So I don't know. It's a nice little, sweet little movie.
What'd you think about it, Elwood?
So
Oh wait, we didn't say we got Elwood on the podcast.
Oh yeah, Elwood's here. Everybody say hi to Elwood.
Look at this.
We
Look
got
at this maroon.
6 viewers. He's wearing the Smotter
Oh,
shirt.
shit. I got the sunglasses too.
Yeah, put on this Ziziza glasses. What's up, Ziziza?
Oh, but yeah, it's nice to be back. It feels good.
Feels good to
Feels good.
have you inside.
But yeah, it's really hot.
Yeah, I'm pretty moist myself.
You can button down just a button or two.
I'll do one top and one bottom.
Oh, So this is probably my 8th time watching
Holy
it.
fuck.
This movie's really sentimental to me because before I went to Zia Records, I went to buybacks to buy movies.
Buybacks,
And
bro.
buybacks. And it's like that's where everyone goes when they want to buy movies for their first. It's at least like that area of town. It's like, oh, you hear about buybacks. It's like a movie store. You go in. It's like movies. And we went. My dad used to take me there all the time because like they were really cheap movies. They had like $1 movie wall.
Wow.
And I remember
They still do, yeah.
They still do. I don't go there anymore.
Why not?
They just don't. They don't have the
Did you
good
go to the one
selection.
on Decatur and Sahara?
Is there only one?
I think that's the only one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And they actually moved it from that little store
To a bigger
to
one.
a bigger one.
In
Yeah.
the same lot.
Same lot. Yeah.
I felt happy when that happened though. I was like, oh, it looks like they must be doing well for themselves. I tried to apply there too when Zia didn't take me.
Oh wow.
Didn't you know?
It's a cool store. But yeah, and then I used to go there all the time. And I remember one time I went there, and earlier that day I watched Watch Mojo, and it was like Adam Sandler's best movies, and this was near the top, and I was like, what the fuck is this movie? So then I was in middle school. I went there, and it was in the dollar section. Dollar section's like, if it doesn't work, you don't get a refund. It's $1. So my dad bought it for me. I went home, and I usually put them in and play the first 20 minutes to see if they work, or anything. I put it in just to watch the first 20 minutes. I just watched the whole thing. And as soon as I was done, I really enjoyed it. And then the next day I watched it again.
Wow.
And then I watched the DVD copy a lot. I gave it to Kate when I bought this. This was my first
Oh yeah,
Criterion.
didn't you like?
Yeah,
You kind of messed with her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should start there. Let's start there, actually.
That's an interesting story.
It is an interesting story. So I watched it a few times. It's really good. And
Inspiring almost.
really inspiring. Plagiaristic in a way. But no, Punch Drunk Love is... I watched it. This is my 7th time watching it. I watched it my first date with Jalen. And Jalen didn't like it. She was just like, I don't really get it. Like, I understand. Like,
How did that make you feel?
I felt pretty I felt pretty upset because for a good majority of my life that I knew about PTA, this was my favorite PTA for a long time, and it still is like in the top 3. It's always like mixing whatever one I watched the most recent. Like right now, this is my favorite PTA because it's just the one I watched the most recent. So yeah, that was my impression. The first impression of it, I was like, I never seen a movie like this. And then you watch movies, and then you watch it again, and you're like, I've seen movies like this, but I feel like they were just inspired by this. And I think it cemented it when I watched an interview with Francis Ford Coppola.
Yep, I've seen that.
It has 3 directors interviewing him about different sections of his life.
But it's like, it's Paul Thomas Anderson,
Yeah.
it's fucking Catherine Hardwicke from
Yeah.
Twilight,
Yeah.
and it's fucking, what's
David
his
O.
name?
Russell.
David O. Russell. Like, who really gives a shit about what the other
other
dude
two.
And that's how it felt from Francis Ford Coppola, like,
Mhm.
answering their questions and
No,
shit.
so like the Twilight girl went first, the girl who made the first Twilight, and she asked him a question about a movie, and then he just started jerking off Paul Thomas Anderson. He was like, Punch Drunk Love, when I saw that,
Yeah.
it was a great film. I wanted to ask you, what were you thinking when you first made that film? And he just became a PTA Francis Ford Coppola interview.
Yeah, because
basically.
he talks about like how like now in his career he calls himself an independent filmmaker, because he just funds his own movies
Yeah.
and shit. And he's like, I just at this point I want to be an artist and not be afraid to make what I want to make, and that's how he felt about Punch Drunk Love. And you probably a movie like that wouldn't have been made if he was trying to be successful or whatever that meant. But he said he was also talking a lot about his wine. He's like,
Yeah.
now that I got the winery, I can just do whatever the fuck I want,
And
which is
then-
true.
Yeah, he made Tetro with Vincent Gallo.
Vincent Gallo,
And
yeah.
he made Twixt
Twixt. Yeah.
with what the fuck's his name? Val Kilmer.
What was the one with Tim Roth? Youth Beyond Youth? Youth Without Youth.
Is it?
I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about though. I
Yeah.
haven't seen any of those besides Tetro.
I haven't seen that one.
It's okay.
Is Tetro?
It's okay.
Okay.
Vincent Gallo's in it.
So
Yeah, go
okay,
ahead.
back to your story though. Like,
Yeah, you like kind of like wishy-washed.
okay.
About what?
So like you wrote a script or something,
I wrote a script.
and you you conveyed an idea towards Kate
Yes.
that was like intended to be an original idea.
Yes.
However, the idea, in hindsight, has been proclaimed as not original.
When she told me she liked Moulin Rouge, I told her I hated it, and then I shit on it for 20 minutes, and she got really upset and then texted me back. I hadn't seen Moulin Rouge at the time. I just saw the trailer, and I knew it wouldn't be good.
Just like with you and Elvis.
I didn't say. Oh well, yeah.
Bro, I grew up with Elvis, man. That Elvis movie sucked ass.
Really?
Yeah, my grandpa loves Elvis.
What did they do for the? Did they have the part where he's like making a song about his mom or some shit?
That's the first. Yeah, but like it's sort of weird because his mom was really important. Like literally, the reason why he sings is because it's his mom. Like he went to a studio to record a demo for his mom.
Yeah.
And then none of that's like
in the movie at all.
in the movie.
Yeah,
It's like he's just like, oh, I love my mom.
Yeah,
And then,
his mom's just like an NPC in the movie.
yeah. Does he do karate? Yeah. He does like the movements on stage, but it doesn't show him learn karate or anything. They really skip over his film career. Like it's literally a montage of just scenes of him in movies. That's it. But anyway, yeah, Punch Drunk Love is a really great film. I really enjoy it. Anthony, it's your turn.
This is probably also. Oh wait.
He almost got us, did you, Elwood?
Elwood, we got.
Just
all
tell
night.
Elwood. Can you just tell the story?
About
This is the
what?
whole reason why we had you on the podcast.
Actually,
No, I'm not gonna try to gaslight you like that, but
bro, imagine trying to gaslight someone into thinking that you want to smoke cigarettes, though.
yeah, Elijah, you were gaslighting me.
I didn't plagiarize Punch Drunk Love.
Yeah, I hella
It's better if
plagiarized
you
it.
tell the story the best. Just do it.
Yeah, I hella plagiarized it.
Yeah, you did it.
Yeah,
Dang. But then Kate watched Punch Drunk Love.
and she really enjoyed it.
No, but then she realized while watching the movie that the whole idea you had was that fucking
Yeah.
movie. Okay,
I've,
it's kind of a botched moment. But
I've changed.
Oh yeah, you have changed.
Yeah.
Hey,
It was
well,
probably since that point I was like, yeah. Or no, it was probably after that point, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Punch Drunk Glove is really good.
thanks for sharing that with us, man.
Yeah.
You know, we just wanted to talk about it, and you know, I'm glad you did.
You probably just got like a huge release of dopamine.
Like, you should ride that high for the rest of this podcast, and really just your life. You know what I mean? If you're feeling low, just let someone know what happened. Well, this is probably also my 4th time watching this movie, and you know, I like this movie, and I like it too in terms of the context of his filmography. Like this is like, you know, you eat sushi, you're at all you can eat sushi, and you have a piece of ginger. It's the palate cleanser. Like it really is. Like, you know, fuck everything you've done for, you know, the last almost 10 years basically, and restart. Like just genuine. Like obviously it's not like the way I think of it too. It's like his whole filmography. It's like you didn't expect him necessarily to do that, but it still feels like his movie. And so it's just like, it was just, you know, so much about the movie feels, I said this before, but like he calls this like his reference list movie. Like it really just, and it feels that way. It feels wholly original, you know, even though it has, you know, clear references like the He Needs Me song and stuff like that, all the way up into like, you know, I just appreciate too how kind of earnest it is, you know? It doesn't necessarily try to be more than what it is, even though it is, because the construct of Barry Egan is just a very unique character in my opinion, you know? And it was just it's such a bold choice and decision too to have Adam Sandler play that character, you know? And so there's things like that where it's like, nah, these definitely feel like things outside of his comfort zone, and like I said before too, like the first week or two where they were shooting this movie, it wasn't going well, you know? Like they were panicking and they had to restart. And if anything, that was probably the best thing they can do, because like I said, it feels like a fresh filmmaker, you know, like a new chapter. And you think about that and what it leads into, it's like this is like the film he needed to make, you know, in order to be able to, in my opinion, make There Will Be Blood in the Master. Like, those movies wouldn't be what they were without Punch Drunk Love, because, you know, I think and I don't want to, you know, put words in his mouth, but when I watch this movie in context of his filmography, the way it feels is like that. It's like, you know, you can really just do what you want to make. And you see that in the Magnolia documentary, that he feels this sort of pressure, you know, to live up to whatever he feels like he needs to live up to, whether that be just career-wise or financially, or, you know, just success-driven. When at the end of the day, the reason why we like him or any artist that we appreciate is them. They're just being themselves, and they like what they're making. You know, it doesn't really matter if we like it, because they like it. And that's what's so inspiring about this movie to me, is that it just feels like, it just always it's a reminder to me to, like, just stay true to yourself. It doesn't even matter what you're known for, or, you know, what you think you can make. What do you want to make? That's the better question. And that's where it's like, we talk about us and what we make. And, you know, even if you felt like maybe Chew was above your, you know, maybe what you could handle, that's what you wanted to make. What the fuck else are you supposed to make? You know what I mean? That's how I just feel in general, because at the end of the day too, you know, good or bad, you made it. And it's like, you know, if you draw something every day, not every drawing's going to be good, but you just have to be doing it. And, you know, Punch Drunk Love, I'll just say, just technically speaking too, it's just such a, you know, it's a cool movie. I like the anamorphic stuff, the flares. There's just something about it too where it doesn't feel like obnoxious, like, you know, modern Spielberg or something, or like a J.J. Abrams movie, but it feels just like like creative. Like, it just feels like it just adds like a paint stroke to the frame. And that's why it's so interesting to have like those little, like, you know, interludes of the colors and stuff like that. You know, it feels so playful. And that's honestly even more than, or what I would say, like, maybe the biggest reference in my eyes is like something like a French New Wave or something. Maybe that's why I like the movie, even down to like when they hold hands and the frame closes on that circle, you know. There's certain things that's like, that's straight out of like a Truffaut film, it feels like to me. But on top of that too, it's pretty funny. It's a funny film, you know. It's funny, and that's what I always appreciate about his movies. It's like a movie like this, like if you maybe like describe it on paper, it doesn't necessarily come off as funny, or like, you know, it's kind of sad or whatever. He's a very sad character, but there's a way to play that isn't like, you know, fucking like melodrama. You know what I mean? Like, it's showing him depressed, but it's not depressing, you know, like, or like, it's not like Lars von Trier where it's like subjecting you to the pain. You're just like, you're witnessing it, and then like in my own eyes, it's like, you know, I kind of empathize. I feel like I felt those things, or I felt those ways, and maybe I haven't lived that certain life. I don't have like 10 sisters or whatever the fuck, but like, you know, at certain points in your life, you feel alone, you feel lonely. And so that's what's so cool about it too, of it being a love story. It's like, it's very earnest in that way. Probably one of my favorite scenes in the movie is when they're about to, you know, make love, and they like, I want to bite your fucking face. Like, yeah. I want to smash your face in. And really, like, to me, a scene like that is like, no, that's how you would show, like, you know, they're really just like, you know, expressing something that is like, you know, what's funny about Barry Egan as a character too is like, he'll say stuff like, this is funny. Or like when he's describing the radio show, and he's like, that was just, he says that brilliant timing or delivery or whatever.
He's like, he just cuts him down to size. Yeah. That's what's so cool about DJ Shadow.
Oh, but then on top of that too, all right, last thing I'll say too is that, you know, I appreciate about PTA's movies, all it's character first and story second, but the story, it's a neat story. The whole airplane thing and the pudding and all that, those are just fun details. Like those are stuff where it's like, when you come across like stories or like things like that in your life, take note of that and put that in your fucking movie. I just heard a story today about a friend of mine. His friend is a fucking security guard for the Chris Angel show, and this whole story, I'm like, damn, that's just, I didn't, you know, you don't even think of people living a life like that, but. All right, can I do this little tangent really quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so at the fucking or shout out to Jeffrey. I don't know if he's watching. I don't know if I should share this or not. I think it's okay. It's a funny story. But I guess there was like an active shooter, or like they thought there was an active shooter. Like someone came and said there was an active shooter, and like people were panicking, like freaking out, like running out the casino. But inside the Chris Angel show, they locked the doors. They were trying to keep him out, but everyone was panicking there. And then I guess Chris Angel and his mom came up to the my friend's friend is a security guard, but he had the day off, so he came so he came up to the security guard's friend, who's also a security guard. He said, "What's going on right now?" And then the guy's like, we think there's an active shooter, you know. And he's like, "Okay, follow me." And so he brings like this crowd with him, and they run to like some like his like little like green room, like like little backstage area and shit like that. And I guess they're in there, and like the two like merchandise clerks are like these like young girls are like crying and shit in the room and all that. And then I guess he pulls like this like briefcase or some sort of box underneath his fucking his chair, and he pulls out a gun. And he's like, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." And he's like, "I'll be right back." And he runs out there, and he fucking runs out there to fucking find the shooter.
Chris Angel?
Yes. There was no shooter, but like because when
your coworker?
yeah, my coworker Jeffrey told me the story today.
Wow, that's fucking amazing.
Bro, but when he started telling me the story, I low-key thought it was gonna be like something like Chris Angel was gonna hear that, and then he was just like gonna do some like disappear thing. Like he was gonna like, "Hold on, guys," and then like they just escaped.
That's so fucking funny. That's like you seen that one Mark was it Mark Wahlberg interview where he's like, "I wouldn't let 9/11 happen."
Yeah, if I was on the plane, that wouldn't have happened. Things wouldn't have happened that way.
That's fucking legendary. Bro.
But bro, Punch Drunk Love. Honestly, I love Philip Seymour Hoffman in this movie too, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The part when he's just like, "Shut up, shut 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 up," it's great, you know. All right, well, I talked a lot right there. What did you guys think of this fucking movie?
I do like how it feels like you said, looking at the rest of his filmography, it does feel like the last of like his first 4 movies feel similar in that like it almost feels like I'm watching something that like he and like his friends made, almost like obviously on a bigger scale, but just like it feels like it was made by people he knew, and it felt like it had I don't know, more of like an independent vibe for sure, definitely. I like also how it's just like it's a good like you said, it's just a good palate cleanser. It's a good transition to like what he was gonna do after that. But also just structurally, it's an interesting movie, and I like how they structure it because like his name is Barry Egan. Barry Egan. I like how they structure it because the structure of the movie itself is like awkward. Like it's not like a straightforward. It's not structured like a normal movie. It's like
structured how the way he perceives the
exactly.
world.
Yeah, it's like the catalyst isn't obvious. You know, like what starts the plot is like I couldn't really identify one. You know, it's just like right off the bat there's like that little piano thing. What do you call it? What is that thing?
A harpsichord.
Harpsichord. There's a harpsichord, but then also like right off the bat you meet the love interest without realizing that it's a love interest.
And
like
at the same time there's a big car accident going on.
Yeah, it's just like there's just like so much happening, and it's like what's there's no like obvious catalyst.
That's kind of genius though, because that's in real life. Like there's so many things going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you might come across, the one or whatever, you might not know because you're distracted by whatever the fuck's going on. Right?
And also it's just like, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say that's what I like about it. It's just so unexpected.
Yeah.
Just like the way love just like just shows up at your door and you don't even know it yet.
Yeah, that's
or
true.
your garage.
Yeah, like literally, like she gave you her car keys and you don't even know yet.
The keys to her heart.
The keys there.
But I mean, like even like like the way they structure movies is like they show the setup, which is like what the character's life is like before the plot takes over, right? It's like their life before, and then you're watching the movie. Most time movies like their life after this change happens. But it's like they also say that's the first time he wears that blue suit, and it's like so you don't really get to see the setup. Like you see like his life after the movie technically started if it were like a mainstream movie. So it's just I don't know. It's an interesting setup.
Like you think the first act would be him like getting the suit and shit, or what?
I mean, like
Or
if
the
it were like a
first
mainstream
scene?
movie, it'd be like him. It'd be like him like showing. It'd be like showing like whatever happened that caused him like get the blue suit or whatever.
I love the way the movie starts too. If anything, I think I've talked about this before, but like the opening scene kind of trains you how to watch this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's in this wide shot, Barry's in the corner in this very empty ass room, and a bit of like, just a conversation or whatever. But it's just like it holds on that shot and he walks up and out into like this fucking warehouse. It's very strange, and then the movie kind of starts.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, to me, that's just like, as a filmmaker, almost you have to kind of teach the audience how to watch your film. You know what I mean? And it's like you have to, not explicitly, but just in the way you're making this movie, that an audience should be able to understand, how to. Or I don't know. It's hard. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say I agree. The opening of it, like just the way he's in the corner. I love the way he just says sorry in between his sentences. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, that's the thing that goes on through the whole. It's like he's really into threes. Like, you know, the comic rule, like he's always saying like, I'm sorry 3 times. He's always doing this 3 times. But that was the first movie I saw where like something was overexposed, like completely white.
Yeah.
And I think like you said, like seeing that in the opening scene, it just trains you to understand how the whole movie's gonna play out. Even like with like the sound effects, like there's like the sound effect of like a jingle when like the piano like is put on.
Yeah.
It's like shit like that where like you don't really recognize that you're like learning to watch the movie. It's just happening subconsciously.
Right.
Like it's almost hypnotizing you into like understanding the rest of the movie.
I need to rewatch it.
That's why I can understand too why maybe it took him like a 2-week trial period of like figuring out what works and what doesn't, because, you know, even if you did have this all mapped out in your head, and if you're not used to making a movie like that, or just anyone in general trying to make a movie like that, you know, you got to figure it out.
There is a Punch Drunk Love fan site from 2002.
Wow.
It's like black background with like, it has all the trailers, all the photos. I found it in high school and I was like, man, whoever made this is so cool. I want to be their friend. But yeah, no, I was gonna say I think, does he say it in the Francis Ford Coppola thing where he talks about he didn't know what the fuck he was doing the first 2 weeks?
I think so. He said it a few times.
Yeah, and you said this earlier, and you guys also all said this, was that this felt like the start of something new for him, but like also kind of same because it's still with a bunch of actors that he's worked with. It still looks like his movie. I was gonna say this felt like his most in a way Tarantino movie, where it's blatantly stealing from everything, but yet you don't think about it in the moment. Does that make sense? Like they're the whole, like this feels like his most Robert Altman movie, which is weird because Magnolia is like just shortcuts but with Tom Cruise in it. And Punch Drunk Love, it feels like every Robert Altman movie I've seen when I look back on it. But the way he did it, it just doesn't feel like... It feels like... What's that one movie? The Umbrellas of
Cherbourg?
Yeah. It feels like that, the way it looks. I don't know. Like, everything about it, like, it's stealing everywhere. But it's almost like someone was stealing it, but they didn't know they were stealing it. And that's what makes it almost, like, brand new. And I don't think about it when I'm watching it.
It's like he derived the same conclusion without actually, like... I don't know.
Pinpointing it.
Yeah. And that's the crazy thing. You think about like humans and the history of humans and shit like that. You know how like certain, you know, places around the world, either like ideologically or like religiously, or even just like evolutionary, like engineering wise, there's pyramids in the Mayan Aztec times. There's periods in Egypt times. Like isolated from each other, humans tend to figure out similar things.
Almost like the start of Magnolia.
You know, just Sonder.
Go for it.
I'm gonna go after you.
Do you want us to wait? You want us to wait?
You can keep going if you want to.
If we want to, why you gotta put it on us like that?
I was gonna say the pudding thing. I like how I remember thinking this when I watched it. I was like, I like how he puts stuff like little secrets. Like every single movie felt like there's like a secret in it. You know, like fucking like Hard 8 has the fucking like he shows him like how to gamble and like how to like play the system.
Yeah.
Then like Boogie Nights is like behind the scenes in like the porn industry in like the 70s, and then Magnolia's got like everybody's secrets on the line and shit. But definitely like that part felt like real world shit. I was like, damn.
Because honestly, that's kind of true. Like, cause like in life, don't you feel like you kind of like have something and you know something and you're like I don't know, you don't know.
But especially like PTA, like nobody talks about like if you just get these puddings.
That's that's based on something that actually happened.
I'm not surprised. That sounds like some shit, like some loophole shit.
It like some guy, he actually figured it out. Like
that's so fucking funny. Just like.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, imagine walking into somebody's house and seeing like 500 puddings, you know.
That's something. It feels like something that you would do. Like I feel like I'd walk in and you'd be like, "Oh, new project." But I was gonna say the way that the am I allowed to talk with Elijah not here?
He literally put it on us individually.
Fuck it, just say the best thing ever, and he'll have to miss out on it.
All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna tell the story now while he's gone.
do it.
Nah, that's fucked up.
I'd love to rewatch the podcast.
But anyway, I was gonna say just something about the pudding part. It's something that just feels so like you said, like it is something that happened in real life, but it feels something that would only happen to this character, like Barry himself. like it feels like, because even the way he finds like the sex hotline, it's like in like these random newspaper ads. Like it just feels like something like because he seems like he cares for everything like very individually.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's like always like reading over things like very like softly. Like he's always like okay. I guess you can have his mic while he's gone.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, this character's so interesting. Like fucking
Do you think he's autistic?
maybe. Like I don't know what the criteria is for autism besides liking Five Nights at Freddy. But what I like about his character is that like every he at first it's like, all right, he's very just like monotone, very like lacking emotion, but like as you watch a movie, he expresses like all like every single type of emotion that can be felt. But every single time he expresses his emotion, it's like, it's not just like a little bit, it's not subtle, it's like 100%. It's like if he's apathetic as fuck. If he's in love, he's like in love as fuck. Or if he's angry, he's like angry as shit.
Yeah, he deals in absolutes.
Yeah, it's just like there's no in betweens. Like, or if he's like that lady where like Anthony said, like that part, like I want to bite your face off. Like he loves her so much, it like becomes mixed with like this fucking like carnal desire. It's like there's so much, there's so much punch drunk. Yeah.
Yeah. Two things. One, have you seen the deleted scene where he looks at a little kid and he's saying that shit? You haven't seen that? It's a scene where it's a little ass kid like outside of his warehouse, and he looks outside and he's like, look at that cute ass kid. Look at that cute ass fucking kid. I'd break that kid's fucking skull. That kid's so fucking cute. Bro.
Yeah, it reminded me of like seeing a dog and being like, I just want to fucking tear this dog's face off and just fucking squish it.
Bro, just
yeah.
It's like the backcountry video.
You ever felt?
Holding, like, Willie's face.
Yeah. you ever feel like that towards animals? You're just like look at Willie's, like you just want to like fucking destroy him.
And secondly, so Punch Drunk Love, I guess the dude who made the titles, like the visuals, Jeremy Blake, he I guess Paul Thomas Anderson told him that, like, cause you know what Punch Drunk is?
Not really.
Punch Drunk is literally when like boxers have like
fucked
yeah
up
because they've just been punched too many times or some shit. But so PTA told him the title and then just told him to make something that would like remind you of like a boxer like fainting or something like what he'd see before he like falls. And supposedly, I think you probably know this, Gus Van Sant was supposed to make a movie about that guy, about the guy who did the title, because he was a digital artist.
I didn't know that. He has like an interesting story.
He has a very interesting story that, speaking of Paul Thomas Anderson, Tom Cruise, that involves Scientology. He supposedly they had called the police because they were being harassed by Scientologists, and one day his like wife goes missing, or like his wife dies or some shit, and then the next day the dude whom the Edward Blake, is that his name? Jeremy Blake. They don't know where they never found his body, but they found his wallet on like the edge of like the pier, like the ocean. They never found his body though, and Gus Van Sant was supposed to make a movie about it, as part of like a trilogy, but then he never made the movie.
He like basically killed himself though.
We don't know though.
Did he though?
Supposedly, a lot of people say like, oh, it's like some Scientologist shit happened or some shit.
That's perfect segue.
Tom Cruise.
That's perfect segue to later on.
Oh shit.
Is there anything you guys didn't like about the movie?
I think it's definitely not friendly to first-time viewers.
That's true.
I mean, like especially like if I wasn't like a film major, I could definitely see myself being like off-put by it. You know? Yeah, it's just like I think what I really appreciate about the movie is like really appreciating the approach to it, appreciating I think some of the energy behind it and how they allowed that to dictate the decisions for the movie. Like I think that the decisions they made were really, really good for the movie.
I like how like he tries to redeem the frequent flyer miles, and then they're like, you gotta wait like 6 to 8 weeks, and he just like starts freaking out, and like he's just like, fuck it, I'm gonna go to Hawaii anyways. And like,
doesn't he tell her though that he's like, I got all these freaking fire phones, you just gotta wait a couple weeks.
He's like gets all like quiet about it, like someone's gonna like hear.
He's like, listen, on the individual pudding cups, they have the barcode. It's a mistake, but I'm gonna take advantage of it. But no, go ahead. Do yours.
I was gonna read the chat.
Oh,
so go ahead.
I was gonna say and that's what I thought was really cool about it was the 6 to 8 weeks thing. When he's like, it's not in the fine print. It's not in the fine print. How fuck? I ain't seen no 6 or 8 in that fine print at all. And I really like that too because that's his whole thing is that confidence. Cause like the way like you sort of assume that he grew up like, it's like his sisters like they just make fun of him all the fucking
Gay
time.
boy.
Gay boy, little gay bitch boy, and they make fun of him all the fucking time, just demasculate him. So just like, I really like the idea of like him like it's just confidence is like almost like money to him. Like he feels like confidence is the most important thing in a person. So even like when the frequent flyer miles happen, he just like he punches the wall. Like he can't understand like how he had confidence in this, and when it doesn't work, it just doesn't work. And I just like the idea that like he had confidence in going to Hawaii and being with this woman, and it worked.
He goes in the phone booth and like he asks his sister for his number.
Oh yeah.
And she's like, "Why do you want his number?
Why isn't it enough?
give me
I just want the fucking number.
Give me the fucking number." And that's
no
like
way
why
to treat me like this.
that and like the sex scene or the phone sex is like why the movie's rated R. Because it's
Yeah.
honestly like a pretty like you can show the movie to kids probably.
It really is just the sex scene part, like the sex line part.
So does he like masturbate?
Yeah,
At the end, yeah.
Okay.
it's implied.
He's just like. She asks him like, "Are your clothes off?" And he's like, "No."
Yeah.
Just
That part reminded me of Elijah.
yeah. Do you think he's a virgin? No. I don't know.
As soon as Elijah gets the mic.
Yeah. Do you think this is like the first girl he's like fell in love with though?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. I really like Luis Guzman in this movie.
He's so cool. He's just chill.
Bro, every movie he's in is such a treat. Like every time he's in a movie, it feels so nice. Like he's in a movie called Variety. Have you guys seen it? It's about a girl who is a ticket seller like in the booth for a porno theater, and she fucking sells tickets. And Luis Guzman's her boss, and Luis Guzman's like just sweeping up the theater, and he's like, "How you doing, girl?" And she's like, "I'm doing fine." She's like, "That's good to hear. That's good to hear." And it's like Luis Guzman. Oh my god.
What would you say to him if you could meet him?
I'd say, bro, like, do you need like a new nephew? Do you need a cousin? I'd ask him honestly. I'd ask him, what's Steven Soderbergh like?
Oh
'Cause he's
yeah.
in Traffic.
Oh wow.
Anyway, you're gonna read the chat.
Oh yeah. Let me do that.
Is he in any of the Ocean movies?
No. He's in
Okay.
Traffic. I think he might be in the fuck's the movie with Jennifer Lopez and George Clooney?
Oh, Brandon said this about you, Elwood.
What?
He said, "Mans is bussin'." He said you're bussin'.
Oh, thanks.
New viewer, Adam 9 Avenue. Dude went into John Wick mode. They're referring to Chris Angel. Brandon said,
Oh wait, Adam, that might be my other coworker. I told
Oh,
him.
for real?
He said he would tune in.
Was he
Shout out,
on-
hey,
shit,
shout out to
yeah.
Adam.
Was he the
If he's
one on the
still
skateboard?
Yeah. Oh no, that's
Oh.
Jeffrey.
That's
Jeffrey's
Jeff, yeah.
Jeffrey's the
Oh,
guy
my
with the
bad.
long hair.
So
Adam was the other guy that was there at the festival. Though I don't know if you guys met him.
I don't think we did. I remember seeing Jeffrey there though. Brandon said, "Active shooter? ? Bet Lamau. He sure was. What the fuck? He was sure as peace. Wait, he was sure as peace would have. Oh, had him covered. Yeah. FNAF equals autism. Ah, yes. Jalen said, "I thought it was nice how terribly awkward all the interactions were in Punch Drunk Love. I related to Barry a little too much." Brandon said, "Yeah, what the fuck? Autisms have high sensitivity, etc., emotions on the extreme." True. Jalen said, "I liked it a lot the second time, though!" Exclamation point. She said she liked it.
No, but the first time she was like, it's okay.
Oh, okay. Good.
Same, but we also watched that and In the Mood for Love the same day, and she also didn't like In the Mood for Love. Yeah.
Elwood never forgot that though,
I
Jalen.
never forgot.
And then Scientology decides all fates. Tom Cruise is the Antichrist. Brennan said that. Then Jalen said, "Barry reminds me also of customers you get in retail, a straight bastard." I can see that. Oh shit! I opened my emails.
On the DVD, there's. Have you watched the thing that's like the NBC interview?
The NBC
Yeah, there's a thing back here.
with Charlie Rose.
No. The pudding guy. NBC News interview from 2000 with David Phillips.
Oh, no,
the pudding guy.
I haven't, but I've seen the what the fuck's it called? The commercial for the mattress man where he jumps on some mattresses on top of a cart, and then Philip Seymour Hoffman jumps on the mattress and then jumps off and then just falls on the ground. And I was like, "Are you cool?" He's like, I'm fine."
He like actually like could have hurt himself.
Yeah,
though.
no, he could have died.
Cause it was like it's like a How high do you think
It was like
20
it
feet?
was a station wagon, and then it was like 6 mattresses on top of the station wagon.
And he's not even playing the
He's just
guitar.
holding it.
He's just going like this and says like some mattress man shit, and then he jumps down and like he bound. It almost looks like he didn't mean to do it though.
Yeah, no, I don't think he did.
Shout out to Philip.
It's kind of fucked up. He cheated death once. That's it. I'm not gonna say the other part.
I was a little bitch boy back then,
Who?
but not too much.
Jalen said, "What?" All caps exclamation point. I was just like, it was cool in quotations. Elwood B straight lion. Damn.
No.
And then she
bro.
said, I was a little bitch boy back then, but not that much. I gotta rewatch a lot.
No, bro. I lent it to her, and then she watched it when I left. And when I got home, I was like, "Did you like In the Mood for Love?" And she was like, "It was cool. It was nice." And I was like, "That's not the response. That's not the right response."
There's like some product placement in the movie, right?
In Punch Drunk Love?
Yeah.
Like what? Oh, 99-cent store.
There's
Oh
Healthy
yeah,
Choice.
99-cent store.
Yeah.
There's like Campbell's.
Campbell's soup. Yeah.
real pudding?
Healthy
No,
Choice.
Healthy Choice.
Healthy Choice is
Healthy
real.
Choice is a real food
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah.
I mean,
I think.
I like how it shows the prices.
oh, the like 99 cents, 99 cents.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about that shot when it's like the cans of soup and it's like 60 frames per second? You know what I'm talking about?
That's worth those Campbell's, I think.
Yeah, where the Campbell's
Yeah.
are. It's like it's really off-putting to me because like it just doesn't match the rest of the movie at all. It's like
You said off-putting.
yeah, no, I know.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. But yeah, no, he reminds me of have you guys seen any Paul Schrader movies? The guy who wrote Taxi Driver?
Yeah, we seen Paul Schrader movies.
Like what?
I seen what's the Japanese one called?
Mishima?
I seen Mashima.
Mashima?
I seen Bringing Out the Dead.
Bringing Out the Dead? That's
Mm.
much.
I
wanna
seen
see
The
that one.
Card Counter.
I've seen the Canyons
Oh yeah?
with
Did you like
Lindsay
the
Lohan.
Canyons?
No.
No.
Didn't he make the one movie recently with?
Oh,
The
First
Card Counter.
Reformed.
First Reform.
First Reform is pretty good.
Have you seen-
American Gigolo?
Yeah, have you seen American Gigolo and Light Sleeper? With
Haven't seen Light Sleeper.
Light Sleeper is just Taxi Driver, but it's Willem Dafoe.
That's all his movies. That's
That's
what.
all this is
that-
Taxi Driver.
Bringing Out the Dead is just Taxi Driver with Nick Cage. You know.
Yeah. So in those two movies, American Gigolo and in Light Sleeper, specifically in those two, there's just a random shot that's in 60 frames per second, and I just can't understand like why. Like I want to think like, oh, he has a reason, but I just feel like he doesn't have a reason. I feel like he just fucked up.
It was probably for something else, and then they ended up just using it for that part, right?
Probably, yeah.
If
Because
they like reshot it.
Because there's
too,
a few
little bit.
shots that are in slow motion.
In what? In Punch Drunk Love?
Yeah, like when
Oh,
he walks
yeah.
in the plane, it goes from regular motion to
Yeah.
slow, and then
I
Have
think
you-
he speeds it up when he turns it.
Have you heard that thing about like where it's like aliens are watching him or something?
Oh yeah. There's,
No.
Okay, so there's a theory that Barry Egan is Superman.
oh, this is what Justice was talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I don't
bas-
watch the movie through that lens.
You
But
don't, no, I don't think
it's-
anyone does.
You shouldn't.
Like actually.
Yeah.
So basically, people think that Barry Egan is Superman, and he doesn't know it because he lost his memories, and that like Emily Watson, that's her name.
Mhm.
Emily Watson's character is Lois Lane, and she's hired by the government to come and like meet him to like get his memory back, and that's why like and supposedly like those trucks, those moving trucks, that have like lights on them that keep following him,
Mhm.
are supposedly like the government, like the FBI watching him, and that's why like in her room, like in her apartment, she has like the boxes from
Mhm.
like the moving company. But I guess the biggest thing is that it explains why Barry Egan's just like extremely strong for no reason, like against like the when he beats the shit out of the people.
Yeah.
It like that's why people think like, oh, it's an allegory, it's just Superman.
I hate when people do that. I think like people are making shows like or making theories like Ed and Eddie, they're all dead and they're in heaven or some shit. It's just like,
Yeah.
you know, if the creator didn't mean that. I don't-
Nope is about horses.
Yeah. I mean, that's like you're kind of like trying to predict it though. It's a little bit different. Whereas like a theory is just like this is what the show's actually about. It's actually about Superman. It's like
Actually, did
Okay.
you know that Get Out, what the fuck's the other? Sorry to Bother You and Last Batman in San Francisco are
Mhm.
all in the same universe. It's a trilogy
From different directors.
from different directors, yeah, but it's all just Jordan Peele though.
Oh, he directed.
Yeah.
Sorry to bother you about horse people.
Yeah, that's why the new one is the fourth
That
one.
part blew my mind in that movie.
Man, I love that movie. I saw
Yeah.
that movie in the theaters too. I was like,
Dang.
That's Dogum's favorite movie.
we should talk about it.
Yeah,
I gotta
you
meet this
should-
guy. I still
yeah.
gotta meet this fucking
Yeah.
guy.
Bro, he always talks about you.
How does
Yeah.
he know me?
Us, bro.
We just go like, oh, you'd love Anthony. And he'd be like, he's always like, when am I going to meet Anthony? I love Anthony. I love him already.
That's what I say about him. I'm like, I'm trying to meet this fucking guy.
Dogum's so great. It was like my third time or fourth time seeing him in person, and then he came up and hugged me.
Does he have like
When I
Instagram
came
or
to
something? I'll
the-
just message him. I'll send him a message.
Oh, I'll send it to you later.
Alright.
Anyway, Punch Drunk Love.
I mean, how much more do you want to talk about it?
Oh, we haven't talked about the one part
Well, one part.
where he goes and confronts Philip Seymour Hoffman.
That's that? That's that?
What do you think about the line? What do you guys think about the
What?
line where he's all like,
Where he's
"My
like,
love is so strong."
I have a love in my life that makes me stronger than
Yeah.
anything you can imagine.
His nose looks so much like a fucking beak in that scene.
It's like cool, like especially like if he actually is like on the spectrum, it like makes sense that he would word it like that. Like it's like specifically like I have a love in my life. Makes me stronger than anything you can imagine. I don't know. It's like a cool scene. I like the little the song in it beforehand, like it's like lonely blue boy or some
He-
shit like that.
He's like at the hospital, right? And he's calling him, and he like
just
takes the phone. And this
Yeah.
fucker's in Utah, and like you see him walking up to the mattress man, and he has the phone in his hands.
He does that a few times in the movie where he just like takes like things from like one scene to like not another scene, but like just one thing from one room to another room. Does that make sense? Like I feel like he did it once again with like another phone. Oh, he did it with his house phone when she called
Yeah.
him at his house.
I love the way that one's shot too, where you know
Through the
he's
hallway.
in the hallway and he's kind of first regular, and then they pull out, and then he walks back, and then you know just in the way it's staged, it kind of says everything.
I love the way that it's the hotline scene is staged. Like I love just the way it just circles. It just keeps circling around the room. It reminds me of the fucking shot. What the fuck? The blowout. Do you know what I'm talking about? With the 360 shot and Brian De Palma's blowout.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, where it just keeps following. And like the thing about it is that it feels like some parts they kind of fucked up. Like especially when he sits down on the couch. Like it feels like they were taking it off of like a tripod and into handheld, and you can kind of tell. But it's just something about it that feels like genuine about it. Like it just feels like just really like nice that we see just like the whole shot. Like his apartment's just so like it's so sad.
He sells plungers.
He sells plungers. He
Tries to break the plunger.
I
love
like that
like-
part.
I like the part.
These are the old ones.
I love Luis Guzman in the background of one of the shots when he's on the phone with the porn girl or whatever. You just see Luis Guzman with like the plungers. He's like, but like he's just not hitting it though.
I do like how it's like not even explained or really anything what's going on. It's like this is just his job, you know. But he's like this is his business, right?
Yeah.
He runs this
And-
business.
But he's like, he starts to flirt with Emily Watson a little bit, and like there's like a problem with the forklift, and she's like, you should check out that. And he goes over there and he's just, how you guys doing?
Hey, you guys hurt?
You guys all right out there? But I really like the idea that he does run plungers because I feel like, again, with like the pudding shit, it's like he saw a need for something and he saw that no one was fulfilling that need and he
Mhm.
took advantage.
He's got a
of it.
billionaire
Mhm.
mindset.
Bro, he's not a businessman. He's a business.
His business
man.
is his business,
He is a
man.
business. I really like how throughout the movie, like it starts out and Adam feels just like really like lost, or Barry feels really lost, and as it goes on, like his character's like doing all these crazy things, and his crew's just like, what's going on this time? Like what's going on? They're like following him and shit. It's like they get to see him like once a week or some
I
shit.
do like how he just works with like a whole bunch of Mexicans.
Bro, that was so nice. I showed it to my grandma one time and she's like, "Oh, I know that place." I was like, "Actually?" She's like, "Yeah, I worked down that street." And I was like, "Where the fuck is it?" She's like, "I don't remember, but there used to be a laundromat over there. I worked right there."
That's funny. The car crash looks really good. Yeah,
It's
the car crash.
absurdly good. How do you guys feel about the score? I want to talk about the score because it's way different than all of his other movies. It reminds me of Bjork a lot. Just the way it's just a bunch of sounds and shit.
No, I would say this is just an introduction to how like the music is in the other two movies too. Maybe more There Will Be Blood than The Master, but it's just very percussive.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, he went on. There's stuff like that in The Master too, where
Yeah.
there's like the drums, and then even in like Licorice Pizza, he just he has a thing for that like kind of like nervous drum ticky sound.
Yeah, it's like a tick. Yeah.
Yeah.
But oh, no, go on. Sorry.
But more with like kind of like almost like it's not like a synthesizer. It's kind of like a synthesizer.
Who did the music? It's not
It's
Johnny
J-
Greenwood, right?
John
It's John
Brion.
Oh, John Bryan?
The one that
Yeah.
did his other movies.
Oh, okay. That guy.
And-
He also did Spike Jones. I think he did Being John Malkovich.
Yeah, he did
and,
Eternal Sunshine.
and he also worked on Late Registration with Kanye.
Yeah, he did. There's a part in Genius where he's in it.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
What the fuck, bro?
Brion.
He said it's Brian, right?
It's
Yeah.
Brian.
He said Brie. How the fuck did you say Brian? I'm
Nah,
sorry, bro.
yeah.
That fucked me up, bro.
But
It's spelled Brion.
Oh, okay.
But I would have said Brian.
Yeah.
Still.
Oh my
I thought it was gonna be like when you said it, I'm like, oh, that's like Brian spelled Brianne. Yeah, Brian. It does look like Brian. It's with BRE.
It's I think
No,
it's an
it's
O.
BRI.
It's
BRI.
BRI. I thought BRION.
B-R-I-O-N. That could still be Brion. I think it's Brian, but.
But I never watched this movie with headphones until the other night with Jalen on Discord because we were watching it over Discord.
And you were just.
And I had headphones on, and the headphones that Anthony recommended.
Sure.
Oh fuck yeah.
Yo, literally, there's parts in it. They mix it so like, it's in there, but like, there's parts with whispers of women whispering things.
What were they whispering to you?
There's a part. There's a part. There's a part when it's like a shot of him talking to Luis Guzman, and I think it's before he decides to go to Hawaii. But it's like a shot where the camera goes down and shows the pudding, and like the way the camera moves, there's a woman whispering she says something like Barry over here, but it's like really faint, and I was like, what the fuck? And I rewound it. I was like, did fucking Jalen say that? But no, she was muted. So I rewound. I was like, and she says it. There's like multiple times in the movie where like there's random like little like
That's
sound effects, like random little like whispers in the movie.
That's like that. That's like black magic filmmaking.
No, I think I there's like he like looks right.
Yeah, he looks at it and there's a whisper.
I swear I've heard something where it's like he wanted to make it feel like there were like aliens watching him or something like that.
Like
With
Superman.
even with like the sounds and stuff, because there's like some the sound design's pretty interesting. Because like in the car crash scene, it's like silent until the car hits like the ramp or something,
Yeah,
and then
it
it like all
stops.
blasts
Yeah.
in. And then there's like almost like some sounds that are like very like tubular.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's going through like a vessel or something, kind of. It's I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, but
Like in a tunnel.
kind of something like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of like, even when he goes to the grocery store, there's like sounds of like almost like staplers. Like that's why I said that I don't even know whether it's like the score per se or if it's because I've listened to the album on Spotify, and the score, it still has those sounds in it, so I don't even know if it's the sound design or the score at that point. You know what I mean? Just random like it reminds me of Dancer in the Dark, like the way that it uses like the sounds of like everyday
Oh, the
machinery.
machines and
yeah,
shit.
to make
Yeah,
the music.
That's pretty cool.
Very Bjork.
Jalen said, "I'd like to think that this motherfucker was imagining the whispering. Ain't no whispering, just fantasizing."
Elwood over here.
Elwood over here.
Alex. Over here.
Oh, she likes to smoke.
She likes to
smoke.
I bet there's someone in the world.
All right. Anything else to Punch Drunk Love? Anything else?
Nah, it's a good film. It's a great film.
So you've watched it like 8 times. You've watched it 4 times. You've watched it 4 times. As you guys watched it, did it get better? Did it go back at any moments? Did it literally just get better?
It gets better. It gets better.
I think it like I first saw it in 2019 and I've seen it like each year since then. So like it's like such an easy movie to like watch too because it's like 90 minutes, you know. You want to see a PTA movie. everything else from him is like over. Everything else you gotta like sit down
Yeah,
and
you gotta
like
make a
really
day
like
of it.
yeah, and this is more just kind of like it's just you can kind of pop in any scene, you know, and have fun with it. The scene where the car gets like hit and they're spinning,
Yeah.
and it has like a rattling noise almost.
Oh, that part, he's badass. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He kicks the shit out of those dudes.
That's one cool thing they did structurally, like the Kurt Vonnegut shit, where it's like, you know, if it starts off down, it goes up, and it's like it does go up.
Yeah.
It goes up, and he's like fucking sick as shit at the end. He's like, damn, I'm glad that I fucking watch this movie and like have the character like get paid off. You know, it feels really rewarding in that way.
You're happy when like shit starts to go good for him.
Yeah.
There's a scene where he's like running from those guys and he like leaps over like a wall or something. But he like
Yeah.
he goes like head
Yeah,
first.
he dives.
But then you just see
Oh,
him running.
Yeah, it's like Buster Keaton style or something.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Anima. You remember the Tom York thing?
The Netflix one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's this
something
portion
like
here
that
where he
in
like
there.
runs and just jumps into nowhere.
Yeah, bro.
That's cool.
Jalen couldn't stop laughing during it because it's like him panting like a dog, like the whole. He's like, huh, 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 like Uncut Gem shit.
Is it his best performance?
Uncut Gems is probably better.
Yeah, now it's hard because Uncut Gems really doesn't put. Now they're battling.
I'd say they're equal. They're just too different.
They are different. But that's the thing now. That's the beautiful thing about it is Adam Sandler, and then you know he's really good because he had two great different performances. It's one thing if you have just one great performance, but nothing else really that stands out. It's all the same. But you know, having two just means you know that you got diversity.
Excuse me, he has 3. Are you
Talking
not
about
a
Jack and Joe.
no? Are you not a fan of the Cobbler?
Click.
The cow.
The Cobbler? Have you seen the Cobbler?
You mean the what is it called? The Magnificent Six or whatever.
No, the Cobbler. He plays like a shoemaker in New York, and if he fixes a shoe and he puts on the shoes, he can become that person. You never seen the Cobbler?
Is it popular?
No.
You ever
but
see
it's
Bedtime
great.
Stories?
Bedtime Stories is amazing. I love the gumball part. I was really into gumballs after that.
Oh really?
Yeah.
What's that one movie he's in where he's dating that girl who keeps forgetting? She's in
50
Oh,
First Dates.
50 First
yeah.
Dates,
Drew
a
Barrymore.
classic.
It's classic. Hawaii. We didn't talk about Hawaii. You know,
It's-
Hawaii is just a healing place. I want to go to Hawaii.
Hawaii is like super chill.
Did you know that
Looks
they
fun.
supposedly it was only like a 5-person crew in Hawaii
That's
because they
lit.
couldn't afford
That's
it.
crazy. And they shoot. Do you think they shot that like silhouette scene in Hawaii?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
had to. There's a really
That's
cool,
really cool.
behind the scenes of that where it's like a bunch of people just lined up ready for their thing and they're like,
Mm.
I'm ready.
That's
Well-
probably my favorite shot.
Why does anamorphic make light like the lens flares are kind of blue?
It's like that in like Licorice Pizza too.
It's
Oh,
just
there's
like a
like-
natural
yeah.
thing about the anamorphic flare. It makes it kind of blue.
What are the main like rays of light? Like what color? There's like red, green, yellow, or is it red, blue, yellow?
RGB. so-
RGB. RGB. Maybe red, green, blue. Is it red, green, blue?
Yeah, because with those 3 colors, you can make all the colors of the rainbow.
Maybe like it goes through like some type of prism.
Oh, like.
But then how come it only blue?
Like it's like part of the prism that's like
It's like the Pink Floyd
blue. Yeah.
Instead of a rainbow on this side, it's blue.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Good question for Mr. Boberside.
Mr. Boberside. All right, ratings.
Ratings.
Final thoughts, ratings.
Who wants to go first?
In
The
conclusion,
Water Boy is great.
you know, I'll give this one an 808.
Out of Heartbreaks.
Yeah, out of Heartbreaks. This to me, this is Paul Thomas Anderson's 808s and Heartbreaks. It's like it's left field, but he couldn't go on to make what he had to make without Punch Drunk Love. And the thing about it, though, it's not just like something like a novelty like that on its own. It's just a great little unique film. It's a something that like up to Francis Ford Coppola is inspired and appreciates that movie. You know what I mean? It's
Mhm.
like it's a wholly unique movie. And yeah, I like it.
I like it.
Probably like a 9 out of 10 on my scale. 9 out of 10. I watch it probably every year. I'll probably watch it next year.
You want to go last?
No, I'll go whenever. I'll go right now.
That'll
I'm
be
giving it
fine,
an
dude.
8.5 out of 10.
If a student walked up to you with this film, what would you say?
I'd be like, I don't think you can make this any better. I think this is something that I'll probably come back to. And it'd probably be good to come back with it with new eyes every now and then.
You'd probably make PTA drop out of school if you told him that.
Really?
He's like, you said that and you still give me an 8.5?
But I mean, like, that's not to say, like, I mean, let me think.
It's just
What
your
would
first
what would I
time.
say? Yeah.
Yeah, it's, don't go back on it, bro.
No, I'm just trying to think. I'm just trying to think about what I tell a student if he brought this to me, like, as like a.
Like, get the fuck out, bro. You don't need this shit.
Like PTA enrolls in our film school.
I'd be like, yo, we should make something together. I mean, also at this point, he has like those other movies under his belt, so it's not just like the student brought this to me out of nowhere. Because he has the experience. You can't make Punch Drunk Love without what he made before. Yeah, I'd give it an 8.5. 8.5.
Full clarity. This is my favorite out of all these today. Not that the other two aren't great or amazing. This is just a personal favorite. So I will be giving it a big score. But yeah, like Anthony said, it's a movie that had to be made. His other movies, it feels like he's remaking Sydney or like with the Heart 8 almost. Where like, but the thing is about it is that like the first movie he made, it got fucked with. It got like re-edited. He had to pay to re-edit it, and it got to cons. But it was just a big nightmare. And then he made Boogie Nights, and he was really controlling about it. He was like really like it has like it's being made like this. Like if it's in the script, that's exactly how it's gonna be in the movie. And then his Magnolia was just like, oh, he had to make it like immediately after Boogie Nights to show that he's not a one-hit wonder. Like he's got to make something to really just cut off those expectations right away. This felt like a film that he made it, but he genuinely made it in the same, I guess, like passion and creativity that he tried to make his first film in.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's just a small film about two people that he really wanted to make, and it just felt like the remaster of it, and it felt like the better of it. And so out of 40 bubbles, the patented bubble scale, I will give it.
I thought it was 42 bubbles for some reason.
It's 40 bubbles. Every time you always say 42. It's not 42. It's not Jackie Robinson. It's 40.
I really thought it was 42.
It's 40 bubbles, and out of 40 bubbles, it is a 38 out of 40 bubbles. There's not many films, but to be fair, a lot of his films are in the top 40 or top 30.
So it's like a 19 out of 20.
Yeah.
So it's like a 9.5 out of 10.
I have leftovers in my car from the party. I'm hungry as shit, so I'm gonna grab them right now.
Before there will be blood.
There will be food.
So do you want us to wait? It's up to you.
No, dude,
It's like one of.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
have to introduce them.
Yeah, I was
We
like,
have to wait.
Anthony's
We
got
have to
it.
wait.
Can I come with you?
Yeah, let's go.
Brandon said The Waterboy was a cinematic Adam Sandler masterpiece. If you disagree, then you got no taste. I haven't seen Waterboy. Do you like Waterboy?
Waterboy's great.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's like, it probably doesn't. I feel like the Me Too movement's gonna get to it soon.
Oh, why?
It's-
What's in the movie?
He's basically abused, but supposedly he's like basically autistic. It's like Forrest Gump, except
Oh,
that Forrest Gump
shit.
was just a straight
Okay.
up comedy,
Mhm.
and only the football stuff.
Mm-hmm. Dang.
Yeah, honestly, I was watching Forrest Gump the other day, like just on TV, and I just don't really like. I don't really get it. Like I didn't really understand like how this was like a masterpiece. Oh, hello, Catherine.
Like, get it? Like, I mean, I can see how it caught on like the mainstream audience for sure.
Yeah. I guess I didn't understand how it got like.
Like awards.
Yeah, that like literally Best Picture.
What else came out that year?
Pulp Fiction, Jurassic Park,
In what year is that? 1990.
1997.
97.
Or yeah, 97. Yeah.
Jurassic Park.
Park came out. I think Lion King came out. I think.
Oh wow.
I mean, I can search it. I'm pretty sure that's like one of those years where it's like, oh, in like a certain month of the year, you could have watched Pulp Fiction, Forrest Gump, Jurassic Park, or Lion King in the same like theater.
Mm-hmm.
1 second.
I think for sure part of it is like the nostalgia of it. Like it's very like 60s oriented. There's like a lot of events that they go over,
Mm-hmm.
and like I'm sure boomers really love that movie.
It is not 1997.
Oh,
Forrest Gump. And 1994.
Mm. Oh, no, yeah. I thought it might be 94.
In 1994, it was Pulp Fiction, Shawshank Redemption, Crumb, Forrest
Gotta love
Gump.
those incel movies, man.
You gotta. Crooklyn, The Crow, Clerks, Chunkin Express,
I have to get revenge.
Ace Ventura,
Ace Ventura came out in 94.
Ed Wood, The Mask.
Ed Wood.
I guess those are
The
like
Mask.
the big ones.
Like
Jim Carrey's
Jim
The
Carrey.
Mask.
Okay.
The,
I fucking love that movie.
It's really good. It's like, it reminds me of Who Framed Roger Rabbit a lot.
Yeah, cause like the some of the animate. It's not really animated, but it's like.
Like the noir animated style.
Mm-hmm. It's like really 40s, 50s noir shit.
I guess those are the biggest movies that came out that year, basically. Natural Born Killers, if you're into that.
I always thought it'd be cool to make a movie about the Mask, but the comic books. Because the comic books.
Oh yeah, it's like really like
really
bloody.
violent. Yeah, they're
Like it's almost like Sin City, yeah.
it's like it's maybe I think like more so on that like that level of violence, but like in the Mask, like the Jim Carrey movie.
Oh yeah. It's not like Sin City. I felt like the Mask one. It was just more like gory, right? Like,
it was like a horror
like
movie basically.
he would just fucking like it was like bloody murder all the
Yeah,
time.
they wanted it to be like a horror movie, and then Jim Carrey got on the scene, and it became not like not like a horror movie.
I mean, I really liked the Mask movie.
Me
though.
too. No, I love the movie too, but it'd be cool to do
Oh.
like an accurate depiction of the comic books.
Oh, this is cool.
Do
Who drew this?
one where
I don't know. It just came.
I think so.
I'm sorry, we gotta move this on.
I'm gonna write some of my albums.
Sweet.
Oh, okay.
Okay, for sure.
Mix it around. I'll do 5.
So five maximum.
I was gonna do like 20. I'm just kidding. No, I'm gonna do like. There are. If you think
Yeah,
about
if
it.
you can't count Sublime with Rome.
Why'd you come?
No, I was disgusted. Elwood, shut the fuck up. Don't talk.
How does it make you feel when he says that to you, Elwood?
I just know that one day, God will have His way.
What the fuck does that mean?
That's what my grandma's been saying a lot.
That's really creepy.
Like we saw the Thor movie with her.
She
and
said God will have His
Bro,
way.
she hated that movie so much, and like actually, what would you think? She's like, God will have it His way.
Actually, I could. Your grandma was just fucking cool.
My grandma is cool. All right.
Okay, so There Will Be Blood. This is the second PTA movie I saw. First one I saw was a Boogie Nights, and I was really impressed with Boogie Nights and all that. But I forget at the time, it might have been the YouTube video channel or whatever I was talking, but one of them had said they really appreciated There Will Be Blood. And then it was just like a random Saturday. I was hanging out with my mom, and it was on Hulu. And I just put it on, and usually how it goes is she'd fall asleep, and I just watch the movie. And I watched this movie, and it fucking blows my mind. Like, I was in high school. I had to be like a junior or something. And it was just like, I don't know. I felt like I understood the movie even on my first watch, like all the religion and like, you know, the allegories and stuff. I'm like, oh, this is pretty smart. And then on top of that, I was just watching like, oh, this is actually really well put together. And then it's just the fact, too, the way it used classical music and stuff. It's like, oh, this is what I wanted to. Because at the time, I always felt like that was my cheat code. It was like I was just super into, like, I am very knowledgeable about classical music. I'm like, I'm going to put that in my movies in a way that I want to. And so there was just so many things about this movie that I was just, like, obsessed with. And it's like when I get obsessed about a movie, I just want to show it to everybody. And so that's what I did. I showed it to everyone. And no one really appreciated it the same like me. Because, I mean, why would you? It's like, it's not like the movie you would get, a hangout movie. You know what I mean?
It's not irreversible.
Yeah, it's not fucking irreversible. Why would you, you know? But,
I have
that, and then I would think about the movie. I would recreate scenes from the movie. And, you know, since then, every time I watch this movie, like, you know, I'm not afraid to say that, like, to me, in my eyes, it's a perfect movie. And not to say it's, like the best movie ever made or anything like that, but, like, I don't really know what you could improve about this movie. It's not for everyone. It's definitely not for everyone. But, like, it's, like, if you appreciate this movie, you see what it's doing. It's like it's executing on the highest level, in my opinion, because it's doing things that you couldn't even do in a controlled situation. Like say you were on as like a studio, or like you could control all the factors. One, you couldn't make this movie, but the fact that they make it the way that they make it, like that oil scene, you really couldn't do that like multiple times. You just have to execute it. You know what I mean? And what I will say about the movie is that like. Like the 2001 cut, the bone to the spaceship.
Yeah.
I will argue that this movie does that multiple times. You know what I mean? Like it has like perfect cuts. Like you think about how to cut a movie, because think about this movie structurally. It's very plastic. There's not like a hard like a clear direct. Obviously he's like a businessman and he has this oil thing, and there's all these things. But like the way the brother comes in, the way the sun goes in and out, then. I'll say one of the 2001 cuts is the son and the daughter, they're playing together, and like they jump off the little balcony, boom, it cuts to the wedding, and it's like that nothing is said or revealed. Like the scene kind of plays out before the 1917 sort of like time before it's actually confirmed that what's going on. You understand everything, and it's not even like when they do like the sign language shit, but just like, oh, this is probably their wedding. It just makes sense. It fucking makes sense.
She even looks like they found actors that looked very much like what those people would look like if they're older.
It's genius.
Who do you think did the cuts better? Like, which film do you prefer in the cuts? Or do you think they're too different?
That's like an unfair question.
But the reason I bring up 2001 too is that I feel that this movie is actually heavily inspired by 2001. Like legitimately in its like in the craft of it, it feels Kubrickian. You know what I mean? It's like the way he uses music, the way he moves the camera, and it's like. To me, it's like Daniel Day-Lewis in a Kubrick movie almost. You know what I mean? Like this is Daniel Day-Lewis's Clockwork Orange almost. He's like kind of deranged. And on top of that, it was one of the first movies I saw that took place in a desert. It wasn't necessarily a Western, but it took place in the desert in the West that I genuinely like resonated and connected with. Because I'll be honest, like the John Ford movies and stuff like that, I don't necessarily like connect with them, but I connect with this movie. And, if I can't tell you, I'll tell you what Quentin Tarantino said when he saw this movie. And he said he saw there would be blood, and it made him realize he had to step up his game. Like, he literally said that. Like, he said, like, there's no playing around. Like, he saw what his contemporaries are doing. It's like, damn. And then he made Inglourious Basterds. But, man, this movie. And it's, like, one of those movies, too, like I said, it's not necessarily for everyone, but, like, for me, I can make an argument for it being just an important achievement of the 2000s, like legitimately, like it succeeded in its mission. What'd you guys think about it? Or how many times have you guys seen this movie?
The first time because this was like the same year as No Country for Old Men.
That was the big thing. They were like battling.
There's like that whole thing where like they were using the same town, Marfa, Texas. There's like a shot where like the oil derrick gets into No Country for Old Men shot or whatever.
Marfa, remember what's his name?
Marfa.
The kids director.
Oh, the kids like
Larry Clark.
Oh yeah.
He has a movie called Marfa Girl.
Is it supposed to be about like she's from Texas, like that?
Yeah,
town?
from Marfa.
Oh,
but it's like from 2015.
Yeah, they made 2.
Yeah.
But I remember at the same time around then, like my family was watching No Country for Old Men, and I was like 7 years old, and No Country for Old Men in a way it's kind of like they're similar tonally in how like the characters are kind of like sociopaths, and kind of like very dark. And it's just interesting that they came out around the same time and were like the big like Oscar contenders. And I saw like There Will Be Blood at like a friend's house, but like not all the way through. And I just remember it being like a movie. I thought it was about like a religion. Religion was like the biggest thing that like stood out aside like, and like looking back on it now, I don't think it's like specific. It's not like the religion movie or anything like that. But I saw that, and like the stuff with Paul Dano was freaky. It was like really, really strange. It really got a reaction out of me. And then I saw it like 2 years ago, and I saw it, and it was just like, I don't know, it didn't strike me the same way. Like, you obviously watch it, and it's like an amazing film with like the way, especially the way they do like all the oil stuff, and the oil just looks so disgusting. And there's that scene in there where
It's like blood.
There will
they're,
be blood.
they're in the well, and like they're putting the oil in the buckets, and like Daniel Day-Lewis has to like, I was telling you about it. He has to like take his like, he can't breathe. Yeah. It's so nasty. And then you find out that they're using like basically chocolate syrup from McDonald's. And then like the whole milkshake shit. You think about it in that regard, that's weird. But then like the milkshake stuff was also like, because that's the thing. I feel like a lot of like people our age might know the movie for like the milkshake line, because it's like a meme kind of. You can like easily take it out of context and it'll like get a laugh out of people, get a rise and stuff. But in the context of the story, not only does it like make sense in like the like kind of like metaphor of like oil drainage and all that, but it was like something that like an actual senator used in like testimonies, like some, because like half of it's based on like the Upton Sinclair book. There's like a scandal going on, and he's like doing these congressional hearings, and he described it like a milkshake kind of, and there were like political cartoons from the time like that, and it's like when he says that, it totally does make sense in the context of the film's like universe world. And then he kills him, and then I was like watching the movie in the context of it kind of being like, it's a very scary film. It's like, I wouldn't say it's a horror film. It's definitely not a horror film. Just like, but it's
like
very,
filled with dread.
Yeah, it's very like.
The funny thing is, Paul Thomas Anderson considers it kind of like a comedy. Like, he thinks it's very funny.
It's definitely like in a different direction from anything he'd done before it, and kind of like, I feel like this is like where his career really changed.
You can really tell.
Yeah.
It's just such a stark difference.
It's like completely different from Punch Drunk Love. And then they weren't gonna make the movie if Daniel Day-Lewis wasn't in it, which is like, it's like a Daniel Day-Lewis movie. He worked for he worked on the character for like 3 years. Wow. He like, it's like probably like, I kept watching it just to like watch his performance and stuff.
5 years between this and Punch Drunk Love. To me, that always feels like a 5-year gap is a long time. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
He got with his long-term girlfriend Maya Rudolph.
I mean, they started a family and all that he was
Yeah.
doing.
And then you make this movie.
Yeah.
which is really weird
What'd you think, Elwood?
about the movie. I've seen it probably not as many times as Anthony, but like probably like 5 times. 5 or 6 times. Just like, I remember this was probably my 3rd Paul Thomas Anderson movie, because I watched Punch Drunk Love, then Magnolia, then this, and it was because Zia had just opened up on Rainbow, and they had a huge fucking sale on Blu-rays, like $3 Blu-rays, and I bought a bunch of shit, and that was one of them, and I bought it, and I went home and I watched it the first day, and I remember just really liking it. Like, I was very off-put, because you hear about it, and it's just like, it's about an oil man in the 20s. I'm an oil man. That's what I do. And you don't, I don't know, like, throughout the movie, I don't know, the weird thing about it for me is that, like, the movie's about oil. Like, it's all about, like, he's trying to drain this, like, this little town of oil. Like, he's trying to, like, be the best. But after a while, I kind of just forget about, like, the oil as oil anymore. It's almost like a part of him at a point where I just kind of forget, like, he's pumping oil anymore.
At what point does that occur to you?
Probably after he lets the kid bless it, and he fucking puts him in the mud and shit.
Oh,
They played the Tchaikovsky song there too. Dun, 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 dun. Once the oil rig starts.
Yeah, and I think after that, like, I kind of just forget about it for like a pretty long time. In yeah, I mean, like, cause like after that, like the focus isn't about oil anymore. It's just about him now, cause he's already done it. And yeah, no, I showed my grandma this film. My grandma didn't like it. I showed my dad this film, and he also didn't like it. But to be fair, I think I told you guys this. He watched Whiplash, and at the end of it, he was like, "I don't get it." So like, he also did not like this either. But he did like Top Gun 2. He did like Top Gun 2 a lot.
Told you it's a dad movie.
It is a dad movie. Norby.
This is the first time I watched it, but just first time watching, there's a lot to say about this movie. Like even like a podcast discussion wouldn't like properly do it justice, because it's just like there's just so much stuff. Like it's dealing with like basically like the birth of industrial society, which is like what we all live in, and it's just like it's in a way critiquing that.
To me, that's even like part of the 2001 thing, where that starts at the dawn of man.
Yeah.
This is the dawn of modern man. Is you know, when oil, you know, industrialization happens, right?
It's going from Wild West to fucking cities and shit. But I also really appreciated how it reminds me a lot of McCabe and Mrs. Miller, which is Robert Altman made that one. But it's like a lot. It's a lot like McCabe and Mrs. Miller, like really. It's about this guy who is trying to start a brothel in a town. So it's like the town's like growing. So it's all like this, where like the town's growing. But there, I really like. I also like how it reminds me of like Vox Lux. Like there's that dread. I like how it's like somebody's like, it's this guy who's got like an insane ambition. He's like aiming for the top, and like he doesn't really know it, but he's like about to change the world. I also like where the character's coming from like a motive standpoint. That part where he's talking to his brother, and he's talking about
I have a hate in me.
Yeah, he's like, I hate people.
I see the worst in people.
It's just like
it's in you, because we're blood.
He's like, I'm a competitive man.
I have a competition in me.
And it's just like scary. It's like, it's not a horror movie, but it is scary, and it's scary. It's so scary because like this guy's not like on his way to becoming a tycoon. It's like these are the type of people who
That's how they
created.
think. That's how they.
It's like how they created these nations. Like they're like basically sociopaths who like do whatever it takes to get as far away from people while like maintaining the utmost like comfort and pleasures that we're capable of creating for ourselves. And there's just so many like magic moments. Like this is like one movie where it's like, I think the main difference from like this, and I haven't seen the rest of his movies, but like from this and like his earlier movies, there's like there's earlier movies I can watch them, like I can see like how they made this, or like I can see like the process. Whereas like this one's just like that's fucking magic. Like straight up, it is like magic. It's just like the part where the fire's coming out of the ground. Like that's just like satanic. It's just like there's so much symbolism, and like the way they treat the characters, the way that it's written is very like archetypal. And it's like when you can hit that archetypal like thumb, you know, you can really get to that point. You really like, you're not making just a movie. It's like you're making like another Bible almost, because like you're hitting characters that are like ancient.
It feels that way. Like it like even in its structure, it's like the dawn of Daniel Plainview, that opening sequence. That's my favorite part in the whole movie, just the way it starts. Oh my fucking! The first shot is that mountain, and then the last shot of that scene, it just pans up to the like he's crawling, and that's the same mountain. He's like, oh shit, that's what the mountain meant. That's genius. But then from that to like, yeah, it just goes from chapter. It feels like the Bible, where it's like the history of men, you know?
Yeah, and the oil, dude, fucking. Especially like working at an auto shop and like doing oil changes and shit. It's like, it's not a terrible smell, but it's not like a pleasant smell. And I can't imagine what it'd be like to have like be absolutely like covered in it, and like all the air is just like oil smell. It's just like I can't imagine how like.
I feel like you couldn't even really clean it off you good like back then either. You know?
Like when you get oil on your hands, the only way to get it off is like using Dawn dish soap, because it's a degreaser, and it's like you're living in cowboy times and you're working with oil. Like I'm sure they didn't have fucking degreasers, so everybody's just like lubed up all the time. And it's in their hair and shit. And dude, there's some really good shots with people just like covered, where Daniel Day-Lewis is covered in oil and where Paul Dano's is like covered in mud, and like it just stays on their face for a long time, especially Daniel Day-Lewis, where like he's like looking at the fire.
Oh yeah,
he's just like looks like a monster,
because
like,
he knows. Because like, what does he say? Or it's like, why do you look so sad? You know, we're under a sea of oil and it's all mine. He says something like that.
He straight up it's such a crazy shot on him. It's like,
Fuck, man.
I like it because it's like he's covered in oil and like he's an oil man, and now you see him, he's the oil man.
He's the oil
He's like
man.
the oil monster, dude.
Bro, but the other shot from when it's behind him of the flame, but like either it's a light leak or something, you know, and it has like the red little glow around the vignette. You know, there's little things like that where obviously that probably wasn't planned, but it's like that's magical right there. Like, what the fuck was that? You know.
And then the fire's like still going the next morning because there's so much fucking oil. It's like, dude, that's like straight up like Satan shit. It's so fucking crazy.
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember when I showed Jalen this movie for the first time, and that scene happened, the fire scene. She like told me like, I don't think I've seen a movie like this ever, and I think after watching it, I don't think there's a movie quite like there's not a scene like that in any other movie really that I've seen specifically.
Sorry, we just heard somebody drifting.
It's CJ.
CJ, yeah, I miss that guy.
But I was gonna say, I didn't actually get to rewatch this for the podcast, but I've seen it. I saw it like a few months ago. Like I've seen it enough times, you know. Fuck you, Anthony. But I did put it on when I was storyboarding Donkey. I put on the there's a 20-minute like movie like shit about the like oil, like about how the oil industry was like started, and it's sort of like you guys said, it was kind of terrifying. The documentary is kind of terrifying because of how like fast it was. It was like, and this year we started, and this year we perfected it. It was like 3 years, and it was like everything they could have thought of, they thought of it so quickly, and it's so interesting. This movie and that I guess like real life, I guess, how like when we want something, like it's very quick. It's like they thought of everything. Like they even thought about, oh, how do you clean the oil while it's being transferred through a pipeline? Oh, you send in this fucking drill shit when the oil pushes it and it grabs all the gunk and like all the, like the roots and shit. At the end of the oil line, you pull it out and you just ungrease it and stuff like that, and you send it back the other way. And how like, oh, how do you know it's gonna go through? Oh, they have a man who runs the fucking pipeline to here for it, and every 3 miles another man like it's like relay race, and they just keep hearing for like the little drill thing like in it to make sure it keeps going and keeps going and keeps going, because if it stops it'll burst the pipe and shit. Oh shit. And it's that shit where like, I don't know, did Paul Thomas Anderson make oil interesting, or was it always interesting?
I think it was always interesting.
I think it's just such an important part of like American history and like what our society's based on now. It's like
even just like thematically or conceptually though, you're pulling like this like resource from the earth. You know, it really does feel like we're like a vampire and sucking the blood out of the earth, like this natural resource, right? It's crazy. You know what's interesting about the movie too is like, see. So this is where I'm going to get a little bit more theoretical. This is just my interpretation of the movie. But obviously the movie's about oil. Obviously the movie's about religion or just ideology at large. And how oil as the facilitator of the moneymaker and something that really provides growth because you're able to afford resource and stuff like that. And that's how a lot of people like to live their lives, or how societies are built around the capitalism or whatever you want to call it. On the other hand, you know, there's religion, ideology, you know, these things, these of faith and morals that we also base our life on. What's right and what's wrong, you know what I mean? That's how a lot of people live their life off that religion thing of what's right and do the right thing or not. And some people live it off like, all right, what's you know, in your best interest, you know, in a sort of business way. And the way I think about this movie, though, is that really both of those are just kind of just the same sort of, you know, religion in itself is a business, you know what I mean? And right there, it's like a human resource, though, because it's really dependent on the church or the community to put the money in or whatever and all that shit and to build it. And you know, it's based off the word or
The faith.
or there's a faith, but there's also kind of a faith in the business stuff, too, because like you said, if someone really wants something, they'll figure it out.
They'll figure it out.
It's
They'll do it
like
quick.
it's like magic almost, right? And I think about this movie, though, and the time period it came out then. At that time, we were still in the Middle East. And, you know, you think about everything out there and how the wars are out there, and really what are they doing? They're kind of fighting over oil. At the end of the day, you know, that's why it kind of, in my opinion, that's why it kind of took so long and all that shit. And for whatever reason, ideology, money, or just the fact of violence. You know, I don't think I can really get to my point yet. We just gotta talk more about the movie.
Mhm.
Cause you know what scene we haven't really talked, or we haven't really even talked about the religious part yet and all that.
Mhm.
You know, my favorite cover of the movie is like it's the oil rig, but it's like the cross. You seen
Oh
that?
yeah, the orange one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That one is fucking badass. But Paul Dano's great in this movie.
Yeah.
He's like, it's
Yeah.
like standout. He was like 22, 23, right?
Wow. I'm 22.
But I mean, he was a child actor though. You know, it's
Oh,
almost like he was
yeah.
working his whole life
Yeah.
towards this shit.
Isn't this right after Little Miss Sunshine?
Yep. Yeah. Right after.
Wow.
He only had like 4 days to prepare for Eli's Sunday.
Because he was originally just supposed to play the brother, right?
Yeah. And then he like something happened and they didn't want the other actor, and like Paul Thomas Anderson asked him like, "Hey, can you do this?" And like they were about to start shooting it, and wow, that's crazy.
When the first time I saw it though, I did get confused that like they were like twin brothers.
Yeah, yeah.
The first time I saw it the time I saw it with my grandma, she thought that she kept saying like it's the same person, it's the same person, and I was like, oh, you like it's the same actor? And she's like, no, like that brother is that brother. He killed the other brother.
They
Yeah,
want you to
that's it.
think it's this guy.
Yeah, they literally she's like that's what they want you to think. That's what they always want you to think, Alex. That's it. This is
Now, do you think they, after having seen it a lot, can you like differentiate from how they're different, even though there's like one scene with them?
Yeah, cause like when the other brother, what's his name?
Paul,
No.
Paul and Eli.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, he seems just more earnest. Like he was just giving the information, but you don't spend enough time with him to really be able to tell a big difference. You know.
I can tell the difference. Their hairstyle is a little different.
The movie is actually like incredibly like allegorical. I feel like you can like kind of exaggerate some of it, but like some of it's like also like hard to not exaggerate.
It's just weird that when he talks about the movie, he doesn't talk about any of that shit. He's like, "So why'd you want to make this movie?" And his little words like, "I just wanted to make a movie outside."
like okay, like in the Bible, wasn't Paul like at first his name was like Saul and then Paul, and then like he was like one of the reasons Jesus died, right?
Yeah, because for a long time he was persecuting Jesus, but then he was born again, and he became one of the most important prophets. The life of Pablo is the translation to Paul.
So it's like Paul like kind of like sells out his brother, but then like he's playing his brother, so it's like his brother's kind of like a metaphor for like Jesus or something, or like a prophet of some sorts, and like he like gets everything taken away from him kind of because of it. And then that's like a bit of a draw. I don't know. I'm just like thinking about it right now too. But
I like how they pit religion versus like business. Yeah, basically business corporations. It's brutal how like business wins in the end, because like he gets Paul Dano to like be a bitch. What does he say? He forces him to say some shit.
He's like,
I'm a false prophet, and
God is a superstition.
yeah, God is.
Yeah.
It's like
You know, like religion's based on like faith, belief in oneself, belief in what you're reading. It's just like it feels so twisted. It feels so twisted how like this guy, like this sociopath who's like this tycoon. Can,
It's
like,
almost
twist
vindicated with the
religion.
Paul Dano thing, though. You know.
Mm-hmm. But
yeah, it is, because it's like there's that they have like the whole they have like that back and forth where he first sees him in the church, and that's where like you first see Paul Dano like throw the spirit out, and you see like you see how fucking crazy it is.
I love the way that's shot too, or just like the way the camera pushes in and
then it
pulls
comes out. It's like
it
one
feels
take.
it feels like it's the spirit, you know, or something
Yeah.
that gets like thrown out of the church.
And then Daniel says something to him at the end, like that was quite the show.
Yeah.
And you know he just like
That was a hell of a show.
He's not for it. And then he doesn't let Eli bless the rig. And then
The way he does it though is so funny, because he calls up his sister, you know.
Yeah, that was funny.
He says,
The little girl.
What does he say too? He calls her like a a child of this valley. Because remember, so whatever Eli wanted Daniel to say about him.
Oh,
Was that scene before or after it's implied that he beats the shit out of the daughter's father?
this is before, because then there's a scene later on where they're sitting down and you like hear like,
Or
the
he
father-
grabs.
yeah, the father beats them when they don't pray or something like that.
Mhm.
And then the whole stuff happens. The derrick burns down. The son loses his hearing, and then he beats up Paul Dano.
He baptizes him, really.
Yeah, and then that's the thing too, is like the oil's like, it's like a metaphor for like the blood of Christ.
Yeah.
And that's like,
And there's
Weird to
like
think
clear
about.
references too, like the fact that when he speaks to the city and he says like bread shouldn't be a luxury, you know, bread should be common ground, you know, and bread, the body of Christ, right there, you know. So it's clear. There's clear like, allegories, references, whatever you want to
it's
call
not
it.
there by accident.
Yeah, or allusions to things.
Not if you ask Paul though.
I really love that scene where he goes back to the church and he has to say like, I abandoned my son.
I've abandoned.
I've abandoned my child.
I didn't pick up on it though the first, like I thought that seemed like so cool because in like one way he's saying that just to get the pipeline,
Just to get what he wants.
but in the same way like he's like saying it because he actually did it too.
That's the thing about it though. It's like he's telling the truth, but it's like something he just never confronts himself with, you know.
There's like that part where whenever like they bring up something about his family, he just like does not want to talk about it. He's like talking to his brother, and his brother says some shit like, "Who's the mother?" And he's like, "I don't want to talk about those things."
Yeah.
Like he's like all like against that, and now, and there's like people obviously like know who he is. Like the brother found out about him because he was in a newspaper. So this dude's like
He's a celebrity.
locally, he's like famous basically, and now he has to go in front of basically like this culty church, which is probably like, that's something to talk about too, like probably how the way other people in that time perceived something like that, or even where that comes from. Because have you heard anything about like something like that,
Like the church.
like
Or-
something along the lines of what that would be like?
The
Probably
third-
like, yeah, in the 60s, probably like a Charlie Manson type of thing. But where do you think that comes from?
Well, to me, the way I interpret that is like that's probably how religion and church was back in the day. Because like you maybe you had a Bible, but really you would need someone to communicate things with. And so I bet even within a city or something, each congregation was very different from each other because they were kind of isolated in their ways or in their beliefs and their interpretations of the word. So to me, Eli only feels like one of many,
That makes sense. And if they're like really isolated, they wouldn't, yeah, like you said, they wouldn't know what the other ones are like. So he was obviously like a good manipulator. So just gets him under his wing, kind of.
And that's the whole thing too at the end, right? When he comes back and he's lost all his money and he says the devil's tempted in ways he couldn't even imagine. To me that's implied. I don't know. I got like this like homosexual vibe from him. I don't know if I just
His
reading
voice
into it.
cracks a lot.
In
that
the
gotta
Paul
do with
Thomas
being
in the Paul
gay?
Thomas
This
Anderson
is-
book, it talks about that, how like there's certain implications. Even Daniel almost being like asexual or something, like they go to the brothel, but he's not even interested in the women there. It's like.
I feel
Um,
like he's so past it at that point, though. Because that's also the point where he realizes that he's not his brother.
Yeah, that's true, but but there's nothing else in the movie relating him to any sort of woman or female figure or anything,
Yeah, not at all.
He doesn't even want to talk about his mom.
He just hates people that much.
This is.
That's
Oh.
fair.
I was gonna say, I don't know. I kind of like that because, in a way, like you said, like he's past it. All he needs is like an heir to his throne. So when he has the baby, it's like, what else would he need?
It's like it was literally perfect for him. He's like,
Yeah.
good. Now I don't have to, have sex.
Yeah, I don't have to worry, but I can always just focus my time to this.
That is.
And I want to say there's a deleted scene. There's only 3 deleted scenes, which is really crazy. But I kind of like. I watched the deleted scenes, and it's kind of really good because this movie's really lean. Like this movie is two and a half hours.
150
It
minutes.
moves like this though. It
Yeah.
really does.
It's really lean. Like everything, like every scene is building up to that next scene. Always building up. It's like it's perfect. It's like a perfect moving train, and the thing about it is that those deleted scenes, they would have ruined it. There's a scene in it that was deleted where they lose one of the tools to pump the oil in the oil. The rope breaks it off. So in the deleted scene, they have to go fishing for it, which is basically all day they put a hook at the end of the rope and they try and fish out the piece that they lost. And so they're fishing, and it's implied that it was for 3 weeks they were fishing for that piece, and nothing was coming. And then Eli's dad comes, and he basically says like, "Oh, you're a fool. You have no faith. I really wish you would listen to Eli, and really just follow our church. Like a lot of your men are men of faith, and you should become one of them as well, because as you could see, 3 weeks and nothing, and all of a sudden, like as soon as he says all of this, they go like, we found it, we got it, and they found the piece, and then what the fuck's his name, the main guy, Daniel Day-Lewis, I forgot his real name. Oh no, it's Daniel. It's Daniel. Yeah. So Daniel, he goes like,
you're good.
He goes like, I think Eli is a dumb sack of shit, and so are you. You are a pathetic, weak little man. I don't need you. Now, thank you for letting me profit off of your land. It was a really smart move of you to let me do it, because you wouldn't know how. Now I would really like you to just stay as far away from me as you can, and I will let you know when the rig comes in. And the guy, he just walks away, and that scene's really fucking, it's really cool. But if they put that in, it would have ruined the rest of the momentum. The momentum, yeah. The scene's like 7 minutes.
It's too expositional.
Yeah. Like it works, and I'm sure it's like a reference to the Bible. Like I feel like 3 weeks. I don't know.
21 days, 40 days. I don't know.
It might, honestly, it just sounds kind of like something where like you're like working on the character and you need to say something even if it's not going to be in like the final aspect of the film that like helps you get there, because that's like the theme stated basically. And there's a few moments when he has that like with his brother and like near the end, but
and
they have that on the DVD.
They have that on the Blu-ray. I don't know if it's on the DVD though.
It's not.
Oh, you can borrow it if you want. Then after you watch Piss Off.
That's what makes me want to do.
But actually, the part after they don't actually bless the rig, but the part when he's like, does your daddy not beat you anymore? No, Mr. Plainfield. That's good. You let me know if that changes. I guess that scene beforehand when he's like, say the fuck away from me, or like I'll beat the shit out of you basically. I guess that was the scene that makes that guy scared to like touch the girl or whatever. But yeah, but like it's like that thing. Paul Thomas Anderson has a lot of like deleted scenes where you'd think they'd be really integral to a scene, but they cut it out and it's like way better. It's like way better. Like in Boogie Nights, there's that. I think I said it in the chat, but there's a part where the reason why his car's crashed is that there's a scene when he's on drugs and he's driving to save one of the porn stars from like being like abused, and he crashes the car before he can get to her. But they just cut out that scene, and all of a sudden he just has a broken car. But like you don't really think about it, because you're just like, oh,
you don't need it really.
Yeah, you don't need it really. And that's the beauty of it, is that everything just works, and it works so well, like a well-oiled machine.
Just a lot of cool details too, like after the opening montage and he finally makes it, just the way they show him writing his signature. I always feel like in a movie when you see a character writing their name or something, it kind of says a little bit about them. And at the end of the movie too, he writes it, and all he does is basically sign checks all day, right? But certain things like that are pretty cool. I also like too, after that wedding thing, it kind of just cuts to the interior of his mansion and shit like that, and it's just so. Again, it just makes sense. Like you already understand what's going on. It's like, to me, that scene with him and his son is very sad too. At the end, when he finally says, "You're nothing but a bastard from a basket. You're nothing from a bastard from a basket."
He's walking away too, and it's like he can't hear him, and yet he's still yelling. And at this point, he's just like. He's just doing it for himself. Like
it's sad too that he makes his son speak to him. He's like, speak, or whatever he fucking says.
I want to go to Mexico.
He keeps making ableist films. Punch Drunk Love, There Will Be Blood.
I feel like Punch Drunk Love's kind of inclusive though.
Licorice Pizza.
What's who's got a disability?
The Age of Consent.
Ooh. After watching The Master, by the way, which we'll get into, Jalen was like, "What the fuck he's got to do with like underage children? Like, why, Paul? Like, I like you, Paul, but like, stop."
Cucks.
Cucks?
Cucks.
Fucks? Elijah?
I had a theory that Paul Thomas Anderson likes cucks.
Or he has sympathy for cucks.
Sympathy for cucks, yeah.
Do you think it's because he is a cuck?
Maybe
he knew
who
a
knows?
cuck?
I don't know.
He knew a cuck.
I haven't seen any interviews with him yet, surprisingly.
He on
Really?
an Apple
Is he kind of cuckish?
No,
He eats pizza during interviews.
he's super chill.
He's like a dude.
Yeah, he just like talks like that.
He goes to fucking baseball games with Ron Howard.
Wow, what the fuck?
There's like a picture of them like at a Yankees game, and it's just him and Ron Howard. They're like,
What the fuck? That's crazy. I want to read the chat real quick. Brandon said,
also these are my picks.
"Bruh, I was gonna watch a Crow, then it got cycled out of HBO Max. Sorry, bro." Then he said, "Anthony, a Thomas Jefferson type beat enthusiast, eh?" I don't even know what the fuck. Are you a Thomas Jefferson type beat enthusiast?
Low key. I don't even know that much about TJ.
Me neither. I'm just like, what the fuck? The Jalen said the oil rig fire scene is genuinely like painting. It is so beautiful, and the music during that part delectable.
It's like so kinetic. Like it's like just like the clicks.
Yeah.
The music reminds me a lot, like specifically There Will Be Blood. It reminds me a lot of the Radiohead album, the moon shaped pool. Like a lot of like the like.
Shout out to Johnny Greenwood too, a collaboration that's like, really does rival to in my opinion once they started working together that of like a John Williams Steven Spielberg sort of collaboration. Like when they come together, magic happens.
Christopher Nolan, Hans Zimmer.
It's such an epic movie in that regard too, because it's like this great like Daniel Day-Lewis movie, which is like, I feel like it's fair to say he's like one of the best actors. Like everyone like talks about him that way. He like Paul Thomas Anderson's probably like one of the best screenwriters of like the 21st century. Jack Fisk is the production designer. He's like an ungodly production designer. Johnny Greenwood, it's like it's like studded all the way around.
The dude that was at the UNLV shit, for the costume designer.
Mark Bridges.
Mark Bridges.
He did so well. Like he kept talking about the UNLV shit was trash. Like an awful fucking interview. Like one of the worst interviews I've ever seen. But they did ask him like, oh, like what's it like?
I wouldn't say that.
It was just dumb questions. Like
dumb questions.
Like why are you?
What would you expect?
But on that, where is that?
Where is what?
Punch Drunk
In
Love.
the hat. In Punch Drunk Love, there's the press conference interview at Cannes, and the questions they ask are dog shit.
I think E.T.'s pretty sexy.
Yeah, but like, you watched it, right?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Don't they ask him like stupid
They ask
fucking
him-
questions?
Yeah, but like I think the difference is like they're trying to go lighthearted. But like UNLV, it's like it was literally like a collaboration between the film class and the costume design class.
Yeah,
Why
but
didn't you ask about costumes?
that's their
What did
fault.
they ask him?
They asked him like, oh, how was Robert De Niro? What is Paul Thomas Anderson like?
Yeah, they
It's
like
like-
ask like questions. What are things like?
It's like all like, what's it like to be famous, basically?
Like I had so many questions. I had questions like for some reason he's the production designer for Magnolia, but like not in any other movie. He's only in one movie production. So I was like, I wanted to ask like
that would
why.
be such a good question.
I was like, why production
No.
designer in that film? Like, what made you want to be a production designer? Like, is there? a
Why
reason
didn't you
didn't
ask
do
that then, bro?
I'm not.
It
part
was
of the class.
fucked.
They
It
wouldn't-
was kind of fucked.
What
You had
happened?
you had to text your questions to Francisco.
And he chose
Okay.
whether to say your question or not. And I'm not in the class or anything, but like someone gave me the code to watch.
He asked
Well.
one of my questions.
What was your question?
My question was something like, how do you? I think I asked him a question about like period pieces, and he's like, "That's a good question."
Yeah. The only one he said that was a good question to,
My question.
bro.
I
but,
felt good about that. There were like questions that just like didn't. They're like press conference questions. It was kind of lame, and it's like if you have the opportunity to talk to this dude, and maybe some people like haven't seen like Paul Thomas Anderson movies or something like that, but like still, like, you should understand that this dude has like a considerable amount of like respect in the industry and is probably like one of like the greatest people in the like one of the best people at their professions in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And you ask him, like, someone was like talking about Phantom Thread and how it was like an incredibly inspiring movie to like people our age, and like, how do you feel about that?
No,
and it's like, what the fuck?
They
Like,
didn't even say Phantom Thread. Or no, one
of them was Phantom Thread.
But the other one was Joker.
Did he work on Joker?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
did Joker.
he's the costume designer. on Joker. He's the costume designer on Jason Bourne.
Playbook, Silver Linings Playbook. That's when they asked about
That's
Robert
probably
De
why
Niro.
Francisco was so excited about it. He
Ah.
fucking loves that movie, it seems.
Someone asked him, the costume design teacher basically asked him, what are your favorite projects? And I forget what one of them was, but one of them he said Boogie Nights. He said he thought he did a really good job for Boogie Nights. The costume design in like all these movies though is like pretty like, I feel like we don't talk about that, but it's just because it's so like
Integral to like what's
you know when
going
you
on.
see a PTA movie, it's gonna be like incredibly immersive, and you just like take for granted. I feel like I watch it, and I probably do take for granted like how much work it goes into probably like just designing what they're wearing right here, you know, and like you just see that, and it's like it
makes
looks
sense.
good, it makes sense, but you don't think about like what goes into
Like, look at that hat. Look at that hat he's wearing in the front.
exactly. You don't think about what goes into that. One thing Mark Bridges did say was like, there's like costume design places in LA, like where there's just like wardrobes of like stuff from like all sorts of different time periods. And it's like, there's like a bunch of stuff that they look at and that goes into like the planning and the development of that just like, you see a movie and it's just overlooked. He did the costumes for The Artist.
Yeah, The Artist.
And that movie, like,
Cool.
I'm not like a huge fan of the movie, but it's a movie that takes place in like the 20s and 30s. So
Yeah.
like, that's a very specific like look.
And the thing about it, though, just really quick about the question, they asked him, because the film was in black and white, how'd that affect your costume choice? They're wearing black and white tuxedos. What do you mean?
They asked him that for
black
The
and-
Artist?
Yes, they did. They asked
Oh
him,
my
The
God.
Artist, what was the challenge with black and white? He was like, there was, every film has its challenges.
It
you
was
know?
a bit of a rough with the questions.
Yeah.
And then there was one dude who stood
Yeah,
up.
the
in
dude.
And that was just like, he stood up behind me and he's like, yo, I want to ask a question. And Francisco's like, you got to text us. And he's like, nah.
This ain't it. This ain't it.
And he's like, I think I'll just ask my question to him directly. And the dude, like, they're like, nah, we don't think you should do that. And he's like, I don't think this is like the industry for me, man. But like, if y'all want to do it, like, that's cool. But like, I just don't think this is like the thing for me. And Mark Bridges is just like sitting there, like blank faced. And I think Adam Paul like escorted him outside. The dude was sitting right behind me.
He wasn't even in class though, right? He just
No.
It was some random fucker. He's just like, I don't know, he's like a short black kid, kind of like ghetto-ish, but like, it was like, what are you doing? I don't know how the fuck he found out about it. And then apparently someone was recording him. I didn't see that, but like, I was like, Mark Bridges is never gonna
come back.
or wish well things upon UNLV.
And I was gonna say, speaking about the costume design, it's kind of like editing, where it's like, if you can't tell the editing, that's good editing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it flows with the direction of the director of the film. The same thing with the costumes, like it just flows with it. Like you don't even gotta think about it. You don't even gotta, if it stood out, you would be distracted, and that's the point, is that you're not supposed to distract it at all.
And this movie just flows. I just seen it so many times where you because it's hard. It really is. For at 2.5 hours, over 2.5 hours, it's hard to pick up on things. If you're not paying attention to it.
Yeah, I almost describe it as like a jog, where it's like you think it's gonna be hard, but then like you do the jog and you're watching and you're like, man, what the fuck? That was great. I got to the end.
Oh
What were you
man.
gonna say?
I was just gonna say, like, I think talking about costumes is interesting because, like, we never really focus on costumes too much. Like, we never really talk about costumes too much. I think 19 was the most costume-oriented thing. Smotters, I did focus on costumes a little bit more, but like, I didn't try to design it. It's like I just had like a general idea of what it looked like. Went to the store, tried to get everything. The costumes are pretty interesting. I think. I don't know. Like it is kind of like editing, but like I think. I don't know. It'd be interesting to do costumes in a way that stand out, but not like in a way that's gay.
Well, I mean, what about Rotten Pavement? I guess it would have to be.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to.
If you were the kid, you could wear the maroon shirt.
And if you were the guy in the car, I could jerk you off.
Whoa, that'd be a good idea.
But anyway,
they got slow dive records at Moondog.
I found Allison for the Slovakia space station, whatever.
Really, you did?
$40.
Wow.
That's cute.
Did you go to the house electronics section?
No, it was Jalen went to a record store in Utah, and it was there for $40, and I was like, nah, I can't. But
Text me next time and I'll buy it for you.
Okay, babe.
And then I'll get a record player in the car and I'll buy like their other CDs, even like the shitty ones, even the live versions, and we can listen to it together.
Nobody's so disappointed that it got like really homoerotic for a second.
He's like, you guys can't help yourselves, can you?
I was like, dude, it's like every single time you guys are in the same room, just like floppy dicks just come out, and you guys are just.
Bro, literally, I was walking out saying bye to my mom, and fucking Elijah texted me. He texted me, where the fuck is it? He texted me, pinche hoto.
Pincha hoto.
You know what that means?
Hoto means asshole.
No.
What does it mean?
It means basically like fucking fag. And and my mom looks at it and she's like, oh, hoto. And I was like, oh, mom, he's he's gay. And she was like, oh, okay.
Oh boy.
Oh god.
Oh, there's a lot more stuff.
You didn't tell me that part when you got in the car. You just said like, she was like, oh.
I was saying it for the podcast.
She said,
Get.
Booty and the blowfish. Oh.
There's a lot of stuff they're saying in chat. Jen said, I'm not happy that Riddler Dick Riders are watching it for Paul Dano fan edits. Brandon said, speaking to a country old man, I saw Fargo a few days ago. Nice. He also said, 3 cheers for the Coen brothers. Fargo is a bit extraordinary. He also said in all caps, I smell oil, with like a fucking, I forget what those are called. They're not emojis. Tell me what they're called, Brandon. 3 weeks is a reference to Bible shit of literally a guy named Daniel fasting for 3 weeks and praying.
Is it Daniel in the Lion's Den? That dude? That Daniel?
Daniel versus the Goliath.
Oh, is it really?
That's David.
Oh.
Yeah, David.
That's David.
Same shit.
We need to catch up on our Bible tongue.
Yeah, we should do the
Bible
Bible episode.
tongue.
Brandon said Daniel motherfuckers be wildin'.
Daniel.
That'd be a fun episode. Just a bunch of
Daniel motherfuckers.
Bible movies. Like God's Not Dead 1, 2, and 3.
My mom likes.
My grandma.
My
loves
mom
God's
does
Not
too.
Dead.
I saw the first one in theaters, and I think the second one.
I saw all 3 in theaters.
That was rough.
Bible. We should do Bible Man one day.
AMC Town
Mhm.
Square.
We watched
AMC
a lot of
Town.
VeggieTales.
Yeah, I saw this one movie in high school. It's called I can only imagine.
Oh, I've seen that one too. Have you seen The Shack?
Mm-mm.
I've heard
Oh.
of the Shack.
Sorry.
Have you seen To Save a Life?
Yes.
You've seen it?
Yeah. Have you seen Do You Believe? There's
Yeah.
a lot of Christian movies based off of songs that are also Christian songs.
Yeah, because it's an industry. People don't like to say, but it's a whole industry. You know what I mean?
He has like Duck Dynasty.
No.
Do you know? Did you ever listen to like 90.5?
Yep.
Yup, SOS Station.
Yeah, SOS Radio.
I saw a South Park episode about that recently.
Yeah, I love that episode. Where
That's the episode where the joke you tell Dogum about the bass.
Token, play the bass. I don't know how to play bass. You're black. Play the bass. Boom, boom, boom. Fuck you.
Yeah. It's the they call the bandsman like Faith Plus One or something like that. It's like a Christian
Yeah.
rock.
but
band.
like it's them with like little goatees, right? And they're like,
Yeah.
they're like this.
Fucking Eric Cartman's like, you guys need to like just act like you don't care. Go like stand in like dumbass places. And then he goes like right in the middle and he's like this. It's so funny. And then he's doing it just so he can win.
Like
he
this.
can- yeah, a little bit. Like he's doing it just so he can make his album go gold or platinum or some shit like that. And but apparently Christian rock bands, they don't have that. They like their album goes purple or some shit.
Really?
So he gets pissed off and he's like in front of a whole stage. He's
You know,
like,
since
"Fuck this
since
shit."
2019, Kanye West has been, the most successful gospel artist of all time.
I fucking
'Cause-
bet, yeah.
Because all his records, they're not counted as rap songs now. It's all gospel music.
Ugh.
So he wins like best gospel artist all the time.
Even
It's like a cheat
Donda?
code. Yeah,
Even
no,
Donda?
Donda, like it was in the Grammys as a gospel album.
You won't ever be the same when you call on Jesus' name.
Can Donda 2 be nominated for a Grammy? Or did it already get nominated? Or can it
I mean, it's
because
not.
of the STEM player?
No, I don't think it's actually like it's not released or anything, you know.
Oh.
But I feel like you could talk more about There Will Be Blood at the same time. It is what it is. It's amazing.
And this is when I told Jalen this, where it was like, Paul Thomas Anderson is almost like a director where it's almost it's kind of weird to make like a Screen Tongue episode about it, because I feel like we all just can like consensually agree like they're just really good. Like they're all like in at least an 8 out of 10. Or not all of them. We'll get to Inherent Vice soon. But they're all mostly 8 out of 10. You know what I mean? 8 out of 10s. And it's like, I feel like every conversation it's just been us like sucking Paul Thomas Anderson's dick.
It's hard to not to.
And because when it's so big, you know.
It's just so big.
It's like the length. If you put all the DVDs like together in a row, that'd be 9 DVDs, and it'd be like that thick.
He has 5 kids. Damn. They're all Hispanic. Oh, really? Yeah, Maya Rudolph's Mexican.
Isn't she black?
And Mexican. Get that shit right. Get that shit right.
They're like going back to that one part where he like betrays his son. How tall is he?
He's like 6 feet. I think.
He's like the most average looking dude.
He's so like
You know what this guy looks like?
so relaxed. Just the way he talks. He's got a little beard.
He's got some gray now, that's for sure.
Says fuck a lot. The Boogie Nights commentary just sounds like some dude talking about Boogie Nights.
Because at the time he was doing so much coke and shit, he barely fucking remembers those movies.
Oh, have you seen the Boogie Nights DVD where he's like, it's all like drawn?
Yeah.
And on
I
the
got
back,
it.
you have that one?
Yeah.
And there's like there's like a drawn out picture of PTA.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
really?
He's like, hey guys.
Whatever.
There's like the part though where saying like I've abandoned my son and all that.
Abandon my child.
And
Or it's
I'm sorry. I just noticed it when I was like rewatching some of it though, and he just like kind of says it like very like in a whisper, but he's like, "There's a pipeline," and I never noticed that part, but it's like that's when it's crazy too, because it looks like he just had like this really like emotional moment, but he's like really he's just thinking about it to himself.
At the end of the day, it was a transaction. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like
Even though that's what it cost. That's what it cost to get what he wanted, and he got it. Like he literally. I don't know. That's crazy. That's cutthroat. That's a billionaire mindset.
TikToks about There Will Be Blood.
It's interesting. Or I don't know. It is interesting, like there's like no real reference to any like female or anything in the movie, but even his relationships with family, like the son, like because like it is the sad part about it is like after he says that shit to the son, it does cut to them like having like a nice moment, as a kid, like in his own way, he probably did love his son, right, and then what? Oh, I was just gonna bring up I was just gonna bring up the brother too, but like how like. Maybe even if he doesn't know it, sorry, I'm like tugging on your fucking cord and shit.
You're good.
But like he definitely does seek some type of companionship, whether it's from like a partner or like something.
I'm so sorry.
It was the word tugging for me. That's it.
I mean, I was just like pulling on that shit, twisting my finger and everything. But the brother thing is, I guess I'll say fun fact about the brother thing. Kanye said that There Will Be Blood is one of his favorite movies, and it's because he said that brother thing happens to him all the time.
Oh shit.
That's funny.
What were you gonna say though, Elijah?
even when though like he's like talking to his son and he's walking away all at the end, it cuts to that part and it's playing like some pretty sad music. Do you know what music that is? Is that like a famous piece at the end where like it cuts to some scene where they're still at the derrick and he's like a little kid?
No, I think that's just like Johnny Greenwood.
Okay. Really good song, whatever it is right there. But like that part's pretty emotional too, because like you said, there is some type of feeling he has towards this person. Like even if he was just using him to like help do the oil shit, he's around him all the time. He had to take care of him when he was a baby.
He got to know him.
Yeah.
Like, he like, you know, those are things like as humans like you do, and you inevitably form relationships that way, right?
It felt like such a good relationship too at the start. I like the relationship at the start too. Like it really feels like our father and son. Like really like you do really feel like it's a family thing at the start, and then like obviously when he loses his hearing, it's just like, oh no, he's like, he doesn't really care. He just like kind of had him because he was an extra pair of hands around, or like a cute face to show to people.
I love how after the prologue, that first scene of him, I'm an oil man, you know, he's convincing the city, how it's shot, because it kind of just starts on him, pulls out, pans over to the kid, pulls out a little more, pans back to him, but at this point now, it's almost like,
yeah, the focus on him is interesting in that part.
when it pulls out and pans to the kid, it like, it's almost like, you know, maybe that's the hook right there, but by the end of the conversation, it pans back to Daniel and you pull out even more. It's just like, no, you know, he's the star of the show here, even if he doesn't, you know, necessarily say it. A lot of cool blocking stuff in this movie. When they do the thing of the grand opening of the oil rig, like it goes from like literally within 5 seconds and like an insert sort of close-up shot to like a medium to like the wide, because like it starts on like the fucking rail and he puts his hand there and the camera pulls out and fucking tilts up and you see Daniel and he walks down the stairs and it pulls out a little more until you see like the whole city's there congregating in front of the well. Just intricate staging shit. And it's shit like that too, where it's like, I just think about like the process of making it. Like obviously that stuff has to be kind of planned, but the same thing, I feel like, especially with someone like, you know, Daniel Day-Lewis or something, it feels so free form, you know? Like in that last scene or two when he's about to kill Baldano, the way the camera moves feels so Kubrickian, but the way that the actors operate in that scene feels so, you know, vivid, right? Like it's like improv almost or something, and it's magic. You know, he kicks the bucket, it hits the lens, it hits the camera, you know? It's like, you can't plan that shit. And that's the thing too, where it's like, I watch a movie like this, and there's plenty of movies in the same vein almost, I would say, where it's like, you watch this and it's almost like the film gods, like he was genuinely channeling something outside of himself, you know, into this movie. Because it's like, humans made this, you know? Like, people made this movie, and it's so impressive.
And I think it just feels very appropriate for the subject matter. I mean, it's like kind of dealing with the birth of like what we see today, and like, I mean, we're still like at the hands of like people like that. I mean, like, not that those people are still around, but I mean,
we
like,
live in its echo.
Yeah, we live in its echo pretty. It's not as obvious as people think, because like everybody who's like working manning the stations now are all people who were born in like the past like 50 years or so. But I mean, like, I don't like. I remember one time I saw a picture of Donald Trump's dad. Have you seen a picture of his dad? He just looks so fucking creepy, and it's just like, I'm just like, fucking. They're not boomers like that generation, like before boomers.
The greatest generation.
But even like the generation before that,
the
like
lost generation.
The generation before that, like those dudes, like start like the guys who start up the movie business,
That's
guys who are
old.
starting up businesses.
Oh yeah, he
looks fucking weird, right?
Probably be what like Daniel claimed he would look like.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking too. I was like, this looks like Donald Trump's dad, kind of. But I don't know. It's like there's a lot in our country that's built on like those foundations, and that's kind of what I felt like watching the movie. It's like, this is what our country's built on. You know, it's just not. I mean, I don't know how sociopathic those people were, but you know, there's a lot to corporations and a lot to money, the way that it's viewed by those corporations. And I don't know, there's just a lot to think about. I mean, the way that corporations are now is just, it's like appalling to see the kind of stuff that they do to make a a few extra dollars off of people, or I don't know. It's not that it's like a current movie, but it's just it makes me think not so much about.
It's timeless.
It's timeless, yeah. It for sure. It has me thinking more about the roots than it does like the effect. And so I enjoy thinking about it in that way.
It really is like I won't say but a great American movie.
Yeah.
What do you do when the headphones are? It's only coming out one side.
Oh, I kind of fuck with like the wire where it's like plugging in to the.
Okay.
The thing.
I was gonna say I don't know, like you said, you don't know, you believe this is like, I guess, like this is what our, like, I guess the place we live in is founded on.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to say about that There Will Be Blood is like, oh sorry, There Will Be Blood, I don't know, like I wouldn't doubt it if they were that psychotic or something like that, because if you think about it, I don't know, what do you hear about it? Like, you hear Spaniards coming raping the Aztecs and shit, Pilgrims coming fucking killing all the natives and shit. Like, all of that was free for the taking. It just took like whoever was the most like dedicated to take it.
Yeah.
And that's all it took. And I wouldn't doubt that they were that psychotic about it, like where they would, like, obviously they kill for it. They did kill for it. And I guess my final thoughts about the movie, I really like the way religion and business clash a lot. And at the end, I don't know, like you guys said, it echoes what we live in the echo. And business and faith were brought up together. Like, America's founded on like faith, on religions, and on business opportunity.
But using religion as the justification for your business, actions and deeds and whatnot. The whole idea of what's it called? What's the thing where it's basically just like it's like a Christian version of just like a. If it's meant to be yours, it's gonna be yours.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's just basically like attracting things you want, but in like the wrong way, where like they just use that to justify whatever the fuck they want to do. That's what it is to me too, where it's not even just the idea of putting them necessarily against each other, but showing how like they're two sides of the same coin, and how really they have to work together to get anything done. People would kill for things, not just because it was a business thing, they wanted it so badly, but they had a higher reason for doing it. You know what I mean? Think about like the Spanish, the Inquisition and all that shit.
What is it called? Like divine something?
Intervention?
No.
It's like, I know what you're talking about.
You remember, Elijah, in our 8-push class?
Yeah, it's a history thing.
Popular sovereignty?
No, it's like something to do with just like what you think you deserve. But
Yeah, it's like I know, like a lot of kingdoms would do that. Like a lot of royalty, they'd be like, "Oh, I'm like chosen by."
where that was the whole idea of like a lineage and a dynasty thing of like it's in your blood, and he even brings it up here, like you that's in you too.
I'm gonna read the chat real quick. Okay.
Divine rights of a king.
Birthright? No, it's like there's a specific word for it. Jalen said, oh wait, no. Anthony Lamau, Anthony was talking about classical music, aka TJ type beat in my head. Jalen said Jack Fisk, he married to Sissy Spacek. People asked dumbass fucking questions. People asked costume design of Joker, like, man, what? Then she said he was like, lol, clowns in primary colors, hee hee hoo hoo. Then Blunt said emote. What is that? It's not called an emote. Oh, emote. Yeah, it's called emote. Never mind. Jalen said, my mom forced me to watch Passion of Christ every Easter till I was like 10. Fucking awful and so gory, of just Jesus getting practically skinned alive. Then Brandon said, my mom got a Christian streaming platform called Pure Flix.
Bro, my grandma had it.
Pure Flix.
That sounds whack. Pure Flix. Jesus. Jalen said, my mom going through a phase right now where she watching this, what the fuck, Rondon Prophet, and says, I need to read her book for salvation. Y'all gravitating towards PTA's PP, floating up like cartoon smelling pies. Then Brandon said, "Yeah, girth and length of those DVDs." Mm-hmm. Then he said, "Birthright."
Absolution.
Girthright? No, he said birthright.
Absolutionism.
Nah. It's like a phrase. It's like I think it's like 2 words. 2 words.
Divine rights.
Fuck you, pay me.
This is. I don't know, but I guess when I said that they get pitted against each other, I guess I'm talking about the ending, when at the end of the day business conquers
Wins.
faith.
I'm finished. That's a great way to end the movie too.
This is
There will be blood. There was.
that part, again, like the ending is very, very Kubrick. Like
Yeah.
even the way the lights are with the bowling alley, I was like, damn.
But it's shot anamorphic, you know.
Yeah, like, but
How do you? I love that one shot right before the oil explodes, where it's like, it just pushes in like extremely close on like the thing that goes down into the derrick.
rope.
Probably used like a crane for that.
Yeah, probably.
But it's like it doesn't seem like you're gonna get that close. It's just so. It's a great shot.
Man, I guess if I gotta give this movie a rating, I'm gonna just keep it classic right here. Or I'll say on my new scale, you know, this is an achievement. It's a genuine achievement. And then I'll just go, on a regular number, I'm just gonna give this a 10 out of 10. It's a perfect movie like I said when I started this conversation. To me, it's a perfect movie, and it's not a perfect movie because it's like the most palatable movie. Like everyone's gonna like this movie, but it's like what the fuck are you gonna change about this movie? Huh? What do you actually think you can do to make this movie better? Shut the fuck up.
Shoot it on digital.
yeah, that would have been
It's
so
just-
much easier.
It's just
Saves so
better.
much time.
It's like candles. Like, yeah, it's like cool for the aesthetic, but like it's not practical, guys.
I don't think this is exactly what we were talking about, but this is kind of what I had in my head. Manifest Destiny.
No, yeah, Manifest
Manifest
Destiny.
Destiny,
That's
yeah,
the
yeah.
word.
Fuck you, pay me.
But in a sense, I don't know how you guys feel about the whole Manifest Destiny thing, but I kind of like, to be honest, I do kind of believe in the idea of like maybe like kind of like manifesting something. Like that's what I like to say, like what I like to do and stuff. Like I feel like even if it's not exactly what I end up doing, I said it, and whatever I end up doing, I feel like that was still in like the same direction or in the same feeling, if it's not the exact thing it was. Because like try to live your life with intention, right? And it's like, I can't wait for the answers to be there. I'm gonna have these answers until I find better ones, and I always feel like I'm just on the bet. I'm just getting better. You know what I mean? And that's how you should. I think that's how everyone should feel, and that's what I feel like from manifesting something. You gotta think and feel that way, but you can't like use it to like be mean.
And in a way, that's kind of like the idea behind the master.
Oh, we'll get into it. We'll get into it.
Literally, she says like, think about what you want. You know what you want? It's out there. You can get it whenever you want. But you gotta stop drinking.
You can do whatever you want as long as I and no one I know finds out.
I'm
Now
gonna
come for me.
Boy hooch.
Come
boy
for me.
hooch.
All right. I'm gonna give it a 9 out of 10.
I'm gonna give it a 9.4 out of 10.
What could you do better?
What could you do better?
What could you do better?
I think there could have been more of a payoff towards like the dread.
There was blood. What do you
There was
mean?
blood. There was blood.
There
There
was
was blood. There was blood. There was
There
blood.
was
There was
blood.
blood. There was blood. He crippled religion. He killed religion. He said milkshake.
I drink your milkshake.
No, that is true. Like that. What I'll say about like post Punch Drunk Love is that his movies, like, I feel like it's almost like a deconstruction of structure. It's almost
Yeah.
like he does the
Mhm.
antithesis of that,
Mhm.
and he's working off of, in my opinion, more like a feeling or an emotion, and then just using
Mhm.
like film techniques and craft to bridge those things together.
Yeah.
And the story feels very stitched, but not like awkwardly.
No,
It's,
yeah,
it's a miracle in how it's
it
put
works.
together.
It works very well, and like I'm not saying that to like say it's like a worse movie or anything, but it's just like
That's what you would do.
yeah. I mean, it's just like it's just like my own personal taste. It's
Mhm,
just
yeah.
like there's like I can't say like anybody could do it any better, just differently.
Exactly.
Mhm.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
What would you give it, Elwood? Or were you gonna say,
Uh,
Elijah?
Oh, just like there weren't any drone shots.
And that's why I give it a 37 out of 40 bubbles. It's a great film. It's really good. I think The only part, it's the only part that takes me out of the movie. It's the CGI wood when the oil pops up and the wood breaks off. It's like, fuck, bro, you had it. I really like every time that happens, it takes me out of the movie, but it gets me back in, obviously, immediately after. It's just, I'm like, oh, what the fuck? I'm like, oh, okay, no, never mind, I'm good.
So
The wood flies out.
That's
It's the wood, like the yeah, that's why I like Punch Drunk Love better.
It worked. The wood was moving so fast. You're like, whoa! It's like almost like it hit you in the face, bro.
3D.
But no, it's a solid. Out of personal enjoyment, 37 out of 40. I think it's just because I've seen it too many times.
Mm-hmm.
I still enjoy it the same amount, but I feel like I like his other films more on a personal level. But out of all of it, it's probably his best movie on on a not personal level. So personal rating, 37 bubbles out of 40. Pretty much everyone consensus rating 40 bubbles out of 40. It's pretty damn good. So we ready?
Yeah, let's go on to the master. Right. I'm gonna get some water real quick.
Yeah, I really need water. I keep I wait for the fan to come towards our side. Like every fucking minute.
Yeah, for real.
We should probably leave that door open.
Yeah.
Let AC in.
I guess it's an actual intermission.
Yeah,
you
for
know?
real. Go do it. What time are we at? 1:16. Oh, we're at like 3:14. Yeah. Yeah, whoever's still watching, you're a fucking trooper. Thank you for watching. Really appreciate it.
The oil's CGI. It looks like it.
Yo, man. Oh, yeah, man. For sure, dude. What's up, Brandon? What are you doing on a Sunday night? I have to go to fucking work tomorrow, bro. At a gas station. Vibing in bed. I feel that. I'm vibing in the chair. Oh, man. Whew. Hey, Brandon, what's your favorite movie? Do you got a favorite movie? Are you listening to me right now, buddy? Brandon, please answer, bro. Please. What's your favorite movie? Fuck. Bro, just say what your favorite movie is, please, bro. Bro, I won't judge you. Please. Just tell me what your favorite movie is. You'll be my best friend. For real, though. Brandon, this is gonna be hard, bro. Come on, man. Just don't think about it. Just type it in. What is it, Mall Cop? Paul Blart? You like Segway scooters? The Elephant Man. Yo, The Elephant Man. I watched that like a few months ago. That's a fun movie. The movie's the fucking the vibe of that movie is so good. Fucking the way that final like fucking like last stand he has where he's getting chased through the fucking subway system and shit, and they corner him in the bathroom. He's like, I am not an animal. That part's good. And dude, the part where he watches the movie theater. Exactly. Yeah, right. And then the part where he watches, not the movie theater, sorry. The play that he watches for the first time, that part is just like, dude, that almost made me cry. Like, and that's only the first time I watched it. I've only watched it one time. And the first time he's watching the play, cause it's like the first time I ever watched any form of entertainment. And it's just like so beautiful. It's like watching somebody play like video games for the first time. And having it mean the whole world to them. It's just like, damn, that's fucking, it's just beautiful to watch that. I don't know. It's good to see people enjoying themselves. Same, holy, yeah, bro. It's an emotional movie. It's really effective. there's certain portions of it that aren't perfect for sure, but like I still really enjoyed that movie a lot. The black and white on it was pretty interesting as well. But the makeup in that was also really good. Brandon said his favorite movie is The Elephant Man.
The elephant?
Yeah, I was talking to him about that.
First I thought you said the Alpha Man. I'm like,
I'm gonna get some water now.
Oh, can I man the sunglasses?
Yeah, we have to do it over there though.
Why don't you just get these sunglasses?
Because the camera's gonna see me without the sunglasses.
No, I meant like Elijah.
No, it's okay. They won't see you in there.
I just wanna be liberated. I just wanna be liberated. If I ever instigated, I'm sorry.
Oh, put your pics in the middle.
What?
Put your pics in the middle.
I'm not done.
I said when you're done.
When did you say that?
Favorite
Right
movie
now.
of all time.
Who said favorite movie of all
For
time?
show.
For show?
For show.
For show.
I don't know who that is.
For show. 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 Show for show for show for show for show
For show.
for show for show for show for show for show for show for show
For show. For show.
for show 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 for show. Did you guys just put the name of the album or the artist too?
I put the album and then the artist.
Oh.
I don't know what Elijah did.
Jalen, Elijah, I apologize for the shoegaze bullying. Allison by Slow Guy, good to drive home to at night. I do want to crash the car though. It's alright, Elwood already did that for me. He put the gum in my cup holder. Did I tell you I got a ticket, Anthony?
What happened, bro?
I think I ran a stop sign.
You think?
He didn't
It
tell
wa-
you?
You didn't even admit it when he came out. He's like, I think I did.
Kinda. Oh, I'll tell you about it.
You should have said I didn't even know what was going on. Come on.
I didn't.
Come on, everybody. Bee 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 bee. Bee 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 bee. Bro, you guys remember that song? When I was in the 3rd grade, I thought I was gay. I just kept.
Is that Malcolm Moore?
Yeah, Macklemore.
Malcolm Moore.
Fucking fuck.
Even if I
try.
Bro, as soon as Norby's gone, it just gets gay.
Yeah, he comes in, we're singing this fucking song.
What's another gay song?
What's another gay song?
You are the dancing queen.
17.
Young man.
You don't need to get down, I said.
Young man.
Elijah, are you afraid that the girls that like you hang out with and stuff will actually start to think that you're gay?
I constantly fear for it.
What girls do you hang out with, Elijah?
Why?
Probably more than I should. Or less than
Dang.
yeah, more than I should. I'll go with that.
Dang. Dang.
Cool guy Elijah, you should play cool math games.
Yo,
Yo. For sure.
Come check these out.
And I can't change,
H-Town.
even if I try.
Even if you.
Jalen, I'm gay.
And
Sorry.
he can't change. Even if he tried.
Even if I try.
Even if he. Oh fuck! Let's see this. This is nice. The other one we have, has like design on the design on it, but I like this one. Plain Jane. Plain Jane. This is perfect. This is
Hey,
perfect.
just like the master.
That's very
Also,
true.
I found at FTC on the floor. I just saw this. I was like, "Oh, Liquid Death." It's like a card. I picked it up.
FTC.
And I was like, "Holy shit! This is a card for the field sales manager of Liquid Death." Or I don't know quite what the field sales manager does, but now I have his phone number. So kept that. Okay, master.
The master.
And then Jalen said, oh wait, before that, they said a lot already. Oh my god. Favorite movie off the top of my head, Cool Guy Elijah. Then Jalen said, Elijah, I apologize for the shoegaze bullying. Allison by Slow Dive, good to drive home to at night. I do want to crash the car though. And Brandon said tickets. Jalen said should have gaslit the officer. What were you guys talking about?
Oh, a lot.
We started singing, bro.
What the fuck? All right, the master.
Oh, so are we all gonna go watch Bros together? Oh,
What?
I guess you don't know about Bros yet.
I don't think any of us do.
Nah, we all the three of us know.
They showed me the trailer for this movie. That apparently the trailer played during the Elvis movie, and it's like.
You don't sound excited.
No, I'm excited. It's like the gay people finally have like a movie they can really latch on to and like identify with, like how the incels have Ryan Gosling. You seen those memes for
Wait,
Ryan Gosling?
Yeah, where it's like Drive.
Yeah, it's like it's like Drive, but now the Barbie movie's out, and there's like it says like I feel so conflicted. It's like every single time I watch a Ryan Gosling movie, I change my personality to match the character. But now this new one, I just don't think I'm ready to change my personality again.
The Barbie one.
Yeah, for to fit like the Ken doll. That one's funny as fuck. Damn, okay, the master. Alright, who wants to start off? Elijah? Elwood? Or Elijah?
Elwood?
Can I just say
Elijah?
that
Anthony.
There Will Be Blood is my objective like favorite PTA film. Like I think it's his best. But to me, and we'll get into it, but to me, The Master is like my subjectively like I love this film. Like I actually like really dig this fucking movie. Like it's like, and that's what I would say. Like the difference between the two is that like, to me, There Will Be Blood's like a perfect film, but what makes The Master perfect is its imperfections, because it's a widely like in my opinion like flawed film. Like it just doesn't necessarily come together. I think all in every single way, but. I love it for that almost, you know what I mean? But I know I'm starting it, but now you guys got to start it for real.
I saw this movie for the first time in 2019, and this was the first movie that I watched that got me into like. This was the first I'm gonna watch PTA movies. You remember when I made that Instagram thing?
Yep.
Yeah. So I was like, I'm gonna watch The Master, and like. I didn't get it. I was like, I really just like, I didn't get it at all. Like, I don't know. And it's probably not the best movie to watch from him if you're trying to like get into his movies.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend it to like someone else if like, I mean, it's kind of like, Joaquin Phoenix is like the lead kind of, but in a way it being called The Master makes it a little bit misleading. Like, I thought, like, is Joaquin Phoenix supposed to be the master? And then you kind of realize, like, no, it's like Philip Seymour Hoffman.
That's his
And
like
then-
he's called The Master.
Yeah, and then you hear like this stuff about it being like a Scientology movie. I heard about that before I watched it. And that's like really misleading too, because it's not like, that's not the angle to watch this movie from. That makes it like much less enjoyable. And then even like hearing like PTA talk about it a little bit, and like everyone wanted to know about like the whole Tom Cruise thing with it. And really it's like, that's just like publicity. That doesn't matter too much.
You know they delayed the production of the movie for like a year or two because of the whole Scientology thing. Because originally Universal was gonna fund the movie, but they backed out, and so he had to find different like private financing and stuff. That's when he teamed up with Annapurna. But hey, he got to shoot the movie on 65 millimeter, so
It's a really beautiful movie.
oh my goodness. His first collaboration too, without Robert Elswit, who did all his
Mhm.
other movies, the cinematographer. They just couldn't work together anymore. Like,
Was it like?
They hate
Do they
each
talk
other.
about that in the book?
yeah, I honestly haven't read the interview, but it's just from what I know about it.
Oh,
Wait, we got a donation?
Nah, just a new follower. Uzamochi, what's up, man? Let's see what you say. Opinions on Among Us? I don't know. Fucking, I never played the game. It looks fucking. It got pop as fuck. Then Brandon said, I love Among Us. Bro, come on. Soy boy. Sorry, I didn't mean that, Brandon. He said, I have several Among Us tattoos on my ass cheeks. A bit controversial, no. Yes, of course, indeed. Mm-hmm, assholes where it's at. Who the fuck is texting me this shit? Joe, what? Oh my god. Yeah, I was gonna offer you guys. You guys want a cracker?
I'll take a cracker.
I'm just trying
Norby,
to
while
open-
you open up that cracker, tell us.
For sure. Fucking. This movie is also really good. Like, it reminds me of like There Will Be Blood in terms of like there is also like some like genuine magic in this movie too, especially with like how the characters are, how they decided to go with the characters and like the lens they're deciding to go with. The performances are and the movie is such a treat. Like when I realized that Philip Seymour Hoffman was gonna be like a mainstay in the movie and not just like a one-off character, or, like just like a side like he was gonna get some like real juice.
Feels
in
like finally. You
it's
know?
like yeah, it's just like goddamn, like bro, this dude's been like stealing the show for like all these movies, and the motherfucker finally fucking did it more than a decade later. Last time, yeah, and I was just like, it was just like he's so fucking good at acting. He's just so good at it. He's so good at acting. Oh, and I was just like, it felt so good to watch it. It felt really like almost cathartic. I mean, I really liked how confusing it was, but I also really liked Joaquin Phoenix. Joaquin Phoenix's character is a bit like, it took a bit for me to like fully understand him, but like especially when you meet Philip Seymour Hoffman, like they kind of, not that they feed it to you, but like it's like you do get a better, like you really get to see more of the character through how Philip Seymour Hoffman interacts with him. And I like the relationship a lot. Like it's not like just like he's the master of this group, but it's like he's almost like the master of like Joaquin Phoenix. Like there's almost like a relationship with like a dog and like a master. It's like there's like that scene where they're playing in the front yard reminds me of just like playing with a dog or something.
Even
like,
the way he said, "Don't hurt him."
yeah,
Don't
it's
hurt
just
him.
like very just like pet and human type relationship.
He even calls he's like, "That's the sound of an animal." You know?
He literally says, my little army man.
Yeah. I like.
It's funny.
Yeah,
like,
it's really funny.
He literally scolds him like when he beats the shit out of that one dude, like a dog like pissing on the rug. He's like, "We don't do that. We don't do that. We're better than that."
Are they gay at all?
Oh yeah.
Another thing, dude, is it feels
Yeah.
like it's
The-
there's something there.
Because that scene at the end where like he's like, I'm on a slow boat to China, which is, do you guys know where that comes from?
No.
The song. I remember like when I watched the movie the first time, I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Like that was just like, and even now watching it, like it makes sense in the context of like he's saying goodbye. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna eat it.
You're so far, you get two crackers.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'm kind of curious as to where like that song comes from, and I guess why they chose to use that song.
It's interesting because I had subtitles on. That song's not in subtitles, like when he sings it. But I think the song he sings with the naked women does have subtitles. So I wonder, was that in the script or did they bring that afterward?
In the book, they talk about the Slow Boat to China song, and like what the song is about or what it means. I should have brought the book. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was really disappointed.
I actually had it in my car until last night, and I brought it into my house because I was leaving it in for the podcast, but I felt like the heat wasn't good for the book.
I wouldn't do that.
And I saw the page a little warped through. I'm like, ah, damn. Instead, I felt sad, and then I had a busy day, and I just didn't bring it because I was actually planning on stopping at my apartment before I came here, but I just had to come straight here, so that's on me. But the Slow Boat to China song, it was like, it's like it's a love song, you know. It's a romance song, and it's like something, but it's also like a goodbye song at the same time, right?
He looks like he wants to cry when he's.
Doesn't Freddie cry?
They're very emotional. They're very emotional.
Well, I mean, there's that part when she's jerking him off and she's like, "No more Borgooch, no more Borgooch."
Can you come for me?
Yeah. Can you come for me? Come for me. Yeah, yeah.
Oh! Then he like bends over like he's in pain.
First time I saw this film, I was doing homework for summer school in high school, and I didn't like it at all.
No, thank you.
Nah, I'm good. Thank you. It's too dry. It's really hot. But anyway, I watched it and I really didn't like it. Like, I really like despised it. I don't know whether it was because like I just didn't understand it or because I was just busy doing something else, but I just remember like, damn, this is like the first Paul Thomas Anderson dud. Like, it's really like the worst one so far. and then I decided to rewatch it one day. I forgot what, like, for no reason I just wanted to rewatch it because I was like, maybe I'm not seeing what other people are seeing. So I watched it again, and I really liked it. I really liked it a lot the second time I watched it. Last night I watched it for a third time with Jalen. And I feel like I do this a lot with this movie specifically, where every time I watch it, I just remember all the good parts, and I say how much I like the movie a lot. But then I rewatched it last night, and I realized, no, I don't know if I even like this movie at all. But then this morning I woke up, and I was thinking about, like, damn, that movie was so good. I think I'm just remembering the really good parts.
It has high highs, like that
Yeah.
first like sort of debrief scene with Joaquin Phoenix and Philip Seymour Hoffman is amazing. It's genuinely amazing, just like what they're able to do with the conversation, even in the way it's cut together. You know, it's just like the cuts feel so good. Like when he says like, "Have you ever slept with a family member?" and he says yes, and it cuts straight to Philip Seymour Hoffman's face. Like that's like, it was just, you know, you just want to see his, because to me it's like, I want to see his reaction now, you know. And then when it cuts back to Joaquin Phoenix, you know, Joaquin Phoenix himself is a great actor. You know, it's like, it's literally just like two titans like just going at it for 2.5 hours. It's amazing, and what he's just able to do with his face, even the whole mouth thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you know, it's great. I tried to do it, but I don't know how did he do it?
He had something put in his mouth. He had like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it was dentures, but like, he had metal plates put in his mouth, which like cut up his gums.
Yeah.
Just to like only be able to talk out like one side of his mouth.
He looked like Popeye.
Yeah.
This is...
That's interesting. Semen.
Ha. Ha ha.
I really like sailors. With an A.
I love the opening of this movie too, though. It's to me, it's just those like prologue montages are just, it's just great, just the way it's cut together. It's even, there's like just one fisheye shot.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah. The rest of the movie does not like have that anywhere.
It doesn't really use a wide lens too often.
You know, I was actually paying attention to that. Like, it seemed like it was in like that 50 to 45 range, because like the way that like motion seemed, it seemed very natural. Like in the scene when they were riding the motorcycle and shit, because I was just trying to pay attention to it. And beyond like the binocular shot where it makes sense to use the long lens, like all the other stuff, like when the motorcycle's going by, it looks like it's on a 50.
Yeah.
But in the opening montage though, that too, it's just like the music there, you know, it's just like random strings and the percussive noises and all that, and it's just great. But like, man, just the opening shot too. To me, the opening shot too, it almost looks like a Rorschach sort of photo or something, doesn't it? Like the way the waves move out and everything. And it's like, that's a cock going into a pussy.
That's
two
an upside down
cocks.
cock.
But like, I just think about like, you know, what it must have been like to.
This guy in the chat is going off, bro.
All right, what is he
Pussy's
saying?
kind
What's
of
he saying?
inside
He's fucking...
He said, "Oh, this is funny." The motherfucker irony, blah blah blah. I'm scared of the guy with a perm. Not gonna lie. I don't know if he's talking about me or Owen. I think he's talking about Owen. He said, and then Brandon said, yeah, the perm guy's name is Scarf. That Uzumochi said, nah, bro, for real. Why the motherfucker with blonde hair so majestic? Why you blushing jit? I'm like, what the fuck? And Brandon said, goddamn. Then Uzumochi said, who's the guy next to the blonde guy? He kind of looks like the guy from the Fred movie. That Brandon said, cool guy Elijah, Emperor, God, Destroyer, King, Ruler of Coolites. Looks like Fred Holy. In all caps. Uzumochi said, who's the guy next to Permhead? That's the only motherfucker I can't talk shit about. He's just too good looking.
Damn.
And then Jalen said, ayo, anyway, I see the beginning of the film was really, like, engaging.
Wait, who said that?
Jalen said the last part. That was funny.
John's like, anyway. What were we talking about?
Oh, to me, I just want to finish up my thought about the opening though, is that, or just like that, the opening shot is like almost like a Rorschach painting, and it really puts you in the head state of what it must have. So I also just like, were they like stranded or like were they really working? Like it just seemed like they were just fucking on this like Lord of the Flies style,
Yeah.
like. What the fuck were they doing out there?
Mhm.
And really, that's how I feel about a lot of war shit. It's like, there's just like random shit going on, right? But I think that the opening shot just kind of puts the right reference of like, damn, when you're at sea or when you're alone, like when you're isolated on an island or something like that, all you're doing is like just in your own head, right? Just whatever the fuck is going on. And you can tell too that like he's just kind of fucked up already. And so this is like the worst place for him. Even like in the way that like, all the guys are kind of having fun playing with like the sand sex doll thing. And he goes in there and starts like fucking finger fucking this thing. Like just like it's disturbing. That shit's disturbing. Like, bro, this guy's fucked up.
I think it's interesting their reactions. At first they're laughing, but after a while they're not like
They don't
disgusted,
say
they're just
anything.
watching.
Yeah, like they really don't know what to do. Like, how could you? Bro, but then also it's just a crazy thing too. It's like he's a smart guy. Like even when he like after that scene, I do love the like the recreation of like that World War II documentary thing, like the debriefing when they come back and it's like, now this is the opportunity you can start a farm or a business or just get to work and all that, and no one's going to understand your condition. But and that's another thing too. I appreciate about Paul Thomas Anderson films is not only the people he pulls as like his main actors, and now he has like a wide array of people he likes to work. Like a lot of people that are actually in The Master are also in There Will Be Blood. Besides like Laura Dern or something. Like the editor guy for The Master. That's the brother from There Will Be Blood. The business rival is the police officer in The Master. So. He's still doing the same things even if it doesn't feel that way, but I feel like part of the reason it doesn't feel like that is because all of the extras and stuff like that just have very distinct faces, you know what I mean? Like even past that, then you cut to him working at like that Macy's type store, and it's just like there's like the 3 kids, there's the wife, the husband, very distinct faces. And the same thing in that the debrief scene when they're about to enter society, it's like very distinct faces, even though these are just like actors or extras. And that's part of it. It's like almost like costume and production design. It sets you, it's very immersive, like you said.
In the casting, like
None of us just give you
the casting, just like finding people that like look of the time period. I forget what I read it for, but there's like that's like something when they're like making period pieces. Like some people they can't cast just because like they don't look like they're from that era.
Their body type isn't of that era.
And that's what
Like,
makes what makes something like the Elvis movie in a way kind of like annoying with like the way these actors look is like there are movies where they try to make these people look like the way they did from that time, and now you're making something that's all just like glamorous, like pornographic. And I mean, a Baz Luhrmann movie is kind of like fantasizing shit in a way, but I don't know.
Self-indulgent.
Yeah.
I wanted to say really quick about Elvis. I just hated it because literally he doesn't get fat. He doesn't get big until the very last shot.
That's
when
not
he
even
gets
him.
in a fat suit. No, he gets in a fat suit. The main actor.
And he's singing?
Yeah.
I don't think
No. There's a scene where he's fat, and then it cuts to the actual footage of Elvis being fat singing, and that was just so stupid. I was like, they all got fat. Like, they all got old, but they didn't look like they got old or fat. Like, they didn't even change his movements or anything, and it was weird. But anyway.
They just wear like gayer clothes.
But I was gonna say about the master, it's so interesting. Like you said, like with the people, the family, and the photos. But even the part when all the women are naked, it's like the
It looks
body types.
accurate. Yeah, accurate to
Yeah.
like what you would see on like a little photo or something, right? The way they
Yeah,
drew
like,
bodies back
The
then.
pinups.
Yeah.
And it's so like interesting because that's almost like the reason why bodies were like that is because of the food that was available. Like, it just grew people into a certain like shape and stuff like that. Like, I guess at the time the chickens weren't filled with as many hormones or anything and shit like that. People were smaller back then, actually, like on an average.
Did you like it?
And I was gonna say, you said that they used a lot more the same people from There Will Be Blood to The Master. Would you say that this is almost a companion film to the?
That's
There
how
Will Be
I
Blood?
that's how I view them. Like, interesting is it's another 5 years between this and There Will Be Blood, but like I said, part of the reason for that was just because Universal kind of backed out of the film when there was all the Scientology controversy. But like the way I view these are of the same breath. You know what I mean? Like the same way we view like those first 3 movies. It feels of the same breath, like the same creative breath that spoke this word or did this work. It just feels like a continuation, and that's where it's like Punch Drunk Love feels like a pause on that. And now he has another breath, and like I feel like we're kind of seeing where that's leading, and like we'll get into it with the next one with Inherent Vice, where it feels like maybe it was time for another sort of like, I don't want to say a reinvention, but you know, a pivot. But here, like, it really does feel like coming off the heels of There Will Be Blood, it feels super mature. You know what I mean? Like, he's not afraid to just like do things as he thinks or feels, and that's, to me, that's the mature part. And it's like, because there's a way to do that obviously is immature and like indulgent, but the way it comes across is in my opinion the opposite. You know what I mean? It's just like, that's just the way it feels like the story is told or has to be told. Because a lot of it too, beyond like, even though it's expositional, it's still very based in character. Like those moments between him and Lancaster Dodd where they go back and forth, it leads to that breakthrough. And you know, I'm not a big fan of video essays these days. Like, I feel like, you know, it's just but there was a while where I did consume a lot of that content. You know, it's just interesting, and you learn stuff about things. And you ever watch videos from the Nerd Writer? You ever heard of that channel?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
He has this one video about the Master, and he actually talks about it in correlation to Scientology, and basically how that what do they call it? What's the word he says?
Processing.
In the processing scene, how that's very similar to actual Scientology, like what they do. Like, have you actually seen like a Scientology questionnaire? I filled one out once just to see what it's like, and those are literally the types of questions they ask you. Like, they ask you like do you have random muscle spasms? Do you constantly think about your failures? Like you know, do your past failures bother you? Like, those are legitimate, like the actual questions that. Because so the thing about it is that, like, really what that's doing is it's putting you in like this confrontational state. You know, you're getting very emotional because they're pressing all your buttons, and you're going to get to a point. And that's the thing too that's genius about the way it's presented in the movie, is it like it like that's how you'd have to execute it, is that you have to say the question over and over. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? You know, until you get to the essence of it. You know, you're really breaking it down, like, because, you know, I feel like as a human or something, you know, you are conditioned to answer a question, but like there's almost like this like apprehension towards it of saying the right thing, or where really what he gets Freddy to do is not say the right thing, but say how he feels. And usually, typically, how we feel is not actually the right thing, but it's our truth. And at the end of the day, and I've said this before on the podcast, truth is subjective. How you feel in the moment might not actually be like how you actually, if you thought about the situation. But that's a thing. As humans, I think we're self-editing. You know what I mean? Like, we are constantly thinking of how we're going to be received. And so we edit that. And that's what it's like to have a social conversation or interaction with someone, is that you're interacting and you're feeding off their energy and them off you. And you're able to pivot towards that until you find some sort of thing. When you create a friendship, a relationship, you get to know somebody. Same way in the previous movie, he gets to know his son. In this movie, you actually see the growth of a bond, a relationship almost, right? A very toxic one, a very unhealthy one. But nonetheless, most people will take that over not having anything. You know, he was very lonely. He was very, very lonely. But just to finish my point about the processing scene is that you get into that state, and then almost when you finally hit the cathartic moment, it's like close your eyes and picture your good memory right there. It's like literal hypnosis where it's like now you've basically simulated all the trauma you've ever gone to. It's all in your head, and you're broken down, and you go to like what you already know as the truth of something that's like good and pure, and it feels like elastic. Like, I felt like that way on mushrooms or something. You know what I mean? It's like you ever like you just finished your good cry, and then you come out of it, and then you're just like, whoa, I feel so amazing, And that's literally what happened to him. He's like, how do you feel? I forget what his answer is to it, but something along the lines of, I feel amazing, right? Like, he's like, we should do that. We should do that again.
It looks like he's like just like reached like an ultimate like catharsis.
And the argument that the nerd writer makes in that video about that is like, that's like the whole crux of Scientology, and that's what hooks people is that you're able to basically induce catharsis through the way the questions are presented and what questions are used and all that. But that's just like, I don't know what the right terminology is, like if it's like psychology or just like a social, like social engineering or something where, you think about humans. I was thinking about this the other day. This is a little bit of a tangent, so just cut me off if you feel weird about it. But you guys saw the pictures of the telescope in space?
Yeah.
One, it is just crazy that, they say those pictures are from like 2 billion years ago or something like that. And it just makes me think too, like, because, in light years, you know what I mean? So it took light that long to come back into our fucking camera. Because you can't, and then you think about that and how time is relative and all that shit. And just like, I thought about that in relation to film. And that's why I always think like film is forever, is that like, you're really just capturing something of the moment, And you know what I don't know, a lot of like the theoretical physics shit, and they say like the past doesn't exist, the future doesn't exist, just right now, right? And you can blend that into whatever sort of ideologies you want, but if you think about it, it's kind of true. Like, you have to be present, you have to be aware. That's how I feel making films. It's like, to be honest, I don't know how this sounds, but like when I make a movie, or when we make stuff together, that's honestly the only time I genuinely just feel like present. Like, I just like feel like I can show up in that way, and everything else feels like I'm like fake, and I'm just trying to make it to like the next thing like we're doing. And I hate to say that, but like, fuck it, I don't know. I just like film. Like, I genuinely like film. I was thinking the other day about when Kareem thought I had a mental breakdown when I was just explaining Police Story before he watched it that one day. And no, I just like movies. Like, I legitimately just like movies.
He's just old.
But so I was thinking about this fucking telescope picture and all that shit, and that one, okay, that was some like 22 billion years ago, but that shit is so far away, and it's so vast, and space is so vast. And you really think about the concept too of like humans on Earth, and like as like a virus or something like that, as organisms. And there's so many things too. It's like we put all of like this emotion and context to things, but like I said, people on opposite sides of the planet with no way of communicating with each other can make the exact same things. We're literally just like an organism on this planet. And you think about that, you break us down. What are we made of? Organs and organ systems, cells, tissues. It breaks down all the way to DNA and shit like that. And that's just the universe at large, right? And it just gets bigger because the Earth is part of the solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy, and beyond. I don't even know. But all that to say that, to me, I do believe like the present is really all you can really say is real, because the past is always going to be clouded by your own context of how you feel about the situation. It's very hard to be objective about it, because at the end of the day, you only have your side of the story. And even if you have more information, to me at least, it's hard to really digest that outside of your own experience of the fact. But in a scene like that, it's like it just makes you focus on the present. And that's the crazy thing about religion or a cult or anything like that, is that maybe it might not be healthy, but people prefer that over not having anything, no direction, nothing like that. That's really like you're not living, It's like, what the fuck are you? You're just waiting to die, really. And at least you have a cause. The cause, you know what I mean? That's the name of their thing. The cause is like, I don't know. And that's the thing I like about this movie. Like, yeah, I would say it has a pacing issue. Like, every time I watch this movie, it's hard to sit through it like all the way without feeling like it's getting a little long. That being said, I don't know what I would cut or honestly, I don't know what I would change. And that's what it's like, there's just like, I have an interesting relationship with the movie in that way. But, I don't know. What do you guys think? What you were going to say some stuff a lot. I feel like I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I saw something online about how there's some parallel with like acting and how it's like kind of about like acting like subtextually. And what you were just saying right there is like, I feel like a big thing. That whole like processing scene, I watched it a few times and it's like, honestly, it's kind of like an effective memory.
No, yeah, that's literally
like
what he
when
did.
We did it in class, and that was like that was crazy to think about.
Because no, he even asked those questions. Yeah. What do you hear? What do you smell? What do you taste? What do you see?
Talk about your senses.
Yeah.
And just like internalize the rest of it. And
bro,
it's like Philip Seymour Hoffman's doing that to Joaquin Phoenix. Mm-hmm. Philip Seymour Hoffman's already kind of like, it's like the two like different types of acting, like going against each other. Even with the like way Philip Seymour Hoffman like is in the movie, where it's more kind of just like, it's a good performance, but it's more like classical, kind of. And like Joaquin Phoenix does the whole like method acting stuff, like we were talking about earlier. He puts like the fucking metal plate in his mouth so he can like. Only
he's a little
talk
skinny
out, like,
weirdo, you know.
He like the scene at the beginning, like he has like an arch in his back. You know, and
the Joker arch. That's what I'm saying. You like Joker, man? Just watch The Master. It's better.
It is like, I think his performance in this is like, he's good in Joker, but this is definitely like a root of that.
To me, I literally feel like Todd Phillips, the director of Joker, saw The Master and just like took that character and in their pitch said, "This is the Joaquin Phoenix Joker." You know what I mean? Like, there's so many things about it, just in the way he moves. You know what I mean? It's just like. Man, Joaquin Phoenix, he's just a talented actor, too, you know? And he's very committed. Like that scene where in the jail and he's going fucking crazy in there,
He probably hurt himself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He probably did it multiple times. And, like, I don't know, it's crazy.
The whole stuff about presence, though, is like, in the acting class, that's like what they teach you. Yeah. And that's like, you are trying to build, like, the stuff with, like, what's your name? What's your name? What's your name? That's like when you're, like, reading a script and, like, you can't figure out what the line means or something. And trying to figure that out, and like your job as an actor to figure that out, because you're trying to make something that's like purely believable. You know, you're really trying to like convince yourself that you're another person to the point where like someone sees you as another person. And it's weird how, thinking about the rest of the movie, it's hard to like see where that like fits in, but like. That processing sequence is pretty like, that's probably my favorite scene in the entire movie. Me too.
Movie. It blew my mind the first time I saw it. It was just so good, you know. It's just like, wow, that was good.
It cuts to the ocean. It cuts to like the Rorschach ocean.
Yep.
Oh, I don't even know how to explain that. That's just.
I remember in high school, I had the questions written down, and I would process my friends. That shit was so funny.
You ever process dog?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
But, like, he said that I'm not answering the questions for real. So, like, it was, like, for no reason, you know? But I was going to say, like you said earlier, I know that we've already gone past that. Like,
bring it back.
About galaxies. But I was going to say, The Master doesn't, to me, like, it feels like the same person made it, but it feels like, I don't know, there's something about, like, Robert Elswit's cinematography and PTA's writing and his direction, that's PTA to me, you know what I mean? Like it'll always be, like, the wide lens, like, that is PTA, like the way, like, the camera movements are.
The tracking shots.
Shots, the just, basically just everything about, like, the way, like, they used to look. That was always PTA to me. This film, because it's his new cinematographer, and because the film is almost, I don't know, he used to write very, like, absolute. Like, what you're seeing is what you're getting. You're reading into these characters. You're reading into the story. The Master is very interpretable. This is his most interpretable movie.
It's, like, poetic. Like,
yeah. And, like, I don't know. I never thought I'd see, like, like just nudity, like just straight up like women walking around like naked in a PTA movie. Obviously, besides Boogie Nights.
Even Boogie Nights though is kind of like different about it.
Yeah, like he was very like prominent. Like, I only want one sex scene in this porn movie, and it's gonna be at the beginning, and it's gonna not even be like the sex scene really. Like, that's all he wanted. He didn't want any other sex scenes because he didn't want the film to be that.
It's not even like super. It's not like super erotic either.
No.
It's like it's very much seen from like a
It's-
business perspective.
it's
kind
like-
of.
It's shown
mother
through the
and
lens of the
son.
camera. And all
Yeah,
that.
it's like that. Yeah.
I'd almost say mother and son, like, come in me. Like, are you sure? Yeah, just come in me. Go ahead. You can do it.
It'll look good
Anyway.
for the camera.
It'll look good for
It'll
the
make
camera,
us money.
yeah. But anyway, The Master, I don't know, and I think, like you said, like, it does have pacing issues. Like, it has like those moments where like sometimes I was just like, man, I don't even know if this is worth it. like I was like, there's like parts in it where it's like 10 minutes of like, fuck. It's like
the middle, right?
it's like the middle part that just really.
So-
It's that
hurts.
part when he's walking back and forth in the room, and that part just feels like it goes on.
Bro.
Like, up until he gets to the second book release, it just feels like it's meandering. But
Yeah.
low key, like the way I interpret that, and this is my interpretation, but a lot of the movie feels super subjective. It's subjective to Freddie's experience. You know what I mean? And that's what honestly what I like about the difference in the cinematography is like this one feels a lot more photographic.
Mhm.
Like legitimately, it just looks different. Like it feels of like a scrapbook of the 50s or something.
And oh, sorry, no, go on. Finish.
He is a photographer.
Yeah, and he's a
Yeah.
photographer.
I can take pictures if you need them. We don't need them. But wait, did you have?
Keep
something to say?
going.
Oh, well, I was gonna say, not necessarily that it's a bad thing or anything. It just felt like
It's different.
it's definitely like his. Even Punch Drunk Love is still in the same vein of his movies. That this is definitely like the most out of his comfort zone. I even say like Punch Drunk Love wasn't the pause. This was the pause. Where like
No, because after this one, like, I don't think that he worked on Inherent Vice as cinematographer. I think they had a different guy come in.
No, it's Robert Ellsworth.
Robert Elswick came back.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the one where they were like, fuck you, like we can't work together anymore.
And then I feel like this was more of like that thing. If he worked with someone else once, he tried to work back until he realized like no, he can
Yeah.
shoot his own movies. I think he realized that like
Because then Phantom Threads where like there's no DP technically.
and same
then
thing on
He shot it with like
Licorice
someone
Pizza.
else.
Same
Yeah.
thing on Roma, which came out the same year. But anyway,
That came out a year after.
2018, 2017. My bad. Sorry.
That's okay.
there is
Um,
I do like I do think there's some pretty neat camera stuff though. Like I forget the scene before, but I think it's right. It's right after he gets into the fight with the guy at the Macy's, and he runs off with his girl, and then it just fades to like the lights of the boat, and then it racks focus to him, and he walks in the frame, and it's like tracking. Then it racks focus back to the boat for like a good 15 seconds, and back to him, before it just like kind of pulls out, and he just runs up into the boat, and it's all
That's
just one
really
shot.
yeah.
And then
It's
it
a-
turns into like the sunset.
Yeah.
They're going
Yeah.
under
And
the
then
bridge.
it cuts to the
Yeah.
boat on the water and
Yeah.
shit.
And there's a lot of scenes like that. I really like the part when he's running away from the guys
Yeah.
in the field. It's like shot with a crane, but like I really like how imperfect it is. Like it's like
It
almost
bounces.
shaking.
Yeah, it bounces and shit.
That scene where he like opens the door and you just see like the blue
Yeah,
mist.
and-
It's so beautiful.
And that's very what the fuck's that movie? The Searchers.
Yep, the search.
The Searchers.
oh, with the
Oh.
door
Yeah,
opening.
yeah.
Yeah.
That shit was so. I love The Searchers. I know like it's not for everybody, but I really like that movie.
It's
It's a good
I mean it's the West to me.
It's-
That's the
yeah.
Western.
When we were in
yeah.
like film 110, that was like one of the things we could write an essay about. That
Did you
and,
wa-
like,
did you write
Vertigo.
about it?
I wrote about the Searchers.
I wrote about Vertigo.
I would write about Vertigo too.
The Searchers is very just like it's like a dad movie.
Yeah.
It's like Top Gun 2.
But yeah.
Top Gun
Yeah.
2 is the Searchers of Air Force movies.
I mean, yeah, in a way, like it's really like hyping up like a very American field of work. Cowboys, fire pilots, American fire.
I'm just about an
pilots.
older gentleman, who has to come back and do one last
Bro,
ride.
literally.
And at the end, he has to walk away from it all.
Bro,
You just
Honestly-
spoiled Top Gun.
honestly,
Yeah.
we should be talking about Top Gun here.
Can we do a Top
No.
Gun episode?
That'd be. There's not 3 of them though.
We should do both of the Top Gun movies and then Happy Together.
I do want to see Happy Together.
I've seen it. It was really.
It was what?
It's just better for you to watch it.
Okay.
But
But I was gonna just to finish what I was saying too. Is like in that middle part where it's meandering. Like I said, it probably isn't that much. Not that intentional, but like I can make the argument almost that if it's subjective to Freddy's experience, that's how he probably starts to feel at that point too. He's beginning to doubt his reason and purpose for being there, as we as audience members do for the film.
Yeah.
no, sorry, go on. Sorry.
No, beyond that, I do like. It's just interesting too how they present Lancaster Dodd and how like almost at every confrontation he breaks. You know what I mean? He can't like keep his composure. I love the pig fuck line.
Yeah.
Pig fuck.
You pig fuck.
That's a great scene where the dude starts to basically like
Excuse me.
question him.
Excuse
Yeah.
me.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Pardon me. Excuse
And
me.
he like looks back.
Low key though, I kind of see where Lancaster Dodd is coming from because the guy, he's like, why do you ask me questions you already know the answers for? It's like legitimately like he's like, well, I just want to have a conversation. Like that would irritate me if someone said that because I've been in those situations. Like you don't want to talk about this, you just want to correct me, and if you want to correct me, just say it.
It's so annoying how he just like he's like interrupting him to
Yeah.
have this argument. It's like fuck.
I stand Lancaster Dodd. No, but yeah, I mean like I don't know like because in a way like the whole thing's built on I guess like not
you
really
drown Among
faith.
Us
I don't know. I
characters?
kind of realized like a lot of his characters are really built on faith, like about like confidence in one
Yep.
another. Like all of them, like Boogie Nights with like when like the director gets the new people, he feels threatened by it. When in Magnolia everyone has their own secrets and they all have like something to tell somebody else. It's like all in confidence that they don't spill each other. And Punch Drunk Love obviously. It's just even obviously this, and even in the There Will Be Blood, it's literally like his son is like his confidant. I don't even know if I'm using that word right.
I think so.
Okay, cool. His son is like, that was like the one person he got, and then when he got his brother, he sent his son away because he could only have one. He's like, you're not even my real son. But getting him back, like that's like the person that he can't even fucking speak basically. Like that is the person that is for him. Like it's this confidence, it's this integrity between the two people. And then the master, his whole religion, his whole like basis is on confidence in one another. And like if you believe it, I believe it. And if we believe it, then it's true. It has to be true.
I like the scene with him and Laura Dern where she's like, well, and this goes against the first book, and he's like,
He's like, what do you want?
This is based on the new data, we're appealing to a larger audience and demographic by using the word imagine instead of recall. He's like, but doesn't that defeat the whole purpose then if this is the truth and all that? And then he's like, what do you want?
What do you want from me then?
This
What do
movie
you
is
want?
really funny.
No, to me, this one, There Will Be Blood and Phantom Thread are like hilarious, if you think about it. It's just like but the reason it's funny is because it's played so straight. Like it's just like it'd be weird to be in that situation in real life, but to watch the situation, that's funny. That's funny.
Joaquin Phoenix hitting his head on the
There-
bed.
Oh, he breaks the toilet.
Yeah,
There's-
wasn't. Oh, sorry, no. Oh, I was gonna say, weren't they not supposed to break anything?
Yeah.
'Cause that's like an
Yeah.
important monument.
Yeah, it was part of like a historical prison
Yeah,
or
Bro.
something.
and the water didn't work either. So when he pisses in the toilet, they couldn't
Bro,
flush
that's
it.
so funny. That's how the scene ends, though. He's like, I'm done. And he just takes a piss right there.
I like to think it's a reaction like, oh fuck it, Joaquin fucked up. I'm just piss. I gotta piss.
There's a part where, like right when they meet each other, and Lancaster Dodd, he says something to him like, "Don't you think you were a bit out of line?" And he's like, "No." There's a part where they're trying to do like a processing between Joaquin Phoenix and Rami Malek, and he's like, "You gotta sit here, and you can't like respond to the other person." Which
Gotta
like
stare
seems
at
like
him.
an acting like it'd be like that'd be a good like acting technique or something. And it starts and he just like starts saying the name of like his like
Doris.
Doors.
yeah like his
Fuck you, what the fuck
16-year-old
is this?
girlfriend.
But the way he plays it off, he's like, whatever. It doesn't bother me. And he's like,
Dummy.
if you say it again.
Dummy. Dummy. You're so dumb, dummy.
There's one where like
I like the one where he laughs, though, where he's like, this fucking guy.
he's talking to Laura Dern and he like says like I want to fuck you or something.
Or no, isn't it? like when he first gets on the boat and
Yeah.
he's in there with the other people. That's a funny thing too. That Lancaster he writes, but he's just kind of like waxing poetic into the microphone, and there's like 6 people that have to like dictate it so they can figure out what he's saying and shit. And he says, "Want to fuck?" with a happy face, but the way the girl responds to it, she just rubs it off and just keeps on writing. Like, it was strange. And it to me, even though like the homosexual thing is kind of implied, it's also kind of implied too that he just kind of maybe takes advantage of whoever's in the cult. You know what I mean? Like the way that the wife says in the jerk off scene is like, you can do whatever you want so long as I and nobody knows finds out. Maybe it's more about the gay thing, but I like Jesse Plemons' character too, the son.
He's like, fuck this.
Yeah. But the thing is, he's like that until at the end of the movie when they're in London, he's still working there, and it seems like he's
They've
like,
got to him.
yeah, like he just kind of accepted his fate.
That was like the thing that like Scientologists were mad about though, because like L. Ron Hubbard's like actual son like thought it was all bullshit. So in a way, it's like he still had to be pretty young, so it's probably, I felt it was more something like, if he's gonna leave from them, he's not gonna leave from them yet. He like needs more like.
Or I mean, they say about Scientology and all that, they'll come track you down or hunt you down,
Literally.
kidnap you and shit.
Or what the fuck was his name? The punch drunk glove guy?
Jeremy Blake.
Jeremy Blake, literally Scientologists.
They went after him.
They went after him.
then they
And
made
what?
a movie.
So like, isn't it like Paul Thomas Anderson? Like he had a screening of this movie, and Tom Cruise was there, and Tom Cruise walked out of the screening. Like, and
There was like an argument, but like if you look it up online, there's nothing that it basically says they resolved it amongst each other.
That's a big
Whatever
move.
that means.
on PTA's part.
On PTA's part, imagine inviting like John Travolta, Tom Cruise, front row of the Master.
How much of the cult is based on Scientology?
I would say like 80% of it. Like for the most part, like the whole fact of the master L. Ron Hubbard. He was like he liked to be at sea. He was in the Navy in World War II. He wrote the science fiction books first, and they talk about that in his earlier work was more science fiction based. I would just say that like it doesn't like the actual like theology and like practice of the religion, I'd say is different. Like I'm sure there's stuff in there, but because like they have like the space god Xenu or whatever the fuck it's called. They don't talk about that. They just talk more about past lives and all that shit like that. And I don't know if that's directly related to Scientology, but it just feels of that sort of like pseudo spiritual scientific sort of speak.
He used to get musicians like Scientology, like actually he used to get musicians to make albums based off of his books, like space operas.
That's interesting. What do you think of that part at the end? Because like at the beginning, there's something where it's like, where did we meet? And then at the end, he says something like,
I figured it out.
they were
Never really
like
met.
putting up balloons or something.
In the Prussian War. Oh yeah, and like they were sending balloon messages, and over the craziest winter ever recorded on record, they only missed 2 balloons out of 40.
I don't know if I get that, or if it's just like him like poetically saying like, I'm gay. Like,
He's like, yeah, like we were lovers in a past life. He was basically saying.
yeah.
And if
They only had 2 that went down.
we meet in another life, you will be my sworn
Maybe like
enemy.
setting up a balloons.
Mhm.
Setting, yeah.
It feels
That
really
was-
just like. It feels almost like the prequel to like another epic like movie. It feels just like.
That's how one movie would start. It's
Yeah,
like-
it's just.
It's like stay now or forever hold your peace.
I like. I don't know. It's like there's something about like characters like that because it's like. There's something about just character arcs and like the way that characters' relationships will develop that I really and how there's a lot of characters who will just be like similar to each other. And it's like, surely you'll be watching like 2 different movies, but like characters will be similar. It's like the relationships will be similar, and I like seeing like similar archetypes like being put in like different situations and like thinking about like a Joaquin Phoenix Philip Seymour Hoffman relationship in this movie, but like being put in a different lens in another movie. I don't know. It's like I like thinking about. It's hard. It's kind of hard for me to put into words. I haven't really tried thinking about this too much, but there's something about characters being put in different lenses, and just because they're wearing a different skin or like being acted by a different person doesn't mean like it's entirely separate. It's I don't know exactly how to put it, but I hope that makes sense.
It like flows with their career.
Not really the career, but it's like
other characters they've done.
sorta. I don't know. What were you gonna say, Elwood?
I was gonna say he writes like that. He writes like he tries to write people that are like the same, but they have different. It's either like they're different and they have the same goal in mind, or they're
Mhm.
the same and they have different goals in mind, and just
Mhm.
how they come to an how they
Mhm.
come to a resolution, and
Mhm.
that's obviously a lot of his films. Like literally, like he says like, oh, it's he has a simple like idea of the way he writes. Like he just writes like very simply, because once it's simple, you can always be
Add.
drawn to it. You can always add to
Mhm.
it like
Mhm.
later and later, like all the layers together. So he keeps it simple. That's why The Master feels so jumbled, in my opinion,
Mhm.
is because like he wrote two characters that were similar, but they just went about it in different ways.
Mhm.
But the thing was, this felt like it was more about Joaquin's character
Yeah.
and not the Master.
Mm-hmm.
It was,
Mhm.
but the thing about it was that he still gave the Master like equal screen time mostly,
Mhm. Yeah.
which
a little bit.
I think that's what really failed me a lot. Was like it felt like we were getting Joaquin Phoenix a lot more, but you were still writing it like you were trying to put both of them together.
Mm.
And at the end, like you didn't, he didn't really want to give you like a satisfying conclusion to like Philip Seymour Hoffman, but you didn't really get it for Joaquin Phoenix either.
I
Like-
feel like you kind of did. Like, you know, he's like back to
On a
almost
boat
where
to
he started.
China.
But like, you know, he has sex with that lady, but then like the final shot is like him on that beach. Like it's like, you know, this all happened to him, but he's back where he was, and maybe
Mhm.
that's where he was always meant to be. You know, it's like
Mhm.
what was his real path in life? You know what I
Mhm.
mean? But the way I also interpret like the whole master thing. Obviously, the movie's called The Master, but it's
Yeah.
feel like it's more like. I it almost is like they had like a genuine relationship or something. Maybe not completely romantic in that physical way, but like it feels like this person kind of changed Freddie's life. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And he's out of the other side of it. But you know, how could you ever forget that? You know?
Yeah.
And it's interesting though, because like the thing about it is that there's certain scenes where it is just it's not even from the point of view of Freddie. Like I was talking about, like, you know, I could argue what's up.
Brandon said good night.
Oh,
Good night, Brandon.
Good night, Brandon.
Should we wrap it up soon, Elijah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably.
Please.
You guys say what
Please.
you guys say.
I was just gonna say that that scene, the jerk off scene, you know, that's a scene almost like from the Master's perspective. What's
Mhm.
interesting about that scene though, to me, that's like the most, like, if anything, reveals the most truth about the movie, is that like the Master, you know, Lancaster Dodd is not calling the shots here. It really is his wife, and you
Mhm.
know, he's writing this, you know, this bullshit, but really, like, in terms of, you know, the way they operate. You know, they say like the strong lady behind the man or whatever. That's how it
Mhm.
really is, and you could tell she's watching. She's
Mhm.
watching everything. Even in that scene when he sees everyone naked, she notices. You know, like
Right at the end too, like it's almost like she's the one that runs the school, kind of,
no, yeah,
and she basically says like, "You shouldn't keep him."
yeah.
It's
It's
I think about that part where he comes back and like has a conversation with him. I think I must have missed something because I was a bit confused why they didn't want him back. It just seemed like she just didn't like him.
Because he hasn't changed. Like he doesn't want to change.
Wait,
They just don't like that he just doesn't conform to their ways.
that, but also too, like they were already trying to make like Lancaster Dodd kick him out. Remember, like the
Earlier on, yeah.
son-in-law and stuff. They were saying like how he was like asking about the books and how much that was worth, and you know they were
Mhm.
trying to plant seeds in there like that.
Mm-hmm.
I do like the motorcycle scene though. It's just funny to see
Yeah.
Philip Seymour Hoffman on the bike. First of all, he's all happy. His tongue is out like a dog or something.
Mhm.
But then the way it is with Freddie too, where it's just like, you know, that the telephoto shot into the desert, and it cuts to that extreme close up of Lancaster's face.
And he's just gone.
It's
I I love Philip Seymour Hoffman's face. He has this thing in movies where he just likes to squint and think. Where he's just like
he does it in Boogie Nights.
he does it in Boogie Nights a lot.
When he's
He
holding
does
the boom.
he does it in Synecdoche, New York a lot. He's just like a lot of just like
he's so good at it though.
because that's 90% of his acting, but like it's a really good 90%.
Have you seen Doubt?
Mm-mm.
No. Isn't that a play by
Yeah.
that one dude?
Shanley.
Yeah.
John Patrick Shanley. Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
you can.
Are we doing final thoughts or are we still talking?
Doubt.
Doubt.
Sorry.
You know.
That wasn't too loud. I don't like having the
It's okay.
headpiece.
I guess to sum up this movie, I take a lot of inspiration from this movie.
Yeah, it's got the.
I got
There's a-
that song.
There's a song from Yandi, that's in the master.
It was always just supposed to be temp music, but then I never got original music. And now it's kind of tied to the piece, but not in this new cut in the same way. So I'm excited to show you guys that. I don't have my hard drive right now though. Like, no, this movie's. I really dig this movie, even though it's not a perfect movie, like I said. But that's honestly I appreciate it more because he's trying something new. You know, it's like you can't make it There Will Be Blood Part 2. You know what I mean? And like I said too, as you continue in these past 3 films, to me it's almost like a deconstruction of what he was doing in a lot of ways. You know, at least when it comes to story structure and screenplay structure. You know, the way his stories unfold, it's not even novelistic. It's just dreamlike. You know what I mean? Like time moves in like this weird way. You know, it just moves in necessity to the story, but never feels forced. You know what I mean? I watched this movie the other day, and it's like it looked like scenes were just happening just to happen. You know what I mean? Like just to like further the plot along, but it had made no sense. And this movie, it's like maybe it's hard to get, but it feels like it makes sense. It feels that way, at least to me. And that's what I'll say about this movie. It's like it's a vibe.
Yeah, it feels like really. It feels like I don't know quite how to put it, but it feels like it's hitting like, you know, like how like I forget who it is. Like I think it's like Miles Davis. He's like you gotta play the notes or like get the beat in between the beats or whatever, like notes in between the notes. It feels like kind of like that. It's like you're trying to like hit like the plot points in between the plot points, quite like the hidden stuff, you know.
I guess I'd give this one. You know, I'd give this one another 10 out of 10.
Who's going next?
I'll go. I'll give it a 9.5 out of 10.
9.5.
Yeah,
Higher than There Will Be
about like a point 0.1.
This is probably my favorite of like the trilogies we've gone through. Favorite 3: Punch Drunk Love, There Will Be Blood, The Master. Probably like an 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10's good on my scale though. 8 out of 10's like. 7 out of. Well,
Isn't 5 basic? So
5 is like
or like
yeah,
average.
Yeah, like Elvis would probably be like a 5 or like a 6.
What would you give that, Elwood?
Elvis out of 40 bubbles.
Uh oh.
No, on
like-
Elijah's scale.
Oh,
On Elijah's
Elijah out
scale.
of 10,
Yeah.
a 1.5.
It's not that bad of a movie.
It's disgusting.
It's not that bad. Of
It's
a
like
movie.
someone. It's Baz Luhrmann shit on me.
At least his shit's like glossy though. Like there's fucking
There's
diamonds
glitter
in
in
there.
Yeah,
it.
There's
he's
glitter.
got Holy Mountain shit.
It probably smells good. Might even taste good.
Is he
But
gay?
it doesn't. Yeah,
He's not.
You swear?
Wikipedia says
Like not
he's
gay like you, or not gay like not gay?
Like Wikipedia says he has a wife, so I'm gonna assume like he doesn't fuck.
Are there
dudes.
pictures?
Huh?
Are there pictures of his wife?
There's pictures of him.
What would you give this movie, Elwood?
The Master.
Who the fuck names their
I-
kid?
Baz.
It could be a game.
I enjoy The Master.
Spaz.
Like I said, like I don't even think about the bad parts when I when I recall it.
It's
I always
hard
think about the
to.
good parts, like because they're so good.
The highs are so high.
Yeah, but the lows they're hard, and I don't know. In a way, I kind of the shot I always think about from the movie is the shot where it's his helmet, and like his face is just like black, like covered in. It's just his cigarette, like near the end of the movie, and I don't know. I kind of like the idea that like at the end of the movie, he kind of was like the only person that like succeeded from the Master's program. Like the Master was offering freedom, like he was offering like the chance to reclaim your life and do what you want to do. At the movie, he does what he wants to do. He travels the world. He does whatever the fuck he wants. He has sex with women. He does what he wants. He might be like, I guess, he doesn't have a destination in mind, but he does. He has freedom. He has total freedom, like the master, I guess, promised.
And that's another thing too in the way the movie ends, that he tries to process the girl. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's like, you know, he has some sort of power now or something, right?
Yeah, he's become his own master, his little master. And because of that, it's got a lot of problems. It's probably a 29.7 out of 40 bubbles. It's still a good movie. It's just definitely a movie, like, unless you guys told me that we had to watch it, I haven't thought about it since. But it is a good movie. It has some really good moments. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
All right.
All right.
All right.
I think Norby, you're did you write your song picks? Is that those right there?
Yeah, I'm still writing a few over there. Did you get that yourself?
Yeah, I wrote mine down.
I
How many did you put, Elijah?
I did 5.
Okay.
I was gonna do 2. But
I mean, I did 4. How many did you do, Elwood?
I just did 3.
What if we put them in the guitar?
The acoustic? I have to cut the strings. I can't reach it.
No. Have you ever got picks stuck in there?
There's literally a jar right here.
That's how you're supposed to. Oh shit. What's that?
I could just get a box.
Put them in that hat.
Oh, there's some hats.
Oh, this is. Do you want to announce what this is for?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an announcement. We're starting a new show. You know, it's still in its beta phase, and by that I mean the name is still subject to change. And, you know, put in your suggestions for what you think this show should be called. But, you know, we're going to be talking about some music. I think another love of all of ours here in our own different ways, and we're going to come at it from our different, you know, different POV. How many picks are you doing, Norby?
Probably 5.
Okay, because I did 4.
You guys can. I was gonna say.
Yeah, can I get more?
I think let's each pick one.
Yeah.
So then we'll have 4,
And
we'll
then-
decide from there.
Yeah.
Oh, I can.
But yeah, right now the way that the show's gonna work as of right now is that right now we're going to pick. Each of us are going to pick one of these suggestions right now, and then right now from those 4 we're gonna choose 2 to not do right now, but next week, and talk about those albums. Is 1 week enough time to talk about 2 albums? We won't know until we find out.
Oh. I was about to. I was like,
What?
what's the answer to that question? Can you recommend like compilation albums if you want to?
Hey, look, like I said, we're still in the beta phase right now. We don't even have a name.
think
So,
We don't got rules.
rules? What rules do we have? Should we have a rule for that?
I'm just asking you guys what you. How do
No,
you
should
feel
we
about
have a rule for that?
I think we should
I don't
establish
think
that
so.
first episode. We should establish rules first episode.
I feel like you should be able to like recommend like a greatest hits album if you want to.
Really?
Not Sublimes though.
You like
Because when the way I think about an album is like, are we listening to just a collection of songs, or like to me an album is different than a greatest hits album because that's like a body of work thing right there.
I agree. Like I don't really listen to greatest hits albums, and maybe this is coming from more of like
You just want to hit a lot of songs
from like a nostalgia factor, because like I remember there were some things I grew up listening to, and you know, first time you might hear a band, you're gonna listen to like their greatest hits or something. You like one of their songs, so you get like the greatest hits
Yep.
or something, and then in a way that can kind of shape the way you think about the band.
Most definitely.
So I'm not like I'm probably I didn't put any greatest hits in there.
I nominate to call it firm hits.
Perfect.
What the fuck, bro?
Like I think you should like listen to.
Yeah. What about like Jalen said perhaps not include like deluxe versions or albums released with like 20 extra demos.
Yeah,
What about like
yeah.
live albums?
I think you should have like put it in there, and when that time comes, we'll figure it out. I don't think it's bad because like there's some performances that have like some like interesting things about them and
but
shit.
If Elwood puts like noise music in there, and
Yeah,
like,
I'm
noise
not-
music each, they have like 20 songs, and each song's like an hour long.
I know.
What's wrong with noise music?
A lot of
Why do you have a
things.
problem?
It's not music.
Here, let me
Bro,
write my last
It's
pick.
literally noise music.
What's that?
Can I write my last pick?
Do you think like adding music to the end of it makes it music?
Bro, you listen to shoegaze.
Yeah, shoegaze doesn't need shoegaze.
You listen to Catherine Wheel, bro.
Shoegaze.
I need to put this guy wants
You
me to
can read out the chat in the chat. He's like, please read them out. I'm like, for sure. I'm gonna read it real quick. I'll start.
Read out everything they wrote.
Not everything, just like a little bit. Just a little bit. Why is Hawaiian shirt guy always smiling? And then Jalen said because he's happy. And Brandon said that's all you can target on him. And he said, yeah, basically, he's too perfect. And Jalen said, you're thinking hard about these motherfuckers. And he said, on God. And she said, write in love letters. And he said, I'm still scared of the perm though. And she said, why are you scared? He said, I feel like they didn't give him the name Scarf for nothing. And Brandon said Scarf these nuts. Because somebody said, because he asked, like, what's the name of the perm guy? And then Brandon's like, his name is Scarf. And then Jan said, they got your ass, man. I'm sorry. I think that was, she was talking to you. I don't know.
Me?
To Elwood. Yeah, I don't know. The long con. And then he said, we live in a society. Bro, what happened to the crackers? And then Jan said, they consume them, dog. Then Mochi said, all of them? Hey, yo, Blondie, get my boy Fred some more crackers. He said, I know you read it. Come on, he needs them. Blondie, draw an Among Us character on those notes.
Hey, who folded theirs with the sticky side out?
Oh, that was me, my bad.
I have one more.
And then he said, then Jalen said, Norby, are you entertained by the tomfoolery in the chat? Yes, I am. And then I said, he said he didn't want any more carbs from the crackers, but I'm going to get him some more whether he wants or not going to lie. Then Mochi said, yeah, rebel against his diet. And Jalen said, cracker for the cracker. And then Mochi said, John Cena's son needs his carbs. Even the camera's scared of perm. Can y'all review Shriek's? Yeah, I think it's supposed to be Shrek's Christmas special next.
I have that on DVD.
Nice.
I have all his specials. The Christmas,
what
the
the fuck?
Halloween. I like the Halloween one the best, though.
I didn't even know there were holiday specials.
Yeah, it's a whole... It's a franchise, yeah.
Oh my god.
My mom likes them, too. So.
And then Mochi said shit's still fucking shit. I think they were talking about Elvis. Nah, but there's high tier shit. How you have like God's shit, human shit, fog shit, and I don't know fucking bacteria shit. Then Jan said, my youngling, you have a lot to learn. And then he said, I do, master. And then they said, I'm nominated to Club Permanent, blah, blah, blah. I feel like the only rule would be blah, 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 blah. What? Noise fucks hard. Noise has some good stuff, but Noise is like, it is kind of like...
The fuck you mean shoegaze is romanticized noise?
My Bloody Valentine.
Nah, bro, Hawaiian shirt is a whole W. Noise is like, I mean, it depends on the noise. Like, there's some, like, that one guy that I showed you, and then you're like, oh, I already know who this is. Like, I was going through, like, his albums and stuff and trying to listen to him. I'm like, it is,
Merzbow?
what's his name? Is that his name?
Merzbow?
I think so.
The Woodpecker?
I don't know. Oh, shit, let me put, wait, I need to put mine in there, too.
All right, sticky side in.
Oh, fuck, no, it's not. I can do it real quick, though.
Okay.
But I was listening to this guy, like, all he does is noise. And, like, he has, like, fucking, like, 5 albums per year, you know?
That
And, like,
sounds great.
each, I know, it's, like, good noise, but it's, like, it is noise. It's, like, it's noise. And it's, like, 2 hours long for one song. And
What
there's, like,
would
a fuckload of songs.
Would you call ambient music not music?
I'm not saying noise isn't music. I'm just saying it's like
It's harsh.
it's like listening to like fucking like a factory all day.
I like the factories.
No, I like the factories too, but it's all like,
Dog, you're not even folding like the rest of us.
oh fuck.
Wait, how is he folding it?
The fuck?
I'm folding it so that the because I did sticky side out. I'm
Oh,
just folding
see-
it inside like that.
Oh, I would just fold it in half.
Then fold it in half again.
But hey, honestly,
I've already folded it, so I'm
Yeah,
just like,
no,
I'm just doing it the fastest way.
Norby, you're good. Norby, we appreciate you. Thanks for letting us in your home. You know, we're guests here. You know, really.
For real.
Low key, you know what I've always thought though is like once we make a feature or something like we should just live together.
That'd be really
like,
fun.
Like the way we talked about, we watched films all the time. We were just hanging out all the time in our free time. We were thinking about the films. It might be a little unhealthy. We don't know what can come from that. You know, what the dynamics might become. But at the same time,
We'll find out who's the messiest.
Like, always watching movies with people would be pretty fun. Listening to music.
That's how Kanye made one of his albums. They all live together in Hawaii.
Is that Life of Pablo?
My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy.
Do we want to each grab one?
Yeah.
and go?
Wait, so how's it working?
So
One
we're
of us
each gonna
grabs
grab
each.
one. We're each gonna grab one. I'll go first since I got the microphone. I'm gonna open this one and I'm gonna read it. We'll each grab one, and then we'll narrow it down to 2.
Here you go,
Norby.
Norby.
Hmm.
I'm nervous.
Tell me when I can open it.
Wait, so wait, how are you which one?
We're each gonna read ours. There'll be 4, and we'll get it down to 2.
All right,
We'll
Elijah,
figure out
go.
All right.
Who the fuck folded this?
For the first time, Black Country New Road.
Hey.
I was like,
Loveless, my belief.
did you write that one?
No, somebody else wrote it though. I wrote that one.
I wrote that one.
Fuck you.
I wrote mine. It's called "You Can't Kill Me" by 070 Shake. It's a new album.
Who?
070 Shake.
Oh,
If we-
Shake.
I mean, you'll figure it out if we choose this one.
And then I got.
Sorry, I'm wearing sunglasses. This one looks. It's I can't say this. Dvorak.
Oh no way!
Symphony A, New World by what is it? Antoine.
Yeah, I picked an orchestra piece. I
saw Symphony. I'm like, thank God we got an orchestra in here. That'd be sick.
I got Dvorak Symphony 9, the New World Symphony. It's written by this Czech composer. His name's Antonín Dvorak, but it's about America.
That sounds really cool. What were the other? So we got the shoegaze one. We got the.
I would say like this.
It's called My Bloody Ballad.
I would just call this like I don't even know like what the genre would be. It's like contemporary. It's like
Mm.
ah.
And then Elwood's.
For the first time by Black Country New Road.
What kind of
070
music
Shake
they
though
make?
got her start. She was featured on a Kanye album, and she was signed to his label, and
I feel like we should. What should we
It's,
do?
The album I that you guys picked, it's like orchestra music mixed with something like Slint.
Mm.
Does that make sense?
The orchestra math rock music.
Yeah. Like orchestra math.
Orchestra math rock.
Pat likes them. He brings them up sometimes.
Mm.
They're
It-
rather like within the last 10 years.
Wait, what?
They're like a band from the last 10 years.
Yeah, like
so.
they just came out in 2019.
Oh, okay. They're really
Like they have their first album, like it's just really good. Like it's just like that first song, it's like called Intro. It's just good. Like I don't know how to describe it. Like it's just like dum,
It's like an
dum,
intro.
dum. It's like fuck, but it's better than an intro. Like I just like listening to it when like I'm driving. Like it makes you go faster. Why do you choose Loveless?
Why?
You guys haven't heard it, have you?
I've heard a little bit.
What songs have you?
I don't remember the songs, but I've just.
I'm like curious what you and Anthony think of like this genre.
I mean, I like
how should we do this though? Like
I
how do we
I'm
vote?
thinking about just like either like doing like a coin toss or like.
I feel like we should just now like each pick 2 and then tally them up whichever ones have the most of us from the 2. But at the same time, coin toss is cool too.
We could also just flip them upside down and then just shuffle them.
All right, we could like here.
We could do so many things.
So
This is the podcast. This is.
heads it stays, tails goes.
All right.
What if they all stay?
Well, no, you stop at 2.
Oh fuck.
Fine, mix them up.
But yeah,
and
mix
then
them up
mix
first.
'em up,
Oh
and
yeah,
then-
turn them upside down so we don't know.
Yeah. Mix them up and then choose one and then do the flip the coin.
So then,
Do the-
if you hit tails, then that means it's just the last two we listened to.
I guess so. That's
Oh, Jalen said maybe you could do an IG poll.
oh.
That'd be pretty.
but
That'd be
that'd
pretty
take too long.
interactive.
But I think for the first episode we have to we just have to do it
Start
first.
off, yeah, true.
So
Okay, don't turn it around yet. All right, first card. OMG.
Oh,
Heads or tails?
heads.
okay. Loveless. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right, choose another
All
one.
right, which one do you guys want next?
Oh, gosh, I'm nervous. I'm so nervous these days.
Just take it. Oh shit.
He's a menace. Okay.
What'd you,
oh.
bro? You grabbed two.
You cheating. You cheat.
Trying to get rid of.
Call it.
Call it.
Tails.
Tails never fail. You can't kill me.
Ah.
By 07 shit.
Well, hey, we got two more left. Let's keep going. Heads.
New World.
Oh, okay, cool.
Fuck.
Sorry. Do we want to like keep these in there
Yeah.
and then just like make an infinitely like growing?
That would be fun. Yeah, that'd be
Because
fun.
then like we'll never have to like worry about. 'Cause,
Yeah,
like,
it's no-
everything we want to listen to it at some
We
point.
need to get one of those like boxes that's like made of glass and there's just like a fan going off in it and just like all the papers are flying and you have to go and like try
the
to catch
Chuck E.
it.
Cheese shit.
Yeah, with the tickets.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, one of those. We need to get one of those.
Anton Dvorak.
Bro, we're never.
And I mean, I'll send you guys a link. You know.
For sure.
We're never
Just look
gonna-
up New World Symphony. You'll find it.
This album's like what, like 50 minutes? 40
Loveless.
It's like 50 minutes.
I feel like it's less.
So we're doing a shoegaze orchestra.
This
Yes.
we're never gonna listen to Lou Reed, man.
Did you put Lou Reed in there?
I put 4 Lou Reeds in there. Nah, I'm fucking with you. I only put one.
Why did you put
I put should I tell you or should I just keep it a secret for one
keep
day?
it a secret.
Oh,
Surprises are good.
alright.
All right, so next episode of movies. So here's how the schedule's gonna work. We're gonna do it alternating. So right now the music one, the new show, we're gonna do next weekend, next Sunday, and then the weekend after that we're gonna go back to movies. So it's gonna be movie, music, movie, music, movie, music. We don't have a, like they said, we don't have a surefire. We don't have like a solid title for the music one yet, which kind of blows. I remember coming up for Screen Tongue. I remember we talked about that for a while. We were just like, we need a cool movie podcast name.
It came pretty easy though.
Yeah, I think it was like
So, I mean, like I wouldn't think too much.
once the tongue thing got involved, I was like, all right, I know how I want to do the intro, and so it's just like I just want a tongue going like, yeah. And then next week we're watching the most recent. Dude. Morbius, I'll watch it.
I've seen it.
And you're still alive, so that means something. Let's see what they say in the chat real quick. Shoegaze is romanticized noise, blah blah blah. I'll admit that there's noise that's extreme for show. Mochi said this motherfucker really said sticky side in. And then Jalen said like Wolf-Eye is that shit for when you go off into the deep end and like lightning bolt is close. Lightning bolt's not like noise.
That is noise.
That's
That's noise rock.
okay. Well, that's noise rock, but like when I think of noise, I think it just like it's like that the whole
You're a
time. You know?
pussy.
I'm not. What the fuck are you talking about? I like lightning bolt, but I don't see that as like straight noise. That's
I'm
like not
only
straight
gonna-
noise.
I'm only gonna put Merzbow albums now.
Is that his name?
Yeah, he has like 50 albums.
He's got one album that's really good.
It's
I mean, I haven't listened to all of them because it's all just noise.
Fuck.
And then Mochi said he's still smiling. Jalen said what you want the homie to do. You want the homie frowning. You want the homie sad. Would you said not sure, but I feel like he finna get tired of all the smiling one day.
No, bro. Okay, here. Let me just put something out there. You ever heard of RBF, resting bitch face? Well, I suffer from a condition called RCF, resting clown face. It's just natural, man. I'm like the Joker. like that's how I feel sometimes. Like it's just I don't know what to do about it. Oh, I'll send you guys too. So like for Dvorak, like there's like 100 different versions because obviously it's been around for 100 years or whatever. But I'll find because we should all listen to the same version of it. So I'm either gonna pick the Leonard Bernstein version, or I'm gonna pick the Chicago Symphony version.
Alright,
For
we'll
sure.
just send in the chat whenever.
Yeah.
You choose one.
All right, guys.
I'm
Yeah,
tired.
that was a 4, almost 5 hours. This might be the longest one.
Whoa.
I don't think we've had a 5-hour one yet, right? You guys
Bro,
don't-
when are we gonna do like a 12-hour one? Like
That'd
we
be
start this in the
fucking sick.
morning.
24 hours.
We gotta do a film festival.
Oh, that'd be great.
Do a film, like watch a movie, then come talk about it, and then when we're done, watch another.
That'd be fun.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be really fun. All right, peace out, film fans.
Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be back next Sunday. Stay prosperous. Stay.
This is bad country.